Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 59, Chapter. Author, not really satisfied with this fight. Let me know what you think. 2,159 words. With his Sharingan active, Madara stared at Muscular, who seemed to be getting ready to attack him. The surrounding area was filled with the sound of the nearby leaves ruffling, as well as groaning coming from a certain person that was kneeling on the ground. Usually, an ally would make sure their partner was safe. Their health and current state would be very important to them, but this wasn't the case for these two villains. Even as Dabi kneels there with his now missing left arm, Muscular didn't care. Dabi was certainly not his comrade, and it was the same for the dark blue-haired men as well. The two wouldn't help each other out when one is in a dire situation. This was a major flaw. They didn't work well together at all, something that'll greatly hinder them in this fight. Of course, even if they were the perfect duo, and were well coordinated with each other, it still wouldn't be enough to stop the Uchiha. Even then, Madara was sure the fight would be more enjoyable if that were the case. Before attacking, Muscular used his quirk, Muscle Augmentation. It allows the men to amplify his muscle fibers to a high degree. He could even reach a point where they can't be contained by his skin. This was obviously a formidable quirk, being able to greatly increase his physical capabilities. Basically saying, Muscular's close combat abilities were monstrous. But would it be enough for this fight? Increasing the muscle mass on his legs, Muscular launched himself off the ground with blurring speeds, intending to catch the Uchiha off guard. With his first nearly inches away from Madara's face, Muscular let out a cruel grin, thinking that it was already over for the young man. Unfortunately for him, he was sorely mistaken. Ducking under the villain's approaching fist, Madara punched Muscular in the chest with his regular strength, causing the men to stagger back. Taunting the Uchiha in front of him, Muscular laughed out loud and said, "Is this the strength those guys are so scared of? Come on. I know you can do better than that. If not, you'll end up crushed beneath my feet." The villain had immense durability, capable of withstanding powerful attacks that would cause him physical harm. A perfect example of this would be when Muscular, in the anime, withstood Izuku's 100% Detroit Smash with no trouble whatsoever. Madara's regular strength without the use of enhancing it with chakra is of course powerful, but not enough to have the villain coughing up blood in pain. Muscular rushed at Madara once again, but every time he gets close to connecting a punch, the Uchiha would dodge it by a hair's breadth. Is he playing with me? The villain became enraged at that thought. Usually he was the one to mess and play around with his inferior opponents, but now it felt like it was the other way around. Jumping up in the air, avoiding another one of Muscular's attacks, Madara pulled his right leg back and kicked the side of the villain's arm, causing the two to hear a crunching sound. Muscular, not expecting the power of that kick to be so strong, was blasted back, crashing into the grass, tasting dirt while gritting his teeth. His left prosthetic eye was nearly popped out from that kick alone. Finally stopping against a tree, the villain stood up with no trouble, but it was obvious to Madara that his bloodlust had just spiked. "Do you feel that? Your bones cracking from the force of my kick?" Madara questioned with his arms crossed, while staring down at the villain in front of him. The Uchiha could see the muscle fibers forming on the man's skin, around his arms and legs, while spreading a little towards his chest as well. Letting out a sigh, Madara thought to himself, this should greatly increase his physical powers. Sadly, he's still holding back. From my memory with the battle of Muscular versus Izuku in the anime, the villain nearly covered most of his body. Here, it's just his arms and legs. How unfortunate, another person underestimating me. Truly unfortunate. I hope you stop holding back. If not, you'll end up like your friend over there, missing an important limb while on your knees in pain. That, I can promise. Madara said as he got into his fighting stance. He wanted Muscular to fight him seriously. To try his hardest to take him down. If he keeps on holding back, then Madara would grow bored quickly, and he'll have to just end the fight. Promise? Your promise is invalid until you do what you said you were going to do. Otherwise, your words mean absolutely nothing to me. I have to admit, I was actually surprised there for a second. I was expecting some scared teenager who'd run in terror when encountering us, but this is definitely better. The look on your face when you're on your last breath will definitely be worth it. The villain shouted, muscles bulging as his grin grew wider and wider. Stomping on the ground, creating cracks beneath his feet, Muscular shot towards Madara with his fist clenched, aiming right for his head. Jeez. This man is crazier than the last one. Faster than Muscular could react, Madara uppercut him, causing the villain to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even attempt to counterattack, the Uchiha punched him so hard that he crashed through multiple trees, finally stopping when his back hit a boulder. Hee, I haven't had this much fun in a while. The villain thought to himself. Judging by the small cracks that appeared behind him on the boulder, it was obvious that his back was aching, but of course it won't stop him. Before Madara could attack Muscular again, a stream of blue fire attempted to burn him from behind. Fortunately, his senses and reaction speed were frightening superb, so he was able to quickly move from the side. Oh. You're finally able to fight again. Looks like you managed to keep yourself from passing out in pain. Madara said, standing across from Dabi, who had wrapped some cloth around his arm to stop the bleeding. This kid. Talking about unfair advantage. The odds were never in our favor. Muscular hasn't even gotten him to bleed yet. This is bad, very bad. Hopefully my quirk will be enough. Dabi thought to himself as he stared at the Uchiha. Ignoring his words, the dark blue-haired man sent a powerful stream of blue fire with his right hand. Unfortunately for him, it was countered by Madara's own fire, causing the flames of the two attacks to shoot out into the sky, not high enough to be seen from far away though. His attack was able to stop my fire. Just how strong is he? Even when I was immobilized earlier, I was observing his fight with Muscular. I haven't been able to find any weakness to exploit. Dabi thought to himself, feeling frustrated. His quirk, cremation, granted him the ability to generate large amounts of destructive blue flames from his body. And those flames were easily stopped by Madara. The weakness though, is that Dabi's body will burn if he uses it for long periods of time, so he can't prolong this fight. It was obvious to him that Madara had incredible stamina. Seeing the incoming attack, Madara sighed. This fight was truly a disappointment for him. Well, maybe he's being too harsh, he did have a little fun after all. It's just that, the worst thing is, he's a clone. Did he train way too hard? Maybe he did. Feeling the incoming heat, Madara concentrated his chakra around his fist, and punched forward. The result? Well, it left the poor villain wide-eyed. The fire split, dispersing seconds later, but that wasn't all. Due to the powerful punch, a blast of wind was able to knock Dabi off his feet, crashing his head into a tree. Ag! He grunted in pain. It didn't help that he had a missing arm. No, it didn't at all. Where the hell is Kirojiri? The villain thought to himself. He was supposed to get him and Muscular out of here if something happened. Well, this was obviously something. Who was stupid enough to send people so weak to fight against me? Madara simply questioned as he stared down the dark blue-haired men. Something the Uchiha loved to do while fighting was angering his opponents by insulting them. It was just so interesting to him. How simple emotions can greatly affect the way an important battle turns out. Dabi of course did feel insulted. After all, no one liked to feel weak and be told that you are, but he chose to stay silent. Why was that? It's because he saw his partner Muscular covered in muscle fiber, running right towards Madara. Madara obviously sensed the blonde-haired man. Turning around, he moved his head to the left to dodge the punch that was sent his way. Of course Muscular kept attempting to hit the Uchiha with his increase of physical powers, but unfortunately, this wasn't any problem for the young man. With the Sharingan, Madara was able to easily predict the movements of Muscular, as well as being able to see his fast-moving punches without any effort. Every time Madara dodged, Muscular became more and more enraged and irritated. Not being able to hit your opponent no matter how hard you try is truly annoying. I'm growing tired of this. Madara spoke out. He enhanced his strength with chakra, and pushed Muscular away from him with his palm. You can't dance anymore without any legs, right? The Uchiha asked as he crouched low. What? The villain was simply confused by these words when he tried to balance himself from that strong palm strike he received from Madara, but seconds later, he understood. Madara didn't hold back with the sweep kick that connected with Muscular's left knee. It was so powerful that it ripped right through both of the villain's legs. So powerful that it devastated the nearby area with the mass amount of wind pressure alone. Ag! The villain yelled out in pain. Due to having his legs removed, he fell face first on the ground. The scent and taste of the burnt grass from Madara's and Dabi's flames from earlier is what invaded his senses. What was worse is that his opponent was stepping on his head. Do you remember what I said earlier about you holding back? I refuse to believe you're this weak when going all out. It must mean that you weren't trying your hardest. I said you'll end up on your knees with an important limb removed. Well, unfortunately I couldn't uphold the promise perfectly. You're not on your knees since I removed them, but this is definitely better. Crushed beneath my feet. Isn't this what you said will happen to me? This must be ironic for you, right? Hey, answer me. Madara said, his voice getting louder. When Muscular attempted to speak, Madara put a little pressure on his foot, causing his head to crash down onto the ground once again. Is this how heroes are nowadays? The villain thought to himself, finding it hard to breathe, as well as feeling pain he doesn't want to experience ever again. Madara usually wouldn't be like this against villains, but Muscular deserves worse than death. If he remembered correctly, this man joined the league just so he could let loose with his brutal ways, tormenting and killing those he fights. It was only fair that he got a taste of his own medicine, right? Before he could do anything else, a voice sounded out, that obviously came from his other opponent. Madara turned and saw Dabi on his 2 feet. I refuse to lose like this. You're exactly like those false heroes the hero killer has talked about. You know, Stain could be considered the reason why I'm here right now. He was going to say, but was interrupted when Madara's foot connected with face, knocking multiple teeth out as well as breaking his jaw. I do not care. Madara said right after he kicked Dabi, who was now laying on the ground with blood all over his face. The Uchiha continued off by saying, the same man you idolize, is the same man I defeated. As Madara was getting close, he saw Dabi moving his right hand, so he instantly backed far away, avoiding a powerful blast of blue fire. Even in his current state, he's able to produce attacks like that. I could respect it. Madara thought to himself as he landed right next to the downed Muscular. When the smoke of the fire dispersed, what Madara saw made him chuckle out loud. Dabi was gone. Chapter 60, Chapter. Author, I don't even know what to say, but I'm tired. Probably a lot of mistakes here cause I was half asleep lol. 2,532 words. Dabi's body had disappeared when the smoke of his fire blast dispersed. The previous grassy spot where the villain had laid, was now painted with the man's blood. It was evident that Dabi wasn't able to move due to his injuries, so a third party had most likely interfered, but who was it? That would be one Kurojirai, who was a good distance away from the Uchiha and unconscious Muscular. Just far enough not to get seen. He had only arrived here recently, and what he saw certainly did shock him. He should feel guilty for arriving here late, but it didn't really matter to him. When first planning for this mission, All For One had shared his own input to Kurojirai and Tamura on how this battle would turn out, stating that it was least likely for Dabi and Muscular to fully defeat Madara, but it should be fairly easy for them to get him to bleed. Kurojirai was 100% sure that All For One won't expect this outcome, and he won't like it either. Not only did Madara not bleed, but Dabi and Muscular were disgracefully beaten. Hell, they were downright bullied. Of course Kurojirai wasn't there when the actual fighting was happening, but judging by the state of the two villains, it was obvious what happened. When he first arrived, Madara was walking up to a downed Dabi. That was when the dark blue-haired young man sent a blast of fire at the Uchiha. Looking at the situation, Kurojirai instantly chose to save Dabi with the use of his Warp Gate quirk, and teleported him to where the current League's hideout was. He didn't even attempt to teleport Muscular at all, since Madara was right next to his body. Also, the blonde-haired villain was completely useless now for the League since he had lost his 2 legs. The only reason Kurojirai would even consider taking him is to make sure he didn't reveal or expose any information, but that unfortunately won't be happening. He knew that he had no chance against the young man, so the best choice to make was to get the hell out of here right now. He still remembered the time when Madara had easily defeated him during the USJ attack. Kurojirai didn't realize it yet, but his confidence would always go down when facing the Uchiha. Before Kurojirai walked back inside his portal, he heard some words that somehow made his foggy yellow eyes grow wide, and root him in place. I thought being a clone would make this fight more interesting, but I was sorely mistaken. The sound of Madara's voice somehow reached Kurojairi's ears from this distance. What did he just say? I must have misheard. The picture of Dabi and Muscular's badly injured bodies flashed inside Kurojairi's head. There is no way that a clone did all this. Feeling uneasy, Kurojirai rushed into his portal and disappeared, not wanting to face the risk of facing the monster known as Madara Uchiha. With original Madara. When his clone had went out to bring the case that contained his armor back to the Yaoyorozu mansion, Madara had saw all that happened. It was fun while it lasted. Should I start using clones in my fights now? How fun would it be to see the look on my opponent's face when they realize just how badly they lost? Well, maybe that's too much, or maybe it's too little. The Uchiha thought to himself, genuinely feeling disappointed that Dabi and Muscular weren't even able to take down his clone. He supposed people around Rumi's power and higher would be able to make it dispel. That's of course if he wills it. Madara was jumping building to building with Rumi in his arms, but he turned back around, causing the rabbit hero to grow confused at the sudden development. What are we going, Madara? You're not kidnapping me, right? Rumi asked, sounding completely unconcerned. Just a minor annoyance. Madara replied to his third girlfriend, but she of course wasn't convinced. Especially when she was able to see that he had a grin plastered on his face the whole time while carrying her. She was able to feel his lust of battle while being in his arms, but that can't be right. They were only running towards her house, so what was making him react like this? You don't sound too convincing. You're not lying, are you? Rumi questioned the Uchiha, receiving a slight chuckle in return. Of course I'm not lying. My clone was followed by 2 villains, one of them being muscular, a known murderer. So yes, just a minor annoyance. Madara replied nonchalantly, ignoring the look the long white-haired woman was giving him. Rumi just looked up at him with a surprised expression on her face. First of all, why was he being followed? And second of all, did he just say muscular? She thought to herself, pondering on what the Uchiha had said. For Madara to be followed possibly meant that he had unfriendly eyes on him. Someone that was interested in him, and someone who obviously had foul intentions. Rumi didn't like this possibility at all. This was something serious if one of the people following Madara was a cold-blooded murderer with a decently strong quirk. Of course Rumi wasn't worried about the clone or even her boyfriend since she knew just how powerful he was, but she was worried about who would do this. Sending Muscular and some other villain after Madara seemed way too much, unless this person knew the potential the Uchiha had. League of Villains. Rumi suddenly shouted out. It was the only, and obvious answer to all this. Of course they wanted Madara dead. He was practically the one to ruin all their plans so far. Looking up, Rumi saw the young man in question smiling at her with a raised eyebrow. Madara himself could guess why the rabbit had suddenly shouted that, but if he were to hear exactly what she was thinking, then he'd tell her that she was slightly wrong. The League of Villains didn't want to kill him since they needed him alive to take his quirk. That's what Madara had thought Muscular and Dabi were after him for. To beat him up and capture him to take to all for one, but Madara didn't know that wasn't the case. They were actually sent to get samples of his blood, but the Uchiha didn't think of this reason since he already knew any bullshit experiment wouldn't be able to happen. Although he didn't know this, it won't take long until Madara figured it out. You know who was behind this, don't you? The rabbit hero questioned with a sigh. Rumi noticed that Madara was just so unconcerned when faced with most dangers, but she guesses that it was because he was very strong. If she were to be honest, it was the same with her. When she had reached the level of strength she was proud of, and hit her peak, Rumi became more and more daring when facing against villains. Her enjoyment with fighting grew as she became more powerful since it meant that she'd be able to fight stronger opponents. Yes, I do. I already defeated them, with one of them escaping, but my clone right now is with Muscular. So that's where we'll be going right now. Madara said, picking up the pace. Madara POV. With me upping my speed while running and jumping from building to building, it didn't take long for Rumi and I to reach the destination of where my clone was. I looked around and noticed the damaged area from my fight with the 2 villains. Burnt black grass from Dabi and I's fire, as well as broken trees from when I punched Muscular. It wasn't so bad compared to what Rumi and I caused, but it would still need some repair. I didn't care about damaging whatever place I fight in, but if I were to be honest, fixing the terrain and making it slightly better was a pretty cool experience. These type of jutsus, of course I wouldn't necessarily use them in a fight, but here they have their uses. Now that I think about it, it was like a game to me at this point. Geez Madara, you were pretty brutal with him, don't you think? Rumi questioned me while looking at the unconscious villain with no legs. It was clear to me that she didn't actually really care about my actions since she sounded sarcastic. Well, I had no choice. My clone was cornered by 2 villains with nowhere to run or hide. They would constantly try to attack me, and I, fearing for my life, did the next best thing. I said to the white-haired beauty, obviously joking. So if your clone dies, you die as well. That's a very unfortunate power, Madara. Of course it's not surprising. Something so strong must have a weakness, right? Rumi questioned, causing me to sigh at her sarcasm. We walked in front of Muscular who was still unconscious, but now had his back against a tree. I had already sent my clone to go send my case that contained my armor home, so it was just Rumi and I. I planned to spar with you today since we haven't done so in a while, but it looks like that'll have to be delayed. Let's go over to the police department and bring Muscular in. Rumi told me, causing me to ponder on the villain's fate. Should I had just killed him? It's true that he 100% deserves death, but at the same time doesn't. By that I mean he deserves something completely worse. Even if I planned to kill him, I couldn't do it now anyways. Rumi was here and I'm certain she won't accept that at all. We haven't been dating too long, and even though she won't spill secrets of my quirk, I'm sure she won't just stand by and do nothing as I kill a villain. Am I even ready to kill someone? Of course I have some parts of Madara's personality, but at the same time, I don't have any of his memories or experiences of his lifetime. If that were the case, I'm sure I wouldn't have come to love the girls I have now, or even be a hero. Stuff like being in a relationship wouldn't matter much to me, and I would kill anyone that got in my way without any care. Fortunately or unfortunately, however way you want to see it, that didn't happen and I still have all the memories of being a normal boring teenager in my past life. Something like killing isn't normal to me, but of course I won't have no problem doing it if the situation calls for it. It's just how I deal with actually killing someone for the first time. Walking up to Muscular, I stare at him for a bit and wonder what I should do next. How should I make him suffer even more? It didn't take long for me to come up with something. Slapping the man hard enough for him to wake up, I stare him in the eyes and watch as his face grimaces from pain, and his eyes look at me with fear. Good. This is what I wanted to see. Beating down overconfident villains who love doing the worse. Watch how they crumble down and become so pitiful. Compared to the Muscular an hour ago, this one was completely different. Not wasting any more time, I activated my Sharingan and looked Muscular in the eyes. Yes, I used Genjutsu on him. One that slightly brainwashed him, practically giving him suggestions. Suggestions such as suicide. His will to live would be gone, only wanting to end his life for his failure. For being completely humiliated. Of course that'll never happen since he'll be locked up for life, being unable to do the one thing that he wants, eventually going insane in the process. I don't exactly know how my Genjutsu in this world works. In the Naruto world, it usually works by messing with the opponent's chakra, but of course that's different here since nobody except for me has it. At first I expected it not to work, and that would have been okay with me since I don't exactly need it, but here I am now. It makes sense that I have this ability, since I'll be gaining all of Madara's powers. Since this shouldn't have worked in this world, it can only mean that it's slightly altered to actually have an effect on people here. The limitations. I'll have to find that out myself. I guess if someone realized they were in an illusion, they'd be able to break out of it, or if they were very powerful, but this wasn't the case for Muscular right now. He already fears me, and didn't have the courage to fight, not that he could anyways, and it just made it harder for him. What did you do to him, Madara? Rumi questioned confusingly. She must have saw me activating my Sharingan and staring right into the eyes of Muscular. Seeing how he became unconscious again, I looked at the rabbit woman and came up with a lie. I mean, I was going to try and scare him a bit, but it looks like he's more injured than I realized, and slipped into unconsciousness again. Rumi knows that I'm pretty intimidating with my Sharingan active, so wanting to scare the man wasn't so unbelievable. The reason I also chose to lie was because I couldn't just tell her I made Muscular want to kill himself. Saying it would just see me as downright messed up. Not that I care anyways. Of course there's a possibility that Rumi would understand and won't care for what I did, but I won't take the chances of ruining our relationship. I don't have to worry about this, all I have to do is be patient. There will be a time when my girls and I have complete trust in one another. That's how it's like with Nijire, Momo, and I, mostly because we've been dating for years, and have known each other for much longer. I just got with Rumi and Midnight, and that level of trust won't instantly appear. Alright, let's go then if you're ready. Rumi said to me. I wasn't ready at all. I still had one more thing to do. Clapping my hands together, I fixed the surrounding area and even made it slightly better. With my use of Earth Element and Mokuton, it was fairly easy. I'm finished now. I said as I wrapped Muscular's legs in branches, as well as his arms and chest. I didn't want to leave a trail of blood after all, and didn't want him escaping in case something bad happens. Grabbing the back of his collar, Rumi and I instantly rushed to the police department to bring this man in. Chapter 61, Chapter. Author, I failed English so my grammar is bad. Good night. 2,179 words. Regular POV. It didn't take long for Madara and Rumi to arrive where the police department was. It was a pretty far away from where they were a couple minutes ago, but that wasn't a problem at all. Being a pro hero, or hero in training, you'd need to know where this building was located at. It's where villains were usually taken right after pro heroes capture and defeat them. The police force was basically responsible for this. One would think that they weren't actually needed since heroes with powerful quirks were around, but that was wrong. During the USJ attack when the League of Villains infiltrated UA, the police force were the ones to actually take the defeated Nomu as well as apprehend most of the villains involved. Don't just teleport inside Madara. I know how much you love doing that, but it wouldn't be wise to do such a thing inside the police department. Rumi, who was walking beside her partner, said. Being with him for this past week, she knows just how much Madara enjoys using the technique he called Shunshin. Madara didn't bother to reply, so he simply nodded his head. He remembered the first time he met Dragon Hero Ryukyu, she had told him the same thing when he suddenly appeared inside her office. Although he wasn't worried about anyone trying to do anything to him, there wasn't any use to cause unnecessary conflict. Going through the door won't be so hard. Arriving in front of the police department, Madara and Rumi gained the attention of the surrounding people nearby. The rabbit hero right now was in her hero outfit, so she was easily recognized, and so was the Uchiha since he was the only known person to be around her now. The police department itself was a fairly large building with multiple floors. Windows situated and aligned perfectly, as well as security cameras hidden around the area. There were also 2 guards guarding the front door, which slightly confused Madara. He could only guess they take security here very seriously, and Madara could understand why. In this world with people that have deadly superpowers, it was best to be on the lookout for any possible threats. Who's to say a villain would want to randomly attack the police department? Not wasting any time, Madara walked forward with Rumi, getting startled looks from the two guards in the process. Rumi's house is far from here, so it's pretty strange that she would be around this area at all. The guards have simply never seen her, a popular highly rated pro hero, hence why they were shocked. Rabbit Hero Mirko. One of the officers yelled out, getting the other one to grab his ear from the loud sound of the other man's voice. We're here to take a villain in, as you can see. Rumi said, gesturing to the unconscious muscular who wasn't looking too well. Yes, please take him inside, he'll be restrained and taken to a cell once you tell them how you captured the villain. Good job Rabbit Hero, as well as your intern Madara Uchiha for defeating it. The police guard said, being slightly dramatic. If he knew who Rumi was, then there was no doubt that he knew who the person standing next to her was as well. It was known that Madara was an intern for the Rabbit Hero, but what they didn't know was that they're currently in a secret love relationship. How shocking would it be if it were to get out to the media and become public knowledge? Nope, it wasn't me. Just Madara here. I actually didn't do anything, so I can't take the credit. Rumi replied back with a smile, getting Madara to look at her strangely. Oh. Sorry for my mistake. Good job Madara Uchiha. The guard responded with an awkward chuckle afterwards, getting the other one to sigh and shake his head at his partner's behavior. If the two police guards actually knew who the man that Madara was carrying was, they'd be pretty shocked. Muscular was a known villain who was powerful in his own right, and he couldn't be taken down easily. Fortunately, they couldn't tell who the man was. He was unrecognizable after the beating he received earlier. Okay, now it's obvious that he's new here. The Uchiha thought to himself boredly. He just wanted to get this over with already. You may go inside. The other guard said, opening the doors to let them in. As they were walking inside, Madara turned to his partner and asked, why did you do that? Tell them I was the one to defeat the villain. Rumi let out a small chuckle in return when she heard the words that came out of her boyfriend's mouth. I know how much the fame and popularity bothers you sometimes, but I don't like taking the credit of other people's hard work. That just doesn't sweet well with me. Of course it'll become public knowledge that you defeated a brutal villain, and you'll gain an even bigger following, but I know you can adapt to it. She explained, getting the Uchiha to shake his head with a small chuckle. Yes, the fame did somewhat bother him, but he'll have to get used to it. The attention he will be getting will greatly increase, so he'll also have to look out for any potential unfriendly individuals who would most likely try to do something stupid. As they were talking, a police officer walked up to them and interrupted them by asking, is this the man that you guys defeated? Don't worry, if you could just please remove the wood branches, we'll be restraining him ourselves and put him in a cell until further notice. Madara had no problem with that, so he made the branches around Muscular's body disappear into the ground. He had nowhere else to put it after all. Gasps were heard around the area when the wood branches were taken off, revealing the result of the beat-down Muscular got. Missing legs as well as nasty wounds all over his body. Be careful with this one. I suggest not to have him be placed somewhere he can potentially hurt himself, if you know what I mean. Also, he's fairly powerful, so any normal cuffs won't work on him. Madara said, looking seriously into the eyes of the officer who gulped. Rumi just stood there silently with a smile, wanting to see how her partner deals with the people here. It was also pretty good entertainment whenever he makes someone feel nervous with just his intense stare alone. Oh, of course. Thank you for the warning. He said while gesturing for other officers to come and restrain the villain. About 5 came with heavy cuffs that would go around Muscular's wrist and neck. That was around the time the men in question woke up with a gasp. Surprise filled the eyes of the officers at the sudden development that they weren't really expecting. Muscular himself didn't do anything yet since he was still confused about his situation. Looking around the room, he saw loads of police officers staring at him, but what made him struggle backwards with absolute fear in his eyes was the one figure standing next to a white-haired woman. Get him away from me. Please. Was the shout that came out of his mouth. The officers instantly went into action and took hold of his restraints while most pointed their gun at him. Seeing this, Muscular eyes teared and were filled with some hope. Please shoot. Just kill me, please. Ah. He screamed, struggling to get out of his restraints to find something that'll end his miserable life. For some reason, all he wanted to do right now was to die and be gone. He didn't notice it, but the Uchiha who had made him feel humiliated was currently standing there with a small smirk on his face. Before Muscular could say anything else, he felt slight pain from the back of his neck and passed out. Madara raised his eyebrow after he had just made the villain go unconscious once again. He turned to the shocked officers who looked at the down Muscular weirdly, while also looking at him. With a friendly smile, he spoke up and said, as you can see, he's not quite all right. So I hope you make sure he's not able to do what he wished. After all, he doesn't deserve to die. You yes, of course sir. If you and Mirko could go, please sit down and wait a little. We'll have to find out exactly what happened. The other officers quickly grabbed the chains that were connected to the restraints around Muscular and picked him up since the man didn't have any legs. All while this was happening, a certain man with the face of a dog was watching, as well as staring at the Uchiha from time to time. This boy. In a separate room from the rest of the league members, Kurojairi and Tamura sat down while facing the laptop that was on the desk in front of them. It has been about half an hour since Kurojairi had gotten back from rescuing Dabi, and All for One wanted to hear about the situation from him. Kurojairi, explain to me what happened. The main villain calmly said from the other end of laptop. When I arrived to where Dabi and Muscular were, the target known as Madara had already defeated them. Dabi was beaten badly with a missing arm, but Muscular was unconscious on the ground with his legs missing. Being quick, I teleported Dabi inside the hideout to be healed. It's revealed that his skull was nearly cracked, his jaw is broken as well as a couple other bones, and as you know, his arm is missing as well. If he stayed there any longer, there's a likely chance that he would have died. The mission was a complete fail. Although I wasn't there to see the battle between the three, it's obvious by the end result that Dabi and Muscular were completely outclassed. They stood no chance against that young man. Kurojairi explained with his head down, piquing All for One's interest. So it seems you left Muscular there and left the scene, retreating without confronting the Uchiha. There's nothing wrong with that at all, it was a smart decision. Plus, that Dabi kid has potential. He'll be useful for our future plans. All for One spoke out his thoughts. Sensei, he's not normal at all. What kind of hero beats their opponents to near death? Tamura questioned, stating the one thing that All for One was currently thinking about. Tamura of course didn't care about the state of the two villains who recently joined the league. It's just that Madara's character confused him greatly. His actions when facing villains weren't normal at all. That's true, Tamura. It's obvious that the kid didn't accidentally do this. It's known to us that he has great control over his quirks, so this was done intentionally. With his actions so far, his image of him being a hero is completely shattered. We shouldn't even consider him as such right now. All for One said, slightly confused about this himself. So what are you trying to say? Don't consider him as a hero. How are we supposed to do that when he's training to be one? What are we supposed to refer him as? A vigilante, or a villain? Tamura questioned his father figure. We refer to him as neither. In my eyes right now, Madara seems to be someone who only works for himself. He doesn't even trust the staff and students at UA with information on his quirk since we weren't able to find anything. All for One explained. Sensei, what exactly are you trying to say? Invite him to the league. Tamura asked with his fist clenched, getting Kurojairi to ponder at his words. Silence filled the room for about a minute, until finally, the man responded back to his student. No. Was the answer that Tamura received. Although, it would be a pretty interesting turn of events, but that possibility will never happen. The Uchiha most likely knows that we're after him, so he'll never agree. Plus, why would I let him join when I want his quirk for myself? All Might's arch-nemesis thought to himself. Sir, there's something that you should know. The one that actually fought Dabi and Muscular was a clone of Madara. Not the real body. Kurojairi said, surprising both All for One and Tamura. Are you sure about this? The villain speaking to them from the laptop questioned seriously. Yes. Before I left the scene, he had spoke to himself stating his disappointment about Dabi and Muscular not being able to defeat him while being a clone. Of course he could have been lying, but I highly doubt that. Kurojairi explained. This changes everything. Chapter 62, Chapter. Author, good night. Imma go to bed lol. 3,311 words. This changes everything. All for One said when he heard the words of Kurojairi. Since he watched the sports festival, it was already known to him that Madara was able to use clones, but the full capabilities of the skill was completely unknown. Until now. You're telling me Muscular and Dabi were fighting a clone of Madara the whole time? If that's the case, then why didn't you just leave Dabi there to die? He's obviously useless if he can't even defeat a damn replica. Tamura said out loud while clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, not wanting to think about the information he had just heard. Slight sweat formed on the side of the neck he was scratching, greatly confusing him. The room temperature was pretty cool, so what was causing this? That can't be the reason why. I'm not nervous about that brat's strength. All for One student thought to himself in absolute fury. Cursing himself for even having these type of humiliating emotions, he tried to calm his breathing. His sensei had told him he would need self-control and patience for the plans in the future, but it was very difficult for him to act that way. Fortunately, he was able to conceal the chaotic thoughts going inside of his head. Well, at least that's what he thought. Following Tamura for a while now, Kurojairi knew his tics and when his mood was soured. It happens quite often, so seeing it now didn't surprise him. Especially when they were discussing about one of the people Tamura hates the most. No Tamura. I know it's hard to accept, but it's most likely. Of course that Madara boy could just be lying about being a clone just to be cocky, but I doubt this. If it's the truth, being able to defeat villains such as Dabi and Muscular while only being a clone is formidable and nothing to scoff at. We don't even know how this clone ability of his fully works. The limits and mechanics of such a power is unknown, but what we do know is that it's completely different than the other clone quirks. All for one explained, getting a nod from Kurojairi while Tamura stayed silent, still within his own thoughts. The man wasn't finished though, as he continued speaking by saying make sure that none of the other league members know of this, the newest ones as well. I'm sure you know why Kurojairi. Yes. They'll most likely turn out the way Dabi will probably be. Discouraged to continue because of his humiliating defeat, and start fearing Madara's strength now. Some of our members are way too stubborn and cocky for this to happen, but it's still a possibility. And it's already happening with Tamura. This isn't good. A leader must not have this type of mindset. If he starts fearing that young man, then everyone else will think he's a weak-minded fool that doesn't deserve to be leading the league. That could spell trouble for us. It seems like a small problem, but it really isn't. This could turn out to be something uncontrollable in the future. Madara, even when you're not here, you still cause problems for the league. Kurojairi said, and thought the last part to himself when he glanced at the silent light blue-haired man. You're absolutely correct. And Tamura, I know what you must be thinking. All I have to say is continue training yourself to improve. You must feel insignificant right now, but know that you have an amazing power. One that'll be feared throughout the world one day. If you don't fix this mindset of yours, Madara will forever affect the way you do things and think. All for one spoke, getting his student to pay attention to him. He may not be speaking, but the villain knew that Tamura listened to every word he said. Yes, Madara was basically now a block for Tamura to overcome. A person he now feels nervous about because of his strength and power. Now he realizes just how much of a threat Madara is, and it's affecting him in a bad way. Just like Izuku. The two successors overshadowed by one Uchiha. It was bound to happen, and there's nothing the two could do to surpass Madara to overcome whatever inner problem they're facing. Both could try doing so, but they'll never succeed. Seeing how Tamura stayed silent, All for One spoke up once again, this time to Kurojairi. We'll need the full story about the battle from Dabi. How long until he actually wakes up? The men questioned curiously. They knew the end result of the fight, but All for One also wanted to know if Madara showed any unique abilities once again, or a new power. He's in a pretty bad state. It'll take at least a couple days until he wakes up, but longer until he recovers. Kurojairi instantly answered. Good. Now you guys may leave. The leader of the League of Villains said to the two who were listening. Tamura instantly got up and left to search for something he could destroy, while Kurojairi silently followed after him. With Rumi and Madara. Madara and Rumi were in a separate room inside the police department. The room itself was pretty normal-sized with bookshelves covering the walls. The duo themselves sat on a chair fit for two, with a table and another chair across from them. One could make the assumption that that's where the person who'll be questioning Madara and Rumi about the villain would be sitting. All in all, it was a pretty cozy place, made specially for guests not to be uncomfortable. Right now, Rumi was sitting on Madara's left with her head on his shoulder. Judging by the distant look in her eyes, it's obvious that she's thinking about something important. Ever since she and Madara brought the villain in, she couldn't help remember the joy in her boyfriend's eyes when Muscular kept pleading the officers to end his life. If she were to be honest, she found it a little strange, but didn't think too much about it first. She could only assume that bringing horrible villains down and making them suffer brings satisfaction to Madara. That the thought of those scum begging for mercy make him feel exhilarated. Is he a sadist? Rumi has been wondering to herself, but she instantly made it clear in her mind that if that were the case, then she wouldn't care either way. No matter how cruel Madara is to them, it doesn't matter because they deserve it. Whatever her boyfriend did, it should be justified because Muscular was such a horrible person. Before she could think anything else, the sound of Madara's voice invaded her ears. I hope we don't have to wait so long. I just want to go over to your house already. The Uchiha said as he laid his head on top of his girlfriend's, receiving a smile out of her in return. Why are you so eager to go there? It's not like I can teach you anything useful that has anything to do with fighting. You also don't really need any hero advice from me. You're doing extremely well on your own so far. The rabbit hero questioned him curiously, causing Madara to let out a small chuckle. That may be true, but training and sparring isn't the only activity the two of us can do at your house. Madara said to her as he trailed his left hand on the upper part of her thighs, squeezing them in the process. She was wearing her hero outfit, so it gave him easy access, and feeling that she wasn't denying him, he didn't stop what he was doing. Why, you idiot. Rumi said in a low voice as she stared up at him, looking straight into his black eyes. As she leaned forward, she took Madara's left hand and held it tightly, not enough for it to hurt though. Not wasting any more time, the Uchiha met her halfway, and placed his lips on hers. They shared a small little kiss that instantly turned into a make-out session, causing it to be the only sound to be heard in the quiet room. Luckily for them, there wasn't any security cameras, otherwise it would get awkward real quick, and the fact that the two were in a relationship would be known to the public. Not that the duo actually cares about that though, but it would be quite troublesome. 5 minutes in, the Uchiha separated from Rumi and pointed at the door. She instantly knew what that meant. The door opened to reveal a very tall and built man with the head of a beagle dog. He wore a suit consisting of a dress shirt and a waistcoat, while having a black blazer underneath. The most noticeable observation about the man's outfit was the white tie around his neck that resembles a Dalmatian dog's coat. This was Hosu's police chief, Kenji Tsurugami. This sort of confused Madara. Why would a man who works at Hosu be here, at a place that's about 30 minutes away? He could only guess that he's only here for some sort of meeting, but it's not like it matters to him. It's not his business, and he won't bother asking. When Kenji walked inside the room, he saw how close the duo was sitting together, which caused him to tilt his dog head a little, but he didn't think too much about it. "Good afternoon, Rabbit Hero Mirko, and Madara Uchiha, woof," the man said as he eyed the two, mostly the younger one. He walked over to the chair across from them and sat down. This should get interesting. Madara thought to himself, not letting any emotion show on his face. Something that Chief Kenji noticed. Madara Uchiha. One of U's top student, and winner of this year's sports festival. I praise him for stopping those villains, but he's pretty brutal when he faces against him. That's what worries me the most. There's been cases of pro heroes or heroes in training using villains as an outlet to satisfy their unique urges. It's rare, but it's still a possibility. It's not a personality a hero should have, but then again, I don't know how this boy acts or what he's like. I tried calling Nizu about him, but the moment I mentioned the Uchiha, he instantly hung up and didn't pick up the phone afterwards. That's very strange and concerning. Just what is that mouse hiding? There's also the fact that this boy in front of me is more powerful than anyone realized. Chief Kenji thought to himself as he remembered when the officers told him that the villain that was brought and defeated by Madara was in fact muscular. A known brutal man and killer, turned into a completely different person. Kenji will never forget the absolute confusion and slight fear in their eyes when they said Muscular kept banging his head on the cell wall, as well as attempting to hurt himself by continuously biting his tongue. Fortunately, or unfortunately for the villain, he was completely secured and couldn't even move now, or even speak. It was truly torture for him. So I was informed that you brought a villain in to be arrested. Please explain clearly what happened. Chief Kenji said as he brought out a pen as well as something to write on. Well, it's nothing complex. I was walking peacefully, minding my own business, and all of a sudden, I sensed some bloodlust around the area, aiming right at me. I thought of the possibilities of villains wanting to fight me, so being the man I am who worries about the civilian safety, I lured them to a secluded spot where no one will be able to get hurt. Madara said with a nod, kind of lying, but still saying the truth. It wasn't him, but his clone that did all this. Well, which basically means it was him. Madara just wasn't going to bring out the information on his clone. Why would they follow him though? This boy is obviously being targeted, but by who? Unless, no. I should hear the rest of his story first before I dive deep into this situation. I'll just end up confusing myself. The chief thought to himself as he gestured for Madara to continue telling his story. Afterwards, the two ended up going against me. One of them being Muscular, which you probably already know, and the other is a villain I haven't seen before. He was able to use some sort of blue fire that was fairly powerful. Unfortunately, he was able to escape. The Uchiha revealed, greatly confusing the men with a dog head. Wait a minute. If you were fighting these two villains, then where was Mirko during all this? He questioned Madara, but didn't give him any time to answer since he turned to look at Rumi and continued talking. I know it was said that Madara defeated Muscular by himself, but you must have helped, right? Were you around when all of this was occurring? He questioned the white-haired woman who instantly answered. Nope. I wasn't there at the time when Madara was fighting. It was all him. He did all of the work. I only met up with my partner after he restrained Muscular. He had asked me to go with him to the police department since he's never been there before. Rumi said, making a perfect lie that caused Madara to almost let out a small smirk. If that's the case, then Madara can't take the credit for this. He used his quirk without you being around, which is illegal. He then looked at Madara and said. I do have to thank you though, for bringing in Muscular. Unfortunately you won't be able to take the credit for this, but Mirko will. Madara just looked at Kenji indifferently, not showing any emotion, but inside his head was different. Really? This stupid law concerning quirks again. Is this seriously what he's thinking about? Me, facing two villains out to hurt me, and all he could say is I used my quirk in public and it's illegal. Madara thought to himself with a sigh, already deciding on what to say. I have to admit, I don't care about my fame at all, or even if I get the credit of what I did, but doing this will be quite unfortunate for you. Although I led the two to a secluded place, the battle caught the attention of those nearby. Recordings are probably already out by now, me fighting Muscular and an unknown villain. Giving Rumi the credit will likely cause most people to look at the police force in a negative light for lying about this. Not only that, but it'll also ruin Rumi's reputation for stealing her intern's credit. Madara said, causing Rumi to let out a small smile. She should be slightly worried about her partner lying like this, but she didn't seem to care. Especially when the credit was going to go to her. She didn't like taking credit for other people's hard work. It didn't sit right with her and she would have mostly not agreed with Kenji if Madara hadn't spoke up. Kenji himself was thinking of Madara's words. If it's known that the police force lied about this, it could cause some backlash. Something Chief Kenji didn't want to happen. It looks like I'll have to make an exception. He thought to himself while eyeing Madara. This boy. He's been calm and composed the whole time we've been talking. Anything I say won't faze him. It's truly interesting. You're right. I must congratulate and thank you once again for your actions. But I have to say and question you something that has been concerning me. The villains you have defeated so far, I've noticed you've been pretty brutal with them. What's up with that? Care to explain, officer? Madara questioned, playing ignorant for now since he wanted to hear more about this. To my knowledge, the first villains you fought were the ones at USJ. All the villains that were captured were revealed to be crippled, never to be able to walk or function without some sort of help again. Then, there's that time you stopped a bank robbery. One of the attackers apparently had his limbs crushed. That's not all, but the hero killer Stain that you defeated, he was brought in and revealed to be brutally beaten. And the worst of all is Muscular, who literally doesn't have any legs now. I don't know what you did, but that man is probably even more insane than he already was. When we tried interrogating him, he wouldn't answer our questions. All he would do was ask us to kill him, to end his miserable life, constantly insults himself for being a failure and useless. Not only that, but the moment we mention your name to him, an expression of terror and fear is formed on his face. He starts to freak out, looking around the room like he's making sure you're not there. Constantly asking to keep you away from him while crying. Something must have happened during your fight with him. Kenji spoke out while Rumi stayed silent. I might have went too extreme. Madara said, but didn't really care. Do you actually care about those villains, and how they turn out? You can't be serious. The villains at USJ, they were attempting to kill innocent kids in my class. That man who tried to rob the bank killed an officer while also attempting to rape a woman. I'm sure you know this, right? Hero killer Stain was an insane and crazy man who'd kill anyone that didn't fit his description on what a hero should really be like. Muscular, well, who knows why he's acting like that? All I know is that he was a man who loved tormenting others, also a murderer. Now tell me, do you honestly care about the state of these villains? They deserved it. Madara spoke out, staring into the Mendog's eyes the whole time. Yes, that's true, but why wow dash? Before Kenji could continue, he was interrupted by Rumi, who suddenly stood up with Madara. I'm sure we can leave now. We already told you our story. She said, not bothering on waiting for an answer, and walked out the door while holding Madara's hand. Well, goodbye then, I guess. Kenji thought to himself with a sigh. With Madara and Rumi. When the two walked out of the door, they instantly disappeared in a small bolt of lightning, and reappeared on top of the building. Wrapping his arms around Rumi's waist, Madara brought her closer and held her. So do you want to tell me why you did that? He questioned curiously. It was seriously out of nowhere and he didn't really expect it. Sighing, Rumi stroked the long hair of her boyfriend and said, I just didn't like how it was turning into an interrogation. Those cop guys and even other heroes sometimes act like that, and it annoys me. Maybe it's because I just don't do well with other people. I understand what you mean. Fortunately, we don't have to think too much about it since we can finally go to your house. Madara said as he separated from the rabbit hero. Grinning, Rumi gave the young man a quick kiss and rushed off while shouting, I'll race you there. 3, maybe 5-minute head start will make this interesting. Madara thought to himself before he started to count in his head. Chapter 63, Chapter. Author, stop asking me to put All Might in the harem, Imma go to bed. 2,879 words. I'll race you there. Rumi suddenly shouted when she backed away from Madara. Letting out a grin, she used the strength of her legs to kick off from the roof of the building, and instantly rushed towards where her house should be. Feeling the wind blow through her long white hair, and the warm light of the blazing sun hitting against her skin, Rumi couldn't help but feel lively. Feel content and at peace. Maybe it's because she's been in a great mood lately, spending time with her lover. Every second she spent with him brings her absolute joy. The feeling of love. Something that she thought she'd never experience in her lifetime. Especially with her in turn. No, her partner. They have already established that they were more than that, even if the public had no idea. Wait a minute, did I just say love? Do I love him? Yes, yes I do. Why wouldn't I? How couldn't I? Were the thoughts going inside the older woman's head as she continued to sprint and move her legs forward to her destination. Even now when doing something so silly with him, such as racing, her heartbeat quickened. It made her think back to the days when she was younger, and training to get stronger wasn't all she thought about. When interacting with other kids and playing with them was actually enjoyable. Right now, it was completely different since she was spending this moment with a man she loved, but even if it was still 10 times more pleasant. Only he was able to bring this childish side of hers out. Only he was able to get her to open up and meet new people such as his family. It was at this moment when the figure of the man that was just on her mind appeared right next to her. His long dark hair letting loose from the wind, while his eyes shined with mischief, looking so intently at her. In his usual strange way of running that she has never questioned, he looked over at her and smirked. It appeared as if he was going to say something, but Rumi didn't think too much of it. I love you. She shouted at him, still running at her usual pace, but now it was beside him. Madara himself was mesmerized by the smile on Rumi's face that he hasn't seen before. A smile so pure, filled with happiness and love, that he was sure she didn't need to suddenly yell out what she had just said, because this smile alone was enough to get the meaning across. Letting out a small chuckle before he said it back, Madara quickly swooped Rumi into his arms, carrying her as he brought her body closer. The woman wasn't even looking ahead while running. Was she trying to hurt herself? Not thinking too much about it, Madara slowed down a little, just so he could enjoy this with Rumi a little longer. Like that, a simple moment between the couple turned into something that they'll remember for a long time. In Rumi's house, 10 minutes later. Madara POV. Well, that was a unique experience to say the least. I certainly didn't think she would suddenly say that to me, like at all. We haven't been together for long, so it was very unexpected. Some relationships take a while to develop, but some could also grow in a short amount of time. I guess Rumi and I were like this, and I honestly shouldn't be surprised about it. Are you going to go train? I questioned her. She was currently carrying a box which obviously looked heavy, but she wasn't struggling with it at all. Like she was used to carrying it around for long periods of time. From what I remembered, that box held various weights and workout equipment inside of it. The fact that I was going to lose that race made me want to step up my training. You may have ended up carrying me, but I won't forget how I basically lost. So yes, I'm going to go get a workout in, why don't you join me? Ah, she's always like this, and there's honestly nothing wrong with it. When you're around Rumi, nothing ever gets boring. About 10 minutes later, after I helped Rumi set everything up, I stood still, thinking what to do. On what to train. While Rumi was getting her workout in, I was still thinking. I've noticed lately that training right now won't increase my power level, and I'm not sure why, but I've made assumptions. My power won't greatly increase now the more I train, but that's not such a problem. My strength right now is already more than enough. The assumption I made is that I'll need to awaken the Rinnegan. Do I actually need the powerful eye? Not specifically, but I definitely wanted it. Who wouldn't? Unfortunately, I'm not aware on when exactly I'll awaken the Rinnegan. It's random and unpredictable, so for now, I'll have to focus on something else. The eye will come later in the future. I can't increase my power level greatly, but I can make my jutsu stronger. By stronger, I mean with release level, Great Fire Annihilation level as well as Kirin. I definitely have the enormous amount of chakra to do this, so it won't be difficult. Just imagining myself creating a huge tsunami, or a terrifying tornado to overwhelm my opponent brought me a strange sense of joy. That's not all I could try doing. Something I've always wanted to do was create a mini version of my Susanoo. One that'll cover my body up like human armor. It's obvious that the defense won't be as great, but the ability would be worth it. So far, I'm only able to cover my arm, which is actually very great progress. Activating my Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, all of my right arm was soon covered by a familiar blue-like aura. If I were to compare it to something, it was like activating only part of an Iron Man suit with nanotech. This seemed to catch the attention of Rumi who was nearby, since she had come over next to me and asked. Madara, does making it smaller even benefit you? That's of course if my assumptions are right and it decreases the level of defense. I had told her about my Susanoo before, so it wasn't surprising that she asked all this. In fact, judging by the look in her eyes, I would say that she's intrigued. The defense may not be the same, but it does increase my physical abilities, just watch. I told her with a smirk, gesturing for her to back up a good distance away. Kneeling down, I brought my now armored right hand to the ground, and pushed down with enough strength. The result? Multiple cracks spread out into the area, but I wasn't finished. I wanted to try this out while enhancing my arm with chakra. Now this result was completely different. Boom! The loud sound of a crater forming sounded out within the forest. The ground shook and rumbled for 10 seconds straight, causing me to almost go off balance and fall over. Sigh, I shouldn't have never asked. Why am I not even surprised about this? Rumi said. She shook her head and went back to working out, causing me to stare at the sweat all over her body, as well as how her costume stuck closely to her skin. Well, anyways, the reason she's not even surprised about the fact that a simple palm strike caused this much destruction is probably because she's seen me do greater. She's seen me use perfect Susanoo. I'm pretty sure the only thing that'll impress her now is if I actually use the sword of my perfect Susanoo, but that won't be happening anytime soon. After that little segment, Rumi and I continued training ourselves for the past hour. While she was working on her body, I was coming up with new jutsus that I could use that would be very useful. Unfortunately, our time had to come to an end. We had packed everything up and went back inside. Rumi offered for me to freshen up here, and I gladly took the offer. Of course I wasn't sweating or anything since I didn't do any gruesome body training, but it still felt nice. After that, I had left, but not before giving a kiss to Rumi, who went and showered afterwards. Now it was time to pick up a specific periwinkle-haired teenager. With Momo, regular POV. Currently at a certain hero agency, 2 young girls named Momo and Kendo were in front of the hero they have been interning for the last week. Before you girls leave, I wanted to thank you 2 for helping with the commercial. We were actually able to finish it earlier than expected. The blonde-haired celebrity/pro hero said to her 2 interns with a smile. Before the teenagers were even able to respond, Uwabami continued talking, but this time with an apologetic tone to her voice. I'm not finished yet. I also apologize for how I acted towards the 2 of you when you guys had first started. As the days passed, I began to appreciate your efforts to help out, and determination to learn more on what it meant to be a hero. Well, to sum it all up, I'm glad that you 2 were my interns for this week, and I wish you luck for the rest of your hero journey. She sincerely said, which ended up in her being in the arms of the 2 girls. Uwabami knew that Momo and Kendo will probably not meet with her like this for a while, or even at all. Her agency just wasn't for them, even if they were both more than beautiful enough to become celebrities or models. After about 5 minutes of exchanging words to each other, Momo and Kendo walked out of the agency building, and began to talk to each other. She really has changed, don't you think? I wonder if something happened to her. The orange-haired girl questioned Momo, getting a chuckle in return. I doubt it, Kendo. Maybe she just had a change of heart. Momo said with a smile as she continued walking side by side with her newest friend to the train station. With Madara. While he was running, Madara felt a vibration in his pocket, which obviously meant that someone was calling him. Stuffing his right hand into his pocket, he fished out his seemingly indestructible smartphone to figure out who was calling. He had the device on him at all times, which also included when he fought against villains, so it was a surprise how it hasn't been destroyed yet. I'll have to do something about that fast. Ignoring the type of luck I currently have for my phone to not have a single scratch on it, it won't do good if something really does make it break. The Uchiha thought to himself as he answered the phone call. Hey Namiri. This is kind of crazy since I was just about to call you. Madara said to the older woman on the phone. With the speed he was running, it would have made it difficult for her to hear him if he didn't speak up louder. He was also obviously lying, but she didn't need to know that. Telling her he was just about to call her would somewhat make her feel better. He was, after all, going to do so, but just not right now. Oh. Are you trying to be funny? I didn't take you for a comedian. Maybe an actor, or a model, but definitely not someone who can make jokes. Namiri huffed on the other end of the phone, easily figuring out his lie, but she wasn't particularly mad. Something could have happened to him which didn't let him use his phone. That had to be the most probable since trouble just seems to follow him everywhere he goes. I had encountered a slight annoyance when I was on my way to Rumi's house early afternoon today. Nothing happened to me, and I'm completely fine, so you have no need to worry. Madara said, causing the woman on the other end to sigh. I'm not even surprised, Madara. Now that I think about it, woman and problems are the 2 things you seem to always attract. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. You can just put woman and problems into one, since they're basically the same thing. There has to be something else I attract on a daily, but I just can't seem to figure it out. Madara responded, but was mostly talking to himself when he said the last part. What was it that he attracts the most? There were tons of things he could come up with, but all of it he wasn't so sure of. Hearing a sigh come out of the other end of the phone, Madara was broken out of his thoughts and began to pay attention to his teacher/girlfriend once again. Sai, you really are hopeless. So tell me, what exactly happened? I know you're not normal, so a slight annoyance for you could mean a major threat for others. Namiri questioned him with a curious tone to her voice, obviously interested in what he had to say. Well, it went like this, so for the next 5 minutes, the Uchiha explained the slight annoyance to Namiri, who was shocked when she learned who he had defeated. Geez, Madara. It's like every day of the week you do something that makes you even more popular and puts you in a good light. If this gets out, it will definitely surprise others. After all, Muscular wasn't just some thug that robs stores. Sai, you must seriously have some horrible luck when it comes to encountering villains. I'm just glad that you're fine and safe. It's alright, Namiri. There's no need to worry about such a thing. They weren't a match for me anyways, and I didn't sustain any injuries. He said, getting a nod from her, not that he can see it anyways. Yeah, how am I going to get hurt when it was my clone that was fighting the entire time? This also reminds me, I'm going to have to teach Rumi and Namiri how to distinguish my clones and tell if I'm the real Madara or not. It shouldn't take long, maybe a couple weeks at best if I see them on a daily. Nijire and Momo took about a month to do so, but everyone's learning speed is different. The Uchiha thought to himself. Namiri started to speak up again after yawning for the third time. You know, with all of your achievements in just a week, you might as well just graduate early. Do you even need to go to U.A? It doesn't seem like it. You're on a league of your own with that power of yours. I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this. You should just go ahead and make your own agency, but there is a slight problem with that. You're a loner and don't really talk to others and you stay very private, so it'll be difficult to find sidekicks, but then again, you could just make an army of crazy fangirls that are willing to do anything for you. Midnight was obviously joking around about all this. Although she did think Madara shouldn't be a first year since he was so far ahead from everyone else, she didn't think that he should graduate so soon. He still had a lot of things to learn. Plus, she wouldn't get to see him at school if he left so early. I get it, I'm a loner and don't have friends. Why does everyone seem to bring it up so much? Why do I need friends when I have you, Nijire, Momo and Rumi? Madara questioned her, getting a laugh in return. You're right. When you put it like that. Also, why would I need a sidekick if I have clones? If he did create his own hero agency, then he might not even have sidekicks at all. Maybe Rumi will one day join me, the Uchiha thought to himself. After a couple more minutes of talking to each other, Midnight has revealed that she had to go patrol. Apparently she had called him right before she was going, so their conversation unfortunately wasn't long. See you tomorrow early morning at U.A. Midnight said, then hung up, not knowing that she had surprised Madara with her words. School. Shit, I forgot all about that. It's already been a full week, huh? The Uchiha thought to himself with a sigh, already sensing the annoyance he'll feel at the fact that his classmates would probably start asking him so many questions. So he continued on with going to pick up Nijire, while also intending to have that spar with a certain pro hero. Chapter 64, Chapter. Author, my head hurts so this chapter probably isn't so good. 4,084 words. For Nijire Hado, it's been a normal day. Although she was almost late to Ryuko's hero office this morning, everything went as usual as the other days she's been here. Basically working for the dragon hero Ryukyu, the periwinkle-haired girl would help around, and give any aid to the best of her abilities. Being the usual overly kind person she was, Nijire had no problem with it. This would go on till at least early afternoon. Around that time, Nijire, alongside Ryuko, would go out and patrol around the area. Sometimes they would venture further out to other towns and cities, but that didn't happen today. Nothing noteworthy happened during their patrol, since they were only walking nearby the agency. Due to this fact, the crime rate would naturally be lower. Any villain who attacked the area or did something bad near a pro-hero's office, they were probably not in the right state in mind, or just very confident in their abilities. It was like asking to be captured and arrested. Being a pro-hero in the top 10, villains who were weak and cowardly would of course hesitate or downright refuse to do any crime near Ryuko's hero office. After about 3 or more hours of patrolling and making sure the streets were safe, Ryuko and Nijire arrived back to the agency. This would be the time where the pro-hero would send the teenage girl home, and that's where we are right now. Currently inside a decent-sized room that looked somewhat professional, Ryuko stood in front of Nijire, exchanging some words with her, and making light conversation before the girl would leave. Nijire, you're in your last year for hero training, what do you plan to do after you graduate? Do you have any plans? Or perhaps have anyone you would like to be a sidekick for? If you ever decided on that, I'll be more than happy to have you as one. The blonde-haired woman said with a gentle smile while she crossed her arms, something that she's always done when talking with others. Hee, time certainly flies by very fast. It feels like it was just yesterday that I was starting my first year. If I were to be honest, I kind of forgot that I was graduating so soon. And yes, I'm more than happy to work as a sidekick for you afterwards. I honestly don't see myself working for any other hero. But of course, I'm not sure for how long I would actually be a sidekick. It honestly depends on future events. Nijire told the older woman with a big smile, but she became unsure of her words when she was saying the later parts. Of course Ryuko was the obvious choice to work for, but she had other plans for her hero career. Looking at the young girl's facial expressions, Ryuko felt as if she had just pressured her into saying all this so soon. So with a reassuring smile, she spoke up and said, "You don't have to decide on this right now, Nijire. Although, if you ever choose to become a sidekick, you could always do something else later on. For example, joining a team and working with other pro heroes, or even creating your own agency. Yes, those were common things heroes would do, but it wasn't so easy. For creating a team, you would need other pros who were actually willing and would work well together with. And for creating an agency, you would need actual sidekicks and people who work under you, as well as some sort of popularity." For Ryuko, she honestly couldn't see Nijire as the type to run a hero office, but that's only because of the vibes the young girl gives off. Filled with curiosity and innocence, a cute girl who is genuinely kind and gentle. If only the dragon hero knew just how wrong she was in thinking Nijire as innocent. That could all change later on though. Who knows, she could possibly create the best agency in the future. Ryuko joked to herself with a small laugh, not realizing that what she thought would sort of come true. Well, you're right. After being a sidekick, I plan to be on a team with Madara and Momo. It's something that the three of us sometimes talked about, and there's no doubt that it will happen. Nijire said with a smile, thinking of how enjoyable it would be to work on a team with the men she loves and her sister. She could honestly say that the future looked bright. Yeah, being a hero is a great experience and something that Nijire liked to do, but she was sure that it would be 10 times more enjoyable with the people that were close to her. Are you sure this is something that you want to do? I don't want you to feel obligated to follow Madara in the future just because he's your boyfriend. Ryuko said in a slightly worried tone. Of course the woman wasn't objecting to this decision of the young girl, but she just hoped that she was completely sure of this. But judging by the expression Nijire was making right now, Ryuko was 100% sure that she had no need to worry whatsoever. The absolute determination and devoted love that Ryuko saw in Nijire's eyes stunned her. This young girl who was always so bubbly, suddenly gaining a serious expression on her face that somewhat looked out of place on a person like her. What was this? Ryuko wondered. Her mind raced, coming up with possible answers, until she quickly figured out the only one that made sense. This was a girl in love. There's no place I would rather be than with Madara. I would choose being with him in the future, over anything else. There's no doubt that wherever he goes, whatever path he chooses to take, I'll follow him and be right by his side. So yes, I'm sure this is something I want to do. Nijire explained in one breath. Seconds later, her usual bright royal blue eyes shone once again with innocence, almost as if her earlier expression wasn't a thing. This certainly confused Ryuko. Rubbing the back of her head, Nijire sheepishly smiled and said with a small laugh. Oops, it looks like I got carried away. Ryuko only lightly smiled in response, but inside her head was a different matter. There's no doubt now that her strange relationship with Madara will last a very long time. I have to be honest, I had my doubts at first, but definitely not anymore. Her love and loyalty for Madara is pretty cute, but it's also scary. The blonde-haired woman thought to herself with a sigh. She obviously found the way Nijire acted earlier quite strange, but she wasn't going to think too much about it. Nijire was just a girl who deeply loved her boyfriend. How deep was that love? Ryuko didn't know, but it's not like this type of information was important to her, and that was exactly why she wasn't going to think too much about it. As Ryuko was just about to respond back to the teenager, the temperature in the room suddenly increased, greatly alarming her. Looking around, she couldn't find anything that would cause this, but she easily figured it out when Nijire suddenly shouted. Madara. The young girl said with a big smile, confusing the older woman because said boy wasn't anywhere to be found in the room. That was until it happened. The sound of sparks sounded out, causing Ryuko to look behind Nijire, who looked completely unconcerned, almost as if she was oblivious to what was happening around her. Seconds later, bright flames of fire formed out of nowhere, swirling upwards until a figure appeared. Oh, now I understand, but why the hell did he have to be so dramatic with his entrance? And didn't I tell him not to do this again? Ryuko thought to herself with a sigh. The moment he appeared, Nijire was already on him, kissing his lips like her life depended on it, not caring that her sensei was right there looking at her. Nijire, it's good to see you too. Madara said after they separated, with the girl still holding on to him while floating a little. I asked you to come by later on, but I didn't really expect you to do so. I was just about to leave here. Nijire said, genuinely glad that he came. Before the Uchiha could respond, a voice sounded out, which obviously came from the only other person that was in the room with the two teenagers. So, I thought I told you to be careful when doing something like that. You know I was just about to transform, thinking a villain was attacking. Ryuko spoke up, but got no reaction out of the long-haired young man. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought that Madara didn't care for what she had just said. She hoped she was wrong though. Maybe Ryuko should have expected this since Madara arrived here last time in a swirl of flames just like today, but the whole thing with the heat never happened. This could almost confirm her questions about whether he did it on purpose or not, just to be dramatic. Well anyways, I just came from Rumi's house, and thought I would stop by and pick Nijire up. I hope you don't mind. Madara said, basically ignoring what the older woman had said earlier. How's Mirko doing? It looks like she lets you get out earlier than most. Sometimes by late afternoon, pro heroes would be out patrolling with their interns. You must be lucky for getting to go home so early. Ryuko spoke out, getting Nijire to agree with her. Yes, that's true, I am lucky for that. Also, Rumi is doing fine lately. She's been a tad bit more social, interacting with others more. Madara told her. And how's your internships going with her? It seems to me like you guys rarely ever go patrolling. When browsing the comments of the video that showed you at the bank, I came across some people mentioning how you were never sighted around that area again. Ryuko questioned him curiously. Well, we don't exactly go patrolling that often. Actually, that day was the only time Rumi and I went out. We usually stay at her house and spar with each other. She's a difficult opponent, so it greatly helped me improve my abilities. Madara spoke out, with Ryuko 100% believing him. The Uchiha didn't bother telling the dragon hero about how he constantly defeats Rumi in spars. She would obviously deny it and wouldn't believe him. So he just chose to not say anything at all. Before Ryuko could respond, Nijire, who was still in Madara's arms, spoke up and said. Speaking of spars, why don't you two have one? Ryuko has always talked about wanting to defeat you. The girl said with a smile, looking back and forth at the two. I'm not sure. I know that Madara's quirk is pretty destructive, and fighting may cause a lot of damage to the room. We could find a place outside, but I feel as if that's too late. Ryuko said. She actually didn't expect for her and Madara to spar so soon, so she didn't plan ahead. She knew the capabilities the young man had and fighting him would for sure greatly damage the small training room that was basically the basement. Don't worry about that. My quirk would allow me to fix the damage. Madara told her, getting a nod and sigh in return. Okay, if that's true then follow me. Ryuko said as she walked out of the room to go to where the training room was, with Nijire and Madara following behind. It didn't take long for them to get there since the building wasn't too big. Once Ryuko looked back, she was slightly confused on why Madara and Nijire weren't standing so close like they always do. Almost as if they weren't even a couple. Well, I hope you're ready, Madara. The dragon hero said with a small smirk, looking forward to this small match. Once Ryuko walked inside, Nijire turned to Madara and asked, can you go easy on her? I know how you get sometimes during spars or when fighting with other people. Letting out a small chuckle, Madara walked inside the training room, and left Nijire, but not before saying. Don't worry, I've been holding back my whole life. Another time won't make any difference. The moment Madara appeared across from Ryuko, he looked around the room to see just what kind of jutsus and techniques he could utilize. The training room wasn't small, but it wasn't UA type of big either. Madara could make the assumption that the room was at least 2 or 3 times bigger than Class 1A's classroom. Which means that it was more than enough space for the two to fight it out. This also meant that he couldn't use his overly flashy destructive moves on the pro hero, not that he'd need to use such a thing anyways. He couldn't use his more powerful widespread attacks either, or else he'd risk destroying the whole place. Sitting on a table near the corner of the room while dangling her legs, Nijire had an excited smile on her face, looking forward to seeing how her sensei would lose. Feeling an arm wrap around her waist, she looked to her right, just to see Madara there. You seem a little too excited for this. The young man said, pulling Nijire closer. Even if she's fighting a clone, it would still be interesting to watch. Also, I want to see the look on her face when she loses to you. Every time I tell her that you would be the one to win in a spar, she never believed me. Not letting Madara respond back, the periwinkle-haired girl suddenly shouted out. Okay, ready. Start. Neither Ryuko or Madara moved a muscle. For Madara, it was because he knew the match would be over if he made the first move, which is something he wouldn't enjoy. For Ryuko, it was because the moment Nijire said start, she noticed just how different the Uchiha seemed to be. His whole demeanor changed, becoming indifferent and looking at her like he was daring for her to take a step forward. It honestly gave her an uncomfortable feeling being stared at like that, but she ignored it and instantly made her move. It didn't take long for the previously humanoid Ryuko to turn into a dragon. Dragon. The exact name of Ryuko's quirk that gave her the ability to turn into a large western dragon with white and gray scales and even gave her wings. Get ready, Madara. Ryuko said, her voice sounding a little deeper in her dragon form. What an interesting quirk. This fight will truly be kind of strange for me. Of course not difficult, but strange, I have never fought a person with a transformation type of quirk like this before. He thought so himself. Ryuko suddenly launched forward towards him, making her move with her dragon hands intending to hit Madara. Just because I haven't fought someone like this, it doesn't mean I won't still easily defeat her. Let's go with jutsu only for this fight. The young man thought to himself as he brought his hands together. Before the older woman had a chance to attack Madara, a ring of fire suddenly appeared around him, causing her to instantly react by backing away. Oh. That's an interesting trick. It looks like you have great control over your flames. Unfortunately for you, my dragon form gives me great durability. You better hope it actually does damage. Ryuko said out loud, preparing to either fly over it, or just go right through the fire, which wouldn't really damage her. But as soon as she got close, the flames would stretch out and attack her, almost as if it was like a whip. When it would land on her, Ryuko didn't expect to actually feel it, since she thought only Endeavor's flames could actually do damage to her. What's wrong? You seem so hesitant on attacking now. Don't tell me that small attack of mine already made you want to quit fighting me. Madara's voice sounded out from inside the ring of fire. If this made me quit, how could I have ever called myself a pro hero? Ryuko responded back, attacking once again in the process. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to come close to the Uchiha. Every time she would come near him, his hot fire would attack her, and the ring would even stretch out forwards and upwards, becoming bigger and bigger. It went on like this for a couple minutes, with Ryuko questioning what she was actually doing wrong, and Madara growing bored. To make it more interesting, he decided to use a move he hasn't used before. Although it won't be the same size, the power would still be enough to stop the dragon known as Ryuko Tatsuma. It's like he has the perfect set of moves to defeat me. If on my I could get close to him. A good hit on him and the match would already be over. Judging by the fire that's constantly keeping me back, it's like he already knew this. The older woman thought to herself, thinking of ways on how to proceed with this. Unfortunately for her, she didn't have time to do that, because something had formed in front of her that was made out of wood, and about the same size as her dragon form. A golem with a dragon around it. What the, does he have the ability to summon things? It's as if it has a mind of its own by the way it's looking at me. Ryuko thought to herself in shock as she stared at the humanoid creature that had an Oni-like face. Of course she didn't let her shock affect her. Being confident in her strength, she instantly chose to attack and bring it down herself. That was the plan, but unfortunately it didn't go that way at all. The wooden golem easily overpowered the pro hero. With just one punch, she was already on the ground groaning in pain. Despite her immense durability, she was still unable to contend against the creature. No, against Madara. Even if it was the Uchiha's first time fighting with this jutsu, he was still able to easily control it. Man, this is actually pretty fun jutsu to use. Like my own puppet to use against others. Makes me wonder if I should just start making wood structures that look like titans from Attack on Titan. Madara thought to himself, while also deciding that it was best to just end this when he saw Ryuko struggling on the ground. Controlling the dragon that was wrapped around the golem's torso, Madara had it wrap around the woman, easily securing her in place. Why do I feel like my quirk is getting weaker and weaker when wrapped around this wood dragon? It's not a big change, but it's still concerning. How frightening this ability is. It seems like his wood element isn't exactly normal. Ryuko thought to herself in shock. Of course Madara had no idea about this ability of his, but he would find out later on. Transforming back, Ryuko panted and laid on the ground, with slight pain, but nothing too serious. Madara had made the golem and fire disappear, and walked towards the woman with his hand out. It was a good spar. One of the most difficult fights I've had in a while. Madara said with a straight face. Taking his hand and getting up, Ryuko sighed and said, I can't tell if you're being serious or not, but congratulations. Watching you fight from a screen and actually being against you is very different. I'll always remember that. Your abilities are also amazing, there's no doubt that you'd be able to easily capture any villain that crosses your path. Letting out a small smile, Madara thanked her. Instead of being a sore loser and complaining about being defeated by a student, she had actually praised him for his abilities. I look forward to seeing your accomplishments in the future, Madara Uchiha. Ryuko said with another smile. With a nod of his head, Madara walked towards the now alone Nijire, and said. Well, it looks like I won't have to fix anything. We didn't really cause any damage. Also, I think it would be best for the two of us to leave now. I might just fall over and take a nap anytime now. Thinking that Madara was exhausted, Ryuko of course let them leave, not before saying goodbye to Nijire of course. Now outside on top of the building, Madara dispelled, obviously being a clone the whole time. While that happened, the original appeared and carried Nijire while running towards the Yaoyorozu mansion. Now I have defeated 2 of the pro heroes that are in the top 10. Only 8 more to go. Madara said with a grin, thinking of All Might, Endeavor and the others. Haha, Madara, you're so mean. I wonder how Ryuko would feel if she ever knew that she was fighting a clone the whole time. Nijire suddenly spoke up, getting Madara to shake his head. There's no doubt that she would start questioning her own abilities and curse herself for losing that badly. I don't think so. She isn't really the type to do such a thing. I imagine that she would still accept her defeat, like she did today. Nijire responded back. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone would feel insignificant and question their own strength if they ever lost that badly. Just imagine you being defeated by some 10-year-old, and you found out that he was barely trying and used less than 50% of his strength. Madara said, getting the periwinkle-haired girl to cringe when imagining that scenario. Yes, I can understand what you mean now. Madara continued running with Nijire in his arms in comfortable silence. That was until the girl started speaking once again, asking Madara a sudden question. So I was talking to Ryuko earlier, and she asked me what I wanted to do in the future. Of course I wanted to be her sidekick, but I also said I want to be on a team with you and Momo, since we've always talked about this long before. What do you think about it? Do you still plan on doing that once you graduate? Madara didn't expect this since he hasn't really been thinking about it that much. He still had a couple years left, so he didn't need to worry about things like that, but he realized that Nijire was actually in her last year. Of course I still plan for that to happen, but not just a team. We can make a whole agency called Uchiha Clan. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Madara questioned her with a smile as he looked down at her. And why Uchiha? Why not? Nijire didn't get a chance to finish what she was saying since her boyfriend had interrupted her. Knowing that the periwinkle-haired girl wasn't good with naming at all, Madara chose to intervene. Well, that's because by the time we actually form this agency, all the members are going to be my wives. You, Momo, and hopefully Midnight and Rumi as well. I know the two older women haven't been with me for so long, but dating them means that I don't plan to ever separate from them. Blushing at the fact that Madara had just said he was going to marry her in the future, Nijire nodded her head with a smile and didn't say anything else. She was way too happy and looking forward to the future with Madara, that was going to be filled with nothing but happiness for them. And so the two continued their journey towards the Yaoyorozu mansion, not realizing that the news of Madara defeating Muscular was currently airing. Chapter 65, Chapter. Author, just a short chapter about Shoto and his mother Rei. I don't know if I got the personalities right, it's so hard to do lol. 1,205 words. Hadn't had a chapter this short since chapter 28. While Madara and Nijire were enjoying their time together as they went towards the Yaoyorozu mansion, a particular half-and-half teenager was currently walking in the halls of a certain hospital. Shoto Todoroki, one of Class 1A's strongest students, as well as the son of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Today was the last day of internships, so the teenager didn't do anything serious like training or patrolling with any of his father's sidekicks. Instead, he decided that it was a good idea to visit his mother, Rei Todoroki. She was the wife of Endeavor, as well as the woman who burned Shoto's face. That man would constantly abuse her, ruining her once caring and loving personality, causing her to become mentally unstable. This was a huge reason why Endeavor in the anime was such a disliked character. Why most despised him. Why Shoto hated him. Fortunately, she was now well, and returned back to how she previous was due to being away from Endeavor. The fact that her son recently visited her also greatly helped. Arriving at the familiar door to his mother's room, Shoto lightly knocked, but opened it right away. There she was, sitting on her hospital bed while distantly looking out the window that was right next to her, staring at whatever caught her attention. A woman with an average height and build, white hair with long bangs, as well as tired-looking gray eyes. Rei Todoroki. Seeing her son visiting her once again, she looked at him with care, and smiled at him with parental love. Shoto. She gently said his name, genuinely happy to see him again. Happy that his visit wasn't just a one-time thing. Mother. I brought you flowers. Shoto responded back, having nothing else to say. Even though they have basically reconciled already, their interactions were still a tad bit awkward, but they were getting there. Thank you. You can put them over with the other ones you brought in last time. Rei said, feeling grateful that Shoto had brought her a gift. Even if they were just simple flowers you could find anywhere, and even if they were the same as the last ones, she didn't care because the fact that her son gave them to her warmed her heart. Doing as she said, Shoto put the flowers inside a vase that was filled with water. Afterwards, he brought a chair over and placed it right next to his mother's hospital bed. So what did you come here for? Rei asked her son, adjusting herself so she can properly face him for this conversation. I came to see you, that's all. Shoto told her while looking down, obviously lying. Something that the white-haired woman easily caught on to. How could she not? She was his mother after all. Shaking her head, Rei gently took her son's hand and held it. She would always do this when he was a child, and it didn't seem to go away when he grew up. When the teenage boy looked up at her, it was then that the mother understood she would need to talk to him and help him with her best abilities. I'm sure it's not that simple. I can see it, Shoto. The conflicted feelings right through your eyes. What's bothering you? Ray questioned in concern. It's just that. Due to recent revelations, I've changed my views on things. As you already know, I've chosen to work in that man's agency for my internship. Pausing, Shoto looked at his mother worriedly, afraid that she would react if he even mentioned the fire hero, but all he saw was her smiling at him. Even if Ray still held fear for Endeavor, she wasn't going to overreact. Especially when her son needed to talk to her. She wanted to be there for him. Go on, she said, being patient with him. I always thought it was best to be the best. To rise to the top, so I chose that agency to greatly improve myself. To see the look of shame on that man's face when I surpass all the others and become number one. But how can I do that when, Shoto was going to say, but was interrupted by his mother. When he heard her words, an expression of shock instantly appeared on his face. It's just like NG. The distant voice and sigh of Ray greeted his ears. What do you mean? Shoto questioned, feeling genuinely confused. The look on your face told me all I needed to know, and what you were going to say. It's just like how NG was with All Might. How he looked when thinking of his rival. The sound of his voice once he realized he would never be able to achieve his goal. It's the same situation with you, right? There must be someone that's greatly affecting you. That's making you think all this. Someone whose strength is greater than yours that made you feel this bitter. Ray said, actually being very worried, even though she didn't outwardly show it. She didn't want her son to become obsessed with this, because it was exactly how his father was. She didn't want him to become like Endeavor, who became so desperate to be number one. I can't escape anything from you. Yes, you've watched the sports festival, so you must know how badly I lost to a certain someone. It was humiliating, but even then I was able to calm my feelings down, meet you for the first time in a while and then shake hands with the person, hoping to battle him once again. Shoto explained. It sounds to me that you have found a potential friend. Even if you and this boy didn't end up on bad terms, you still can't help but be frustrated with yourself, and it must be because of his constant achievements. Am I right? Ray questioned, knowing exactly who her son was talking about. She has watched the sports festival herself, and she had to admit that she didn't like seeing her son get thrashed like that. How did you know? Shoto asked, seriously questioning if his mother was all-knowing. Shoto, you must have forgotten that I have a TV here. Watching the news is something that I often do, and this Madara boy has been all over it for the past week. Ray explained. Seeing that this situation with her son wasn't as bad as she thought, she spoke up once again and said. How I see it. It looks like this conflict with yourself won't resolve if you don't talk to the young man. He doesn't seem to be someone who'll mock you for your lose, so having a genuine conversation is possible. Who knows, maybe you two could even become friends. Friends. Shoto thought to himself. Looking at his mother, he let out a smile, which was pretty rare for him, and said. Thank you, mother. So for the next couple of hours, the two stayed and talked with each other. Fortunately for Shoto, Ray didn't have the TV turned on, or else they would have seen something new about the boy they were just talking about. Chapter 66, Chapter. Author, I almost deleted this chapter lol. No surprise here, but Imma go sleep once again. 2,530 words. It didn't take long for the duo of Madara and Nijire to finally arrive in front of the Yaoyorozu mansion. Although Madara wasn't using his full speed due to Nijire wanting to fully experience the journey, a moderate pace was still good. Madara just had to make sure that he won't get seen jumping from building to building by anyone, or caught on camera. Of course this won't get him in trouble since he's not even using his quirk, but it's unnecessary attention that he didn't want and need. With the sky turning a beautiful dark orange, and the air becoming cooler, he walked towards the front door while having the bubbly and somewhat innocent girl in his arms. Long black and periwinkle hair lightly flowed together in the windy afternoon, as the couple enjoyed their silence. Unfortunately, that was broken due to Madara yawning out loud since he was feeling a bit sleepy. Eyes dropping ever so often, while his usual straight posture weakened. Due to events like his fight against Muscular and Dabi, going to the police department, training at Rumi's as well as sparring against Ryuko, he was kind of tired. Of course that doesn't mean he was out of stamina or ran out of chakra. That would be near impossible at this point. His endurance was insane, and the amount of chakra he had was enormous. The young man was just sometimes lazy, and his big comfy bed currently seemed like the best thing in the world right now. All he wanted to do was close his eyes and fall into eternal slumber. Okay, now I'm just being dramatic. The Uchiha thought to himself with a slight shake of his head. Are you tired, Madara? It looks like you're in this type of mood. Is what Nijire said when she noticed his actions and heard the sudden yawn. You could say that. I've done a lot today, so I'm glad we're finally home. Madara responded back, another yawn threatening to be let out. You're right about that. Momo must be home right now, so we can go and take a nap like we usually do. Nijire said, causing Madara to look down into her royal blue eyes. Smirking, the Uchiha and the young girl disappeared from their previous spot in a small bolt of bright blue lightning. This was obviously Madara using Shunshin to appear inside the mansion, which also seemed to not catch the attention of those inside. His parents, Aiko and June, were sitting down on the couch with Momo nearby as well. It was like they didn't notice he was here, and strangely, Nijire was silent as well. It wasn't until he opened his mouth when they looked over at him, but he didn't receive the warm greeting that he was used to. Something is wrong, Madara thought to himself. His tired-looking eyes shooting wide awake, almost as if his sleepiness had completely disappeared. If something happened, then he needed to be fully aware and not be half asleep. Madara. His mother Aiko simply said with a straight face, looking right into his eyes. Brown staring at black. Looking over, he saw his girlfriend Momo, as well as his father June staring at the TV. Strangely, there was no sound coming from it, so Madara can only assume that it was currently on mute, or the volume was greatly lowered. Of course there was the chance that it was broken, but that was very unlikely. Madara began to walk right inside the living room with Nijire following to see just what his father and Momo had been staring at on the TV. So, are you going to explain why you seem to get into some sort of problem every other day? Aiko questioned, taking the remote that was next to her, and pressing the unmute button while pointing at the TV with it. Yes, that's right. UA first year, Madara Uchiha has brought in a known villain and murderer, Muscular, earlier today. The female news reporter had said, but was muted once again right after. Shaking his head with a sigh, Madara's tired eyes once again appeared when he realized it was nothing too serious. When he realized that nothing was actually wrong. The media sure is quick with it. It also looks like that dog actually believed my words about people recording my fight. So much for chief police. The Uchiha thought to himself. Madara, is that why you're tired? You've been basically fighting all day, haven't you? Nijire asked as she gently pulled his sleeve, obviously joking since she knew something simple as this won't deplete his stamina so much. Seeing how he was unamused, the cute girl suddenly smiled brightly and asked, so, how was it? Was he strong? Was he perhaps a challenge? How did his quirk work? Before he was able to speak up, June had opened his mouth and said, Madara, it's like you get into some situation every other day. First it was the bank robbery, then it was the Hosu incident, now it's this. Am I missing something? Although he said this, June wasn't all that worried, and it was the same for everyone else in the room. Why was that? It's because Madara had showed them part of his power. Showed them what he was capable of. That's true, Madara, what father said is right. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if something else happened in the next 2 days. Momo said as she got up from the coach and walked up to him for a quick kiss and long hug. What's next? Are you going to solve the world's worst problems by next week? Aiko said with a huff, while crossing her arms. Well, it was an unlucky encounter. Madara said with Momo and Nijire in his arms. Fortunately, you showed your power to your father and I. If you didn't do this, I would have most likely passed out by now due to being so worried. She told her son, who nodded with a small smile. You know, our classmates are going to question you all day tomorrow. You've done some pretty eye-catching stuff this whole week. Some are already texting me asking about you. The sound of Momo's muffled voice greeted his ears. Good thing they don't have my number. He replied back. Not only that, but your popularity will grow even more. Your following will also increase, so I say this being revealed is a good thing. Nijire said, quickly correcting herself. Well, if it was before, I would have been annoyed at this since I find having such a huge following is not enjoyable, but I'll just have to quit bitching about it and accept it. Madara said, getting June to react. Watch your language, son. Geez, shut up, June. Aiko immediately said to the father as she pinched his waist, getting him to blush and nod his head. Yeah, I'm going to go shower now and then take a nap. Goodbye. Madara told his parents before he disappeared in a bolt of lightning with Nijire and Momo. Like this, Madara's name has once again spread throughout the media, gaining even more attention, and having some villains start to actually be wary of him. Muscular was a man known to be vicious and cruel, but a teenage boy who was just in his first year had defeated him. This obviously shocked most, as well as having Madara starting to have more and more eyes that were constantly waiting to see what he does next. Even a boy named Kota started to pay attention to him. In a somewhat dark room. Sensei, we should have had Muscular killed when he was in his cell. Or not have this information leaked out. Now that Brat is getting all this glory with people constantly praising him. Tomura shouted in rage, something that All for One was for sure used to. That wouldn't be possible. There were already people who saw Madara carrying the body of Muscular and bringing him into the police department with that rabbit hero of his. The villain calmly said. It was currently just him and the man-child talking together. No one else was here, and that included Kurogyari. Even though AFO said this, he was still confused on why this got out, since it was known that Mirko wasn't with the young men when he fought Muscular and Dabi. He must have done something. Which means he wants a following. Of course I could be wrong, but it's a strong possibility. Just what is he thinking of doing? Then, why don't we go and attack him, but this time you come with us. You can defeat him, right? We can do it. No, I can do it. I'll defeat him myself, sensei. All it'll take is one touch and he'll finally be gone forever. Tamura said, furiously scratching his neck while his breathing became heavy. Don't be stupid, Tamura. Don't even think of even trying to fight that boy when you're currently like this. You're going to have to train harder, but that's not all. Those emotions of yours are a huge problem right now. Your greatest weakness, something that Madara will be able to easily exploit. No, not just him, but anyone else, including the members of the League. Calm yourself and be patient. I've told you this countless times. All for One said, sounding more harsh than he usually was with the light blue-haired villain. It must be because we have gotten no information from Dabi. Ever since he's woken up, he's only had a vacant look in his eyes while staying silent. I didn't know one defeat would cause him to be like that. I certainly didn't expect him to be so weak-minded either. Kurogyari said he'll probably get out of that funk in a couple days. He better be right. All for One thought to himself. What the men didn't know was that Dabi currently had a dead look in his eyes because he faced the monster known as Madara Uchiha. It was to be expected, really. Even the greatest of men could turn into nothing but a mere coward when up against him. Something that All for One will find out later down the line. Udata High, Nizu's office. Inside the principal's office of UA, Nizu sat behind his desk while watching the news on his tablet that was currently in front of him. He's been doing this for the past week, and each time something about Madara was brought up, the mouse would curse himself for suspecting the boy as a villain. I could say that I'm proud, even when neither I nor the teachers have had any hand in his success so far. Even then, just him being a student here is enough to put the school in a good light. But there's also a problem. Aizawa's words make sense. This young man is either a problem since he's so far ahead of the other kids, but then again, there's nothing we could do about it. It's not like I would do anything either. This is just something the students will have to overcome. Who said the path of being a hero was easy? Nizu thought to himself as he took a bite from the bag of delicious cheese he was holding. This is some good stuff. Unfortunately, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by the sound of his ringtone. Reluctantly putting his bag of cheese down, Nizu took his phone out of his pocket, but noticed the caller. Not the chief again. I can't just hang up though, it'll be too suspicious. The mouse thought to himself. Hello. What is it this time, Kenji? Nizu, I'm sure you watch the news. Haha, that kid is smart, you know. He actually fooled me into giving him credit for this. It's honestly embarrassing for me. The voice on the other end said. I did find it strange. So why did you call me? Why else would I? For the same reason why I called you last time, but you hung up the moment I said it, Madara. Why was that? The dog headman questioned, getting Nizu to swiftly make up a lie. Well, that's truly strange. I apologize for that, but at that time, I was busy. I had to quickly hang up since I had to talk with one of my staff members about something very important. Nizu said, sounding very believable. Anyways, before you hang up again, I wanted to talk about that boy's personality. No, you don't have to worry too much about that, Kenji. I already talked with the young man, and there's nothing wrong with him, and nothing to concern about. Nothing to be wary over, and nothing to be scared of. Nizu said, mostly sounding as if he was convincing himself. Alright, okay. Fine. I'll trust your words and listen to your judgment, but there is something to be scared of. At least for me there is. I fear what will happen if the Uchiha one day snaps. Where villains aren't the only ones who'd challenge him and try to defeat him. Kenji said right before he hung up. Me too, Kenji, me too. Nizu thought to himself with a frown as he recalled the look in Madara's eyes when the boy had threatened him. Yaoyorozu Mansion. The sky had turned dark, but the light of the moon and stars now appeared. In a spacious room, you can see 3 figures sleeping peaceful on a large bed. That was until the figure in the middle suddenly opened his eyes. Madara had just woke up when he sensed someone approaching the mansion's front door. He couldn't have clones guarding the outside area when he was sleeping, but that wasn't too much of a problem. Carefully removing the limbs that were hung onto him, Madara got up, making sure he didn't wake his girls. Being successful with that, he silently used Shunshin to appear downstairs and open the door. Rumi. What are you doing here so late? The Uchiha questioned while rubbing his eyes, obviously still tired. The older woman was currently in a disguise of sorts. With a backpack hung around her shoulders, she wore baggy pajama pants, long black hoodie, a white cap that covered the top of her head, and was made specifically for her, while her hair was tied into a ponytail, as well as rabbit slippers. Madara also couldn't miss the rabbit stuffed toy she was tightly holding. What the hell, why does she look so cute? I was sleeping, well I was trying to sleep, but I just couldn't. That's when I realized that I missed your warmth, so I put all this on, hoping not to be recognized, but I think my ears are a dead giveaway. Rumi said with a yawn. Seeing how tired she was, Madara instantly took her inside, locked the doors and then went up to his room to have the most comfortable night ever. Chapter 67, Chapter. Author, just a little spar before they go to UA. 1848 words. Next day. The night sky had disappeared, and the sun once again rose in the early morning. Yesterday, Rumi wasn't comfortable with sleeping inside her house alone anymore, so she dressed up, disguised herself and took the train to the Yaoyorozu mansion. Madara had woken up from his nap with Nijire and Momo, went downstairs and opened the door for the rabbit hero. After that had happened, he brought her to his room, and had enjoyed the most comfortable night since he's been reborn. Sleeping with Nijire, Momo, and Rumi cuddled up to him was something he would have never thought would happen in his past life, but this was now his reality. After a good amount of hours of sleep, the three girls had woke up, just see the bed empty. Their boyfriend wasn't there, and they didn't hear him in the bathroom either, so they could only make the assumption that he had left the room in general. With the teenagers, they really should have been shocked to see Rumi there, but all they did was greet her like it was completely normal. The rabbit hero was slowly getting more comfortable, and adapting to this new life of hers. After a couple minutes of some light conversation, the three girls left the room, and went downstairs just to see Madara in the kitchen drinking a glass of water while in his workout clothes. Madara. You don't usually train so early. Well, you haven't in a while. Nijire said as she stretched her body with a long yawn, exposing her midsection for the young men in front of her. You're right. Just don't want to be too lazy. You three can go back to bed if you want since I won't take too long. We still have a lot of time left until we actually have to go back to school. Madara told them, saying the last part with a sigh, obviously not looking forward to going. You seem dejected, Madara. Are you really that scared of education? Rumi spoke out, causing Nijire and Momo to chuckle. Nope, he just sometimes hates the attention he gets. And from his achievements this week, there's no doubt that his annoyance will spike up today. Momo told Rumi, who was now looking around the refrigerator for a juicy carrot. If that annoys him, then how has he not gone insane from fangirls? Now that I've thought about it, with my time with Madara, I haven't seen one approach him. I guess they're shy, or someone threatened them. Rumi said jokingly after she finally found a couple carrots. No one noticed the subtle glint in Momo's eyes when Rumi finished talking. How about instead of going back to bed, we all have a spar? Nijire said as she threw her arms in the air, catching the other three's interest. You mean, us three, against him? Momo questioned, gesturing to herself and the other two girls, then pointed to Madara who looked uninterested. Yes, let's do it. Rumi said with a big grin, emitting her lust for battle. Are you guys sure? You three have never fought together, so it might be kind of difficult. Madara spoke out as he finished his glass of water. I don't see the problem. It could be great training for Nijire and Momo. They'll one day both have to fight together with other heroes who are basically strangers, so this match is somewhat beneficial. Rumi said, thinking about her own experiences. Being someone who always went solo, the rabbit hero at first had a difficult time communicating and fighting well with others when she had to. Of course this was all in the past, but it was something pretty annoying for her. Something that Rumi at the time didn't think she would need to fix, but she was mistaken. Alright then, if you say so. Go ahead and change into your workout clothes. I know you only brought your hero costume, Rumi, but Momo can make you a brand new outfit. I'll be waiting in the forest where I usually train. Madara said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke to go look for his bow staff/gun by since he wanted to fight with it against the three girls. Okay Rumi, since we've only recently met, you don't have any information on me and Nijire's quirks. It's also the same for us, so maybe we can share with each other while Madara waits. Momo suggested with a smile as the three of them walked up the stairs to go to her room. Sounds like a plan. 30 minutes later. In the middle of the forest outside of the Yaoyorozu mansion, the leaves rustled in the morning wind, as the sound of footsteps shuffling through the leaves on the ground invaded Madara's ears. He's been standing here, waiting patiently for the three girls that thought it was a good idea to face him, and after 30 minutes, they were finally in front of him. Obviously they must be tired, otherwise they would have realized how hopeless this all was. Of course he could just go easy on them, more so Nijire and Momo, but there was no way Madara was going to do that. Why would he? My hands are bisexual, I have no problem with fighting girls or even hitting them. Madara thought to himself as he cracked his knuckles. It's not like this was the first time Momo and Nijire were sparring against Madara, but the young man was always more passive during those fights. Doing more dodging than attacking. Only knocking them off their feet until they got back up, and then repeat, but today was going to be different. You guys finally came. I honestly thought you gave up already. He said to Nijire, Momo, and Rumi, who were all in their workout clothes, causing him to blatantly stare. Something that three girls secretly liked and didn't mind at all. Humph, we're ready when you are. Momo shouted, causing the Uchiha to smirk and activate his Sharingan. Asterisk gulp asterisk hee, I forgot how it felt to go against Madara. We haven't fought him in a while. Nijire said with a slightly nervous tone to her voice while floating off the ground. Don't worry girls, we'll fight just how we planned. Rumi told them. Something that Madara noticed was that Nijire and Momo were a couple feet behind Rumi. This obviously meant that the rabbit hero herself was going to engage close combat with him, while the other two girls will try attacking him from a distance. Spinning his bow staff with his fingers, Madara took a small breath and looked at the people in front of him. It's your first move. Attack when you want to. As soon as he said those words, Rumi instantly rushed towards him with her first out, causing him to smirk and slightly move his body to avoid it. You know attacking me like that won't always work, Rumi. Madara said before he hit her back with his bow staff, causing her to stagger forward. Are you already forgetting about the others? Don't underestimate them. Rumi replied back with a small chuckle. Of course not. Sensing something approaching him, Madara looked back and saw that Momo had attacked him with a taser, while Nijire used one of her spiral blast. Yes, spiral. With the use of her quirk named wave motion, Nijire is able to convert her own vitality into energy that releases powerful shock waves, but unfortunately her attacks were slow, making it easy for Madara to dodge. You guys are using projectiles, even when you know I have my Sharingan active, and know just how insane my reaction speed is. Your best bet is to face me head-on in hand-to-hand combat, or try to catch me off guard. It looks like that's exactly what you guys were trying to do, but Rumi is far too slow in my eyes for me to ever get caught like that. Madara said as he dodged another one of the rabbit hero's punches. Seeing as this was going nowhere, he decided that it was his turn to attack, so he jumped up high into the air. Momo. Get off the ground. Rumi shouted just before Madara quickly descended back down and formed a huge crater once his foot connected with the floor of the forest. Luckily Nijire was already floating in the air. Rumi jumped high to land on a branch, while Momo quickly created a grappling hook to hang on the side of a tree. Now all three of them were once again side by side. Nijire, quick. Send a powerful blast in the middle of the smoke. Momo said as she created a loaded pistol, and aimed it right where she told the periwinkle-haired girl to attack. The sound of 2 gunshots sounded out in the forest. It wasn't hard to tell that Momo's shots were being blocked by something, and it wasn't hard to figure out just what it was. It's his gun by. The black-haired girl thought to herself. Okay. Brace yourself, Madara. Nijire shouted with a large smile as bright yellow swirls of energy appeared on both of her hands. Seconds later, it enlarged and shot right towards where Momo had told her to shoot. Unfortunately, nothing had happened. Until. Uchiha reflection. The smoke cleared to show Madara with his gun by out, emitting a bright light. Even though Nijire, Momo, and Rumi know how strong Madara is, it's not like they know every one of his techniques and moves. This was one of them. The 2 students had no time to react, and unfortunately had been hit with the blast, causing them to instantly go unconscious. Of course Rumi was able to. Being able to quickly move from one branch to another, and finally landing on the ground, but that didn't last too long as she was suddenly forced on her stomach with someone sitting on her back. It looks like I win. I know those 2 can't hear me, but you worked very well together. There were times when I felt my life flash before my eyes. I could say this was one of my most difficult battles to date. Madara said. TCH, must you be an asshole about it? Difficult fight. That wasn't even a fight. It didn't even last 5 minutes. Rumi said, not even bothering to struggle out of the Uchiha's hold. I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, let's go back inside. My parents must be awake by now, and we have to check if Nijire and Momo are okay. Madara said as he walked over to the 2 girls. After checking them over, he carried Momo while Rumi carried Nijire, and walked back to the mansion. School was going to start, and Madara naturally would go there earlier than usual, so he was going to take a shower as soon as he woke the 2 girls up. I'll finally get to see midnight again. Chapter 68, Chapter. Author, I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. Why am I always tired? 2,100 words. It's been about half an hour since Madara and Rumi brought Nijire and Momo inside the Yaoyorozu mansion after the spar, and woke them up. Of course the girls were bummed out about being defeated, but they were used to it, so it didn't really affect them that much compared to when they fought Madara for the first time when they were very young. Back then, they would always feel down. Feel as if they were weak and useless. Especially Nijire, who had thought being older meant she was naturally stronger. Fortunately, that thought process didn't remain since she had grown up. With Momo, she would sometimes cry, thinking that her brother wouldn't want to be around her anymore for being so weak. Thankfully that didn't become a huge problem since June and Aiko had talked to her about it, while Madara constantly reassured her. Right now for the two girls, all they can do is continue with their training. It was a good thing that sparring against their boyfriend would sharpen their skills, so it wasn't too much of a loss for them. With Aiko and June still being asleep, Madara and the three girls had the house to themselves, but they had only stayed in one room. Which was the one they had slept together in the previous night. With all of them not bothering to change since they didn't sweat much from that spar, they relaxed on the large bed. Maybe lowering the power of my attack so I could constantly attack Madara would have worked better. Nijire said with a sigh as she flopped backwards, letting her body sink into the extremely soft and comfortable covers on her boyfriend's bed. I think I should have engaged him in hand-to-hand combat with Rumi, or at least use a bow staff to fight him off. Unfortunately, that would have never worked. His martial arts skills are levels above mine, so I wouldn't have been a match for it, and I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't have been able to keep up with Madara and Rumi either. Momo replied back right after, thinking to herself as the battle, if you can even call it that, played inside her head. Why are they talking about me like I'm not even here? Well, I should be used to it by now since they would always do this after they lose. Honestly, I still don't know why they bring themselves down for this. Sure they were no match, but they were up against me. Not to sound cocky or anything, but come on, it's like a first year constantly berating himself because he's not on All Might's level of power. The thing is, with Momo, she may not do well against me, but she would most likely win against all the students in Class 1A, except a few of course. Shoto would beat her because of how widespread and destructive his ice and fire is, and Bakugo, well we've already seen that fight before. Now with Nijire. There was definitely no doubt with her strength. Just being considered as top 3 of all U.A should be enough to realize just how formidable she is. In the future, I can see her becoming someone very powerful. Madara thought to himself, basically analyzing the two teenage girls while having his back to the headboard of the bed. Rumi sat comfortably on his lap, dozing off, but it was also obvious to the Uchiha that she was paying attention to what Nijire and Momo were saying. You two, why are you thinking too much of it? Momo, your skills with creating items have become faster than before, while Nijire, your attacks and wave blasts, even if it's just a little, have become more powerful. I know you two sometimes doubt your strength, but you're at a perfect level. I wish I could help more, but the only thing I would say is to continue on with your training. That was all he could say to them. The girls talked about what mistakes that they made during the spar, but Madara knew they didn't make any. They had worked well together, constantly attacking him when they had the chance. Taking the opportunity to take him down when the usual person would hesitate. Their loss had probably seemed bad because he had quickly finished the match. They probably thought they used the wrong attacks because he had the ability to counter all of them. Maybe not defeating them so quickly would be best for the next time. Thank you Madara. Nijire said with a smile as she turned her head to look at him while Momo nodded as well. That was when the rabbit hero finally spoke up, wanting to share her opinion. You know, I wish I could help you girls, but unfortunately I have no experience with quirks such as yours. That means that I can't give you tips on how you can improve them or further develop them. Even then, I can still try and give you my workout routine to see if it'll help you strengthen your bodies and make them stronger. Rumi suggested with a smile, getting Nijire and Momo to latch onto her for a hug, not bothering that Madara was right there. I'm glad that they're getting along so quickly. I would have thought that it would take at least a week or so for them to get comfortable with each other because of the age difference, but that doesn't seem to be a problem at all, Madara was thinking to himself, but was broken out of his thoughts when Nijire looked at him, and stared into his black eyes with her royal blues. Madara, why don't we go ahead and take a shower? Don't we have to go and see Namuri early today? She hasn't seen you in like 2 days, right? Nijire questioned, actually feeling sorry for the older woman. She couldn't imagine being away from Madara for a whole 2 days. It must have been a nightmare for her. Namuri? Who's Namuri? Rumi questioned curiously. Well, she's the other woman Madara is with, but guess what, she's also his teacher. How immoral and despicable. Don't you think, Rumi? Nijire questioned, being overdramatic once again, while also causing Momo to let out a small laugh. It's now official. I'll always find the way Nijire acts entertaining. The black-haired girl thought to herself as she continued to silently watch the interaction of the other three. Madara shook his head when he heard Nijire's words. By Namuri my teacher, she means the R-rated pro hero, Midnight. R-rated. Pro hero? You and your teacher? Why am I not surprised? the rabbit hero said while shaking her head. What do you think of her, Rumi? What are your opinions? The Uchiha questioned. The girls had already accepted her and met her face to face, but not only hasn't Rumi known about this, but she most likely hasn't talked to the R-rated pro hero before. My opinions. Well, I can't really form some without actually meeting her, but I can respect her for basically establishing the hero costume regulations. So when am I meeting her? Rumi said, then afterwards questioned. Well, I'm not too sure. She's been pretty busy, with hero work as well as being a teacher at UA. I'll ask her though. After that, Madara had went and showered with Nijire and Momo to get ready for their day. Rumi of course wasn't ready yet to do such a thing, so she had went before them. With Aiko and June waking up, they had a delicious and simple breakfast while talking to each other. June was of course shocked when a famous pro hero sat down at his breakfast table, but he had remembered what his lovely and caring wife had told him before. With Rumi having to go back to her hero duty since internships were over, she had left the Yaoyorozu mansion, and took the train to go home. Madara really hoped she didn't get too busy. Now here he was now, in the early morning walking around UA with Nijire and Momo linking their arms with his. After Rumi left, the students had left as well right after. It was just like before. Silent and devoid of any students due to it being so early. Midnight had already called the Uchiha saying she was in her usual classroom, so that's where they were going right now. The silence was comfortable. Nijire skipped every so often, while Momo stayed on her phone. Madara himself was just zoning out while walking, but unfortunately that was only for a short moment since the periwinkle-haired girl wanted to talk to him. Shaking his arms, Nijire looked up at the Uchiha curiously with those big eyes of hers and asked, Madara, you've never really told us this before, but what are your goals and dreams? Do you have any? Anything you want to accomplish in the future? Now this caught the attention of Momo, who was wondering why Nijire would ask something like this so sudden, and Madara had similar thoughts. He didn't expect to be asked that at all. What were his dreams? His goals? What did he want to strive for? Where does he see himself in 10 years? He never really seriously thought about it, since he's had only one focus really since being reborn into this fictional world. Enjoy life. Right now, I just want to enjoy life as much as possible. Spend time with you girls, and fight anyone that seems powerful in my eyes. My strength is already enough for me to sit back and not worry about any dangers. So for now, until something else catches my interest, I'll be enjoying life. To him, it seemed like the best answer to give because now that he's thought about it, enjoying life is exactly what he's been doing all this time. He's died once, so he didn't plan on doing it again so soon. He didn't know about any third chance, but he was sure that wasn't going to happen. He received a second one, so he was going to live with no regrets. Try things he wouldn't have been able to do in his past life. The future? He shouldn't worry about that right now. His goals? He'll find one as time goes on. He was sure of it. Wanting to beat all the powerful heroes in the top 10 couldn't be considered a goal of his. He needed something bigger. World domination maybe. Nah, that seemed too much. That's interesting. Thank you for answering. Nijire said with a bright smile with her eyes closed, causing Madara to remove his arms from hers and pat her head. Turning to his right, he saw Momo look up at him, anticipation clear in her black eyes, causing him to shake his head and comply. Right. He had forgotten how spoiled these girls could get. After patting Momo's head as well, Madara then linked his arms with them once again, and asked, no problem, but what made you ask such a question? It's just that, we talked about the future and what we will do after graduating. You did mention making that agency, but you also sounded like you were unsure. Then I realized, Momo, and I never really asked you your plans for the future, so I was just curious. Curious. So she was just being her regular self. The Uchiha thought to himself. But Madara, is there anything you wish to do? Like a selfish desire? Something that you want but don't particularly need? Momo asked, wondering if someone as powerful as her boyfriend had wishes of sorts. What did he want? Maybe it was something she could create. But Momo doubted that. The Rinnegan, it's something I really want, but of course I don't particularly need it. Madara thought to himself. If Momo heard his thoughts and knew exactly what the Rinnegan was, then she would have immediately erased the thought of creating his wish. Well, I've always wanted to go to America and walk on water. Madara revealed, causing the two girls to look at him confusingly. Why is that? No particular reason really, come on, let's pick up our pace, I'm sure Namiri is dying to see us. Madara said, but not before he created a clone to go see Nizu. He needed to talk to the mouse. Chapter 69, Chapter. Author, just a little chapter. Okay, now I'm really going to bed. I have really nice hands. 15-18 words. Currently inside the principal's office, two figures could be seen seriously discussing about something important. Now I do think it'll be fine for the students to stay in dorms, but what if another incident like last time happens? At that point, the backlash we'll receive would be worse than the previous. I know Toshinori, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Safety of our students above anything. The security would be tight, and we'll know where they are at all times. Nizu, are you sure all the students will be willing to live inside dorms? We'll have to get permission from their guardians, but the likelihood of everyone agreeing to this. Yes, you're completely right about that. There's no denying that there is bound to be a couple students who would refuse. After all, children love their freedom, and living in dorm rooms would definitely make the experience uncomfortable for them. Even then, we'll have to try and persuade their guardians, and make them realize just how serious this is. That this will be beneficial and keep their child safe. Nizu, I understand, but what made you suddenly come up with this? The school year is still in its early stages, and a change like this is way too big. Something must have come up. Nizu, UA's current principal heavily sighed as he took a sip of his tea. Placing the small cup back down on his desk, he stared right into the eyes of Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, who was currently in his skinny form. When Toshinori stared right back, he saw it. The amount of care and utmost determination this principal had for his students. Just what made him act this way. The mouse always had a kind expression on his face, but right now he looked very serious. Only thought Toshinori could make was how this expression didn't suit the small mouse at all. I fear that the attacks against us aren't over. Far from it. U.A and its students seem to be a target for villains recently, so I thought this was a good idea. Of course this decision won't be made right away because you're right. This is a big change. Nizu explained, thinking of a recent attack that had happened just yesterday. Sighing once again, Nizu smiled and said, well, we can discuss about this with the other staff members at a later date. After all, we are in no rush to get this project completed. Now tell me Toshinori, how is your successor doing with his training? Last time I saw him, he looked quite troubled. Midoriya is doing just fine. His progress with One for All is great considering he had such a short amount of time to train his body for it, but even then, I don't think the boy himself realizes this. From what Gran Torino has told me, he seems to be fixated on training himself to surpass a certain someone. I'm sure you can figure out just who that is. Toshinori told the mouse as his posture sagged. He was genuinely worried about his student's internal struggle. When Nizu heard the pro-hero's words, he instantly knew who he was talking about. Madara Uchiha. The office became oddly silent right after the principal said that name, alerting the two who were currently inside. Visible wind that seemed to appear from nowhere was calmly traveling throughout the room, which greatly confused Nizu and Toshinori. The windows were closed, so how could this be happening? Seconds later, the wind became violent, causing the curtains to flap and Nizu's teacup to rattle. That was the moment a very tall and muscular figure appeared. Toshinori had transformed. Nizu, get behind the desk. All Might said seriously, getting into a stance, ready for any possible attacks. Nizu listened to the hero, but he also reached his small mouse hands under the table, and pulled out a gun that looked to be specifically made for him to hold. They waited and waited, until finally, a gray silhouette appeared, causing All Might to instantly rush towards it, intending to restrain the men who thought it was a good idea to infiltrate inside here. But he halted his movements once he saw a familiar figure. Shit! The hero cursed. His fist just inches away from Madara's face, causing the young man's hair to blow back due to the power of All Might's punch. If I didn't stop on time, I would have hospitalized him. Geez. But that's not the worst thing. Why does he look completely indifferent? The number one pro-hero thought to himself as he backed away with a sigh and transformed into his skinny form. Luckily he wasn't coughing any blood. He hated when that happened. It was like a reminder that his time was almost up. Madara, I'm glad to see you here, but you know that you didn't have to do all that, right? Nizu questioned as he put his gun back and sat down on his chair. It's a bad habit. Toshinori sat back down too, and stared at the Uchiha, waiting for him to state his reason for coming here so early. With Nizu slightly glad that he didn't have any important papers and files laying around, he took a sip of his tea and then looked at Madara. So, is there something you need? His mind was already racing, coming up with multiple possibilities on why the student appeared in his office. I am dating Midnight. Madara simply said, completely shocking the other two in the room. Wait a minute. Aren't you dating that Yaoyorozu girl? Are you cheating on her, young Uchiha? Toshinori questioned, disapproval obvious in his voice. This is just too strange. He must be joking around. No, you're right. I am dating that Yaoyorozu girl. Madara said, greatly confusing the skinny and weak-looking men. So that's what it is. Truly remarkable. Madara Uchiha never ceases to amaze me. capable of getting a woman such as Namiri to date him. But unfortunately, this will cause problems. Why is this young man always giving me problems? Niza thought to himself with a sigh. He needed a nice bath and some cheese right now to relax himself. You know, relationships between student and teacher isn't allowed. Especially within a hero school. The problems and riot this would dash. The mouse was going to continue, but saw the unamused look on Madara's face. Well, of course I can make an exception and try and see what I can do. Niza said kindly with a closed smile, shocking the pro-hero in the room. Nizu. What do you mean exception? Do you even know what you're saying? How could? Honestly, you're making a big deal about it. What's wrong with having a romantic relationship with my 31-year-old female teacher? You should be happy for us. Besides, you do owe me a couple favors, Nizu. Madara said, causing the mouse to sigh, who had realized he did owe the young man a couple favors. Damn, it seems like he didn't forget about it. I'll have to actually talk to Namiri about this, but you guys would have to keep this a secret. I wish you guys happiness, but this can't get out to the media right now. I hope you understand this. Yeah, I get it. I'll be going now to report it back to the boss and Namiri. The clone of Madara said, preparing to dispel, but a voice stopped him. Wait. You're telling me you're a clone instead of the original? I couldn't tell at all. Toshinori said. Well, yeah. That's the point in clones really, but who said I am one? I could just be messing around with you guys, saying I'm a clone when I'm really the original. I mean, you don't have a way to tell. The Madara who's been at U.A taking classes and training with other students could have been a clone this whole time. Maybe you haven't even met the original. Seeing the look in their eyes, Madara thought he had enough fun and dispelled himself. So he was a clone. Indeed he was, Toshinori. Niza said. It also seems like he enjoys toying with people. Just like me. Enough of that, but the kid's relationship really is a problem. Just what was Namiri thinking? If it gets out, then I don't even know what types of stories the media will write about this. I just hope those two don't start doing anything inappropriate on school grounds. With her back to the hallway wall, Namiri moaned as she felt her backside being groped. Snaking her arms around Madara's neck, she continued to kiss him with passion, wanting more and more. Off to the side, Nijire and Momo stood while shaking their heads, listening to the sound of lips smacking against each other in the hallway devoid of any staff members or students. It was just them here. Momo, look at her. Yup, grown woman. So horny. Chapter 70, Chapter. Author, 70 chapters. Didn't think I would go so far, tbh. This chapter has Shoto talking with Madara, which is sort of interesting. 2,641 words. Momo, look at her. Yup, grown woman. So horny. Nijire and Momo both shook their heads as the wet sound of Madara and Midnight's kiss kept on invading their ears. The sensual moans as well as the heavy breathing, the two girls decided to break them up before they would actually start fucking each other in the middle of the hallway. Okay, you two, at least do it inside the classroom where there's no risk of some random person seeing you guys. Momo said as she opened the door to the room and lead them inside. Although she had said that, she knew Madara would stop the second he sensed a presence come close to them. Now inside the classroom, Madara had sat down on a chair with Namiri taking her place on his lap. Momo decided on sitting on top of the desk in front of them while Nijire flew around the room. I just couldn't help myself. I haven't seen this stud since a few days back. The older woman said as she laid her head on Madara's shoulders. They still had about an hour until students would start arriving here, so she got comfortable, knowing that they'd be staying inside for a while. After that, they had continued talking about their previous day with each other, while mostly Midnight listening in on how Madara defeated the villain known as Muscular. Namiri, do you know what we're doing today? I know it's not your class where we do all the hero activities, but you must have a general idea, right? Momo questioned curiously. I'm not too sure, but I think All Might will have you guys doing some type of race. It's your first day back from the week-long internships, so I'm pretty sure it won't be anything too serious. Of course I could be wrong. Midnight said, but turned her head to the periwinkle-haired girl when she heard her giggling. What is it, Nijire? Madara asked. It's just that, I wish I could go to your class and watch as the other kids get frustrated when they see you easily win. She told them. The girl knew Madara's speed was unrivaled, so anything having to do with a race was a guaranteed win. Now that you say that, it reminded me of that small staff meeting I had yesterday. Your accomplishments is a bigger deal than I thought, Madara. Some teachers had thought that you being in Class 1A is unfair, which the students will most likely agree with. What? That's stupid. How is it unfair that he's stronger than all of the other students? Momo questioned, while Madara stayed silent, waiting for the older woman to finish. Nijire had stopped floating around and sat down on the table next to the black-haired girl. Now, let me finish, Momo. They kept bickering, but that was until Aizawa had shut them up. He had denied their complaints and said they shouldn't use the concept of fair and unfair in a world like this, and I honestly agree with him. Madara is just stronger, more powerful, and overall better than his other classmates. The students will just have to deal with that and continue on. It's seriously concerning that they are even thinking of this. Midnight explained while shaking her head. Wow, Aizawa said that. Brooding homeroom teacher. That depressed man who always looks like he doesn't get any sleep. Didn't expect that he would defend Madara. Nijire spoke out, receiving a nod from the girl next to her. Aizawa, how interesting. I haven't really talked to the men before. Like have a full conversation and discuss about whatever. I wonder what we would even talk about. He seems uninterested about everything. I wonder how he'll react once he finds out that he can't stop my quirk. The being that sent me here had granted me that wish. No one is able to steal or cancel my quirk. No one knows this yet since Aizawa has never tried using his ability on me. Madara thought to himself with a chuckle. There's no doubt that the air of mystery around him would grow much larger if it was revealed that his quirk can't be cancelled. Even One for All couldn't escape Aizawa's gaze. No, I wouldn't say Aizawa was defending Madara, but he might have just been annoyed. The fact is, this type of situation hasn't happened in a long while at UA. If this goes on, students would probably feel worse than just discouraged, which in my opinion, is again, very concerning. Midnight told them. Is it that serious, Namuri? The day hasn't even started yet, but it already seems like a huge deal. Momo questioned worriedly. ***no. What I mentioned was just the worst-case scenario, but if some staff members are calling Madara's presence as unfair, then there's no doubt that loads of students would do the same. At the end of the day, they'll just have to stop bitching about it and continue with their school year. Students shouldn't be worried how strong another is, and it's definitely not what they should be focusing on when they're training to become heroes. This is why this situation is so concerning. Midnight once again spoke up, sounding genuinely frustrated, which caused Madara to rub her thighs and arms and pull her closer. The woman didn't really care what others think, and she was sure Madara was the same. It's just that the being worried about another student's progress isn't what those kids should be worried about. The mindset of, I'm not strong like him, so how can I ever be a good hero, is somewhat risky. Wait a minute, do they plan to do something? Nijire questioned. No, nothing much. I'm not exactly sure, but they could possibly start trying to challenge Madara more. With his strength, it's obvious that the activities that'll happen in hero studies would be a piece of cake to finish. She continued on by saying, Madara, what do you think about all this? He's been silent the whole time she was talking, so she wanted to hear his thoughts. It's unfortunate that students and a small amount of the staff might feel this way, but it doesn't bother me. To be honest, I don't care about the students being discouraged. It's not like I befriended any of them anyways. The Uchiha simply said. He's seen or read this scenario many times in fiction works. It would be around this time where the main protagonist would start teaching/training other kids, halting his progress in the process, or just hold back for them. Madara always found that stupid. He was definitely not going to do that. You know, this sort of happened once Mirio got stronger. Most students in the class weren't really a match for them. I do remember some being jealous and even discouraged, but it wasn't as serious as this. Maybe it's because of his personality and being an overall nice person. His strength made the adults consider him as a contender for the #1 spot, but I can bet that will change very quickly. Nijire spoke out, saying that last part with a wink when she looked at Madara. There is no doubt that if Madara continued to show more of his power, people would most likely already consider him as the future #1 pro hero. If Madara defeated Mirio in a fight, then others who believed in the blonde would most likely favor towards the Uchiha for that spot. Of course, strength alone isn't the only factor on deciding who should be #1, but it was a pretty big one. A first year defeating U.A strongest. Madara would definitely take Mirio's title then. I just wonder what he's currently thinking. Mirio most definitely watched the news all week, so he probably knows more about Madara now. Tamaki too is probably regretting his words about Mirio being able to easily defeat Madara. I can't wait to the looks on their faces when Mirio can't even land a single hit. It will definitely be interesting. The periwinkle-haired girl thought to herself. Mirio. How amusing. Madara said with a small chuckle, his lust for battle threatening to leak out. I hope the worst scenario doesn't happen. School won't really be enjoyable like that. Momo said. Alright, enough of that. I have something to tell you guys. Madara spoke out, getting the others' attention. What is it? I told Nizu we were dating, Namuri. What? Madara went on to explain just what happened, but he of course left out minor details such as a skinny All Might being in the office. Since that was not his secret to tell, he didn't mention it. Of course he had no problem of telling Nijire and Momo, but he was sure Midnight would probably say something. Damn Madara. At this point, you're bullying the small mouse. It's pretty rude since he's the principal, but who cares? Nijire said with a big smile, getting Momo to nod her head in agreement. Yes, he definitely deserves it for trying to manipulate me. She said to the others, shocking Midnight in the process. What? She shouted in surprise. Nizu. The principal. Manipulating students. No wonder Madara has him at the palm of his hand. He seriously messed up. Midnight thought to herself. A small amount of respect she had for the mouse now gone. It's a long story, so I'll tell you later. Madara said to Midnight as he held her hand. They were definitely getting more and more comfortable around each other, which Nijire and Momo didn't mind. They knew the older woman barely got to spend time with Madara, compared to them who slept with him every day. Ugh, now it's going to be super awkward when he wants to talk to me. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about losing my job, but not doing anything intimate around other people will be very difficult. Midnight said with a sigh, causing the other girls to chuckle. Like this, they spent the remainder time talking to one another, until finally students started appearing in the halls. This obviously meant that the bell would ring soon, signaling the start of school. Nijire had went along to her third-year class, while Momo went to the usual homeroom, but alone. Midnight stayed in the classroom she was in, basically waiting until students arrived. While that happened, Madara went and walked towards the restroom. It wasn't hard to tell what he was going to do. Already being familiar with the layout of the school, Madara had no trouble finding where the place he needed to go was. Arriving at the door that read male restroom, he walked inside, and noticed the only sound was coming from a student using one of the urinals. You've got to be kidding me. Madara thought to himself as he looked at the face of Shoto Todoroki. Yes, definitely not awkward at all. Deciding to just finish what he's doing, Madara went to a urinal that was furthest away from the Todoroki. It would definitely be strange if he went towards one that was close. He never understood when guys did that in his past life since it was very weird. Madara, I've wanted to discuss something with you for a while now. My father, also known as Endeavor, was abusive towards my family. Madara was wondering why the hell Shoto was being so personal at a time like this by talking about his life, but he stayed silent and listened anyways. He only ever saw me as a successful breeding project for his selfish desires. Unfortunately, my mother and other siblings had to deal with that man as well. It got to the point where my mother had to be taken to a hospital. My hatred for him, I know you saw it that day at the sports festival. It no longer runs so deep to let it control me and my actions, but it's definitely still there, but who's to say it won't disappear in the future? I'm already working for the men as an intern. Is what I'm doing wrong? Shoto said, almost as if he was asking himself. He didn't know why he was saying all this to the Uchiha. Maybe it's because he wanted to hear someone's opinion about this, or maybe it's because he took his mother's words seriously when she said that he could try being friends with Madara. Shoto didn't know this. He didn't realize it yet, but this was definitely a strange way to start a friendship. Of course, if he's even trying to. You'll figure that out yourself. Trust your heart or guts, whichever one you think is best. Make your own decision because mine shouldn't matter all that much to you. I'm not one to get into people's personal problems and business because I simply don't care about them. Madara spoke up, stating his thoughts which Shoto thought was oddly very honest, but the half-and-half teenager didn't mind it. He's right. His opinion shouldn't matter to me, but Shoto was thinking to himself, but paused when he felt a frightening amount of bloodlust. His blood ran cold as his eyes widened. With obvious struggle, he turned towards Madara who was emitting a cruel type of aura that made him freeze in place. How ironic. Glaring at the wall in front of him, Madara spoke up and said, but if it were me, forgiveness would never be an option. I would never forgive my father figure if he ever tormented my mother and siblings. His presence would no doubt disgust me, and the only thoughts I would have is ways to make him suffer in the worst way possible. If I were you, I would have honestly attempted to kill them, and no matter how many times I don't succeed. Just thinking of such a situation. Imagining his father abusing Aiko and Momo. Of course that would never happen, since June was a great person. If anything, Aiko was the one abusing June. How can he talk about killing so easily? He must be very protective of his family, something similar must have happened to him. Shoto thought to himself, sighing in relief when he was able to move again. Well, fortunately I don't have any family drama. I may be adopted, but my foster father and mother are the kindest people I know. Ever since I was born, I never had problems come into my life, so I can't relate to your situation at all. So your best bet is to not seek advice from me about this. Go and talk to someone who'll understand your pain. Madara said as he finished his business, washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom. Shoto continued to stay there, thinking about the Uchiha's words. It may have not been much, but it was still alright. He didn't know the Uchiha could be kind of nice. Thank you. The boy thought to himself as he went to go wash his hands. Madara walked towards Class 1A's homeroom with his hands in his pocket. If he had heard the thoughts of Shoto, he would probably start to ignore the boy. Madara was not being nice. Realistically, he just can't seem to care hard enough about Shoto's problem where he would go out of his way to help. He wasn't like that. Of course he could feel bad about people's situation, but he usually just pities them from a distance. He didn't give the half-and-half teenager advice at all, but only spoke his opinion and thoughts of the matter. Even then, he still had unknowingly helped the boy. Chapter 71, Chapter. Author, just a small chapter again. This one explains all for one's new plans, as well as how Dabi is doing. I don't know, but I don't really think I did a good job on explaining just how much Madara fucked Dabi up when he humiliated him and almost killed him lol. Just let me know what you think by commenting. Also, to the guy who asked for Endeavor in the harem, what the fuck? 1,100 words. LOV Hideout. With some of the League of Villain members, once news of Dabi being beaten and Muscular having been captured reached their ears, mixed opinions and thoughts have been thrown around about the situation. Some of them think Muscular was very cocky, and in the end he was taken down because he held back. The Uchiha took full advantage of it, being able to restrain him. That was likely since they knew the type of person Muscular was, but others thought Madara was just a powerful person. Someone not to mess with, or you'll regret it. The last one seemed to make more sense considering all the members were warned not to fight him on their own. Considering the league was made up of fairly powerful villains, having their members watch out for a specific person meant that individual was strong. After all, they were mostly told to look out for the top-known heroes. Despite the warning, some won't take it seriously unless they fought the Uchiha themselves. Of course if they knew the way fighting Madara affected Dabi and Muscular, they probably wouldn't think twice about fleeing away when seeing him. But, they will never know this. All for One specifically told Kirojiri to never reveal too much information on that fight. It would definitely be deeply rooted inside the hearts of the villains, knowing that they'll most likely never stand a chance against Madara. All Might's arch-nemesis didn't need this type of fear affecting the people in this group. Now, away from all the other members in a separate room, Kirojiri and Tamura stood as they stared at Dabi, who looked way better than the time he arrived here for medical attention. He had bandages wrapped around his somewhat swollen face, while the most noticeable injury was his missing arm. Today Dabi had finally decided to speak up on the details of his fight against Madara. Just by that alone, it seems like the dark blue-haired villain was getting better. You can start explaining now, Dabi. Tell us everything you remember. The skills he showed and what you remember him doing to defeat you and Muscular. Kirojiri spoke out while Tamura was holding a phone. All for One was currently listening in, wanting to take in all the information Dabi was about to reveal. The men hoped there was something useful. Oh, Muscular. Dabi thought to himself, wondering if the men had died. He probably was though, because in his eyes, nothing can escape Madara. No. What the hell am I thinking? I'm no coward. I'm not afraid of him. Why would I be? I survived. I'm safe. Were the thoughts of the men with the now missing arm, trying his hardest to ignore them. All the confidence he had when joining the league had almost burned away after his recent fight. Dabi tried to calm himself. It wouldn't do good to have a breakdown here, so on the outside, no sort of expression was shown on his face. Emotionless. Yes, it's better to be emotionless than to feel fear. Muscular and I had confronted Madara. He knew we were following him the moment Muscular let out his own bloodlust and intent to kill. That's when he lured us to somewhere secluded. He made us think we had him trapped, but it was the other way around. From then, Dabi began to explain the battle in detail. To the start where he had his arm severed, all the way to the moment when Muscular was brought down while Madara stepped on him. Then what happened next? That's not all, is it? Tamura asked impatiently when he noticed Dabi hesitating to continue speaking. What happened next? What did happen? Dabi questioned himself. Memories flashed in his head. That scene. No, he doesn't want to remember this. Being kicked back, laying on the dirt. Unable to move or see while his blood continued to flow out of his aching body. The only sound was Madara's footsteps. Each step to him meant closer to death. Fear filled his eyes. He was scared. No, he should be emotionless, so why was he feeling fear? The others in the room noticed how Dabi's breathing became heavy as his eyes widened, almost as if recalling a dreadful memory. No, not as if. That's exactly what happened. Yes, it's better to feel fear. He mumbled to himself. Dabi, calm down. Kirojiri said, causing the villain to look at him with hatred and gratitude, greatly confusing the Misty Man. Dabi didn't know what to feel right now when he looked at Kirojiri. Should he thank him since he saved his life? Or hate him because he didn't arrive there on time? He didn't know anymore. What the hell is happening to him? Shut him up already. The man-child shouted, causing Kurogiri to inject something inside Dabi that made him go unconscious. Tamura shook his head in disgust afterwards. He prays he's never that pitiful. He'll never become like this. I'm not like Dabi, no, far from it. Madara isn't the cause of his mental condition. It's only because he has a weak mind. Yes, he's weak, I am not. He lost to him, I won't. Tamura thought, reassuring himself. While all this was happening, All For One was coming up with ideas and thinking in his head about the power and abilities Madara showed during the fight. Right now, he didn't give a fuck about Dabi. The Uchiha, he has insane physical strength that's perfect for close combat while also having powerful abilities for long-distance attacking. Being able to easily dodge Muscular's punches means he has amazing reflexes. From Dabi's point of view, he seems invincible, but I'm sure that's not the case. With the quirks I have, defeating him and stealing his should be fairly easily, but I know that I'll have to take him a bit seriously now. Of course All Might is still our main priority. All For One thought to himself with a laugh, basically coming up with a new plan. For now, they won't bother the Uchiha, but collect information on new abilities he shows as time passes. With that, All For One will get quirks that are the perfect counters against Madara's, and use it against him if he proves to be a challenge. Chapter 72, Chapter. Author, for some reason, I just don't have the ability to write during the night so the next chapter would be ready in the morning. So I always write after I wake up and shower. It's very weird. 2,100 words. As Madara walked the halls to Class 1A, he began to think of what he had said to Shoto when he spoke about his opinions. He knew his words weren't helpful at all, well, they weren't supposed to be. What got him thinking was the thoughtful face of Shoto when he walked by him to go wash his hands. Why would the half-and-half kid think about his words when they weren't even beneficial to him? I did say if I were him, forgiveness wouldn't be an option and I would try to kill my father, maybe he'll actually try doing just that. Madara thought to himself with a slight chuckle, obviously joking. He knew Shoto wouldn't do such a thing. Try to kill his father? Not a chance. When Madara told Momo he was going to the restroom, she had reluctantly walked to class alone. She had always walked with him to classes, so it was a little strange going by herself. She would go with Madara, but there was no point in waiting outside the boys' restroom. Arriving at the familiar huge door of Class 1A, Momo opened it and was greeted by the sight of most of her classmates lazing around and talking to one another. Good morning, class. The black-haired girl greeted with a smile as most of the students responded back. Being the class deputy, she would always do this every day when she walked in. Looking around the room, it wasn't hard for her to tell that some of her classmates were wondering why her boyfriend wasn't currently with her. Alongside that, she also noticed not everyone was actually here. The bell rung only about 5 minutes ago, so there was still time for the others to get here. Yamamo. A familiar voice shouted, gaining her attention. Momo looked over and saw it was her pink-skinned friend who had called here by that nickname. Something that she really didn't mind. Hey Mina, how are you? Momo questioned as she hugged the alien-like girl who was now dragging her towards the other females in the class. I'm doing fine, but how about you? We haven't talked to each other in a while. The overly cheerful Mina asked. She was always like this. So energetic, always displaying a huge smile on her face the whole time. Mina, it's only been a week. You're acting like we haven't seen each other in months. Besides, we texted each other, so it's not like I haven't talked to you. Momo spoke out. Only response she received was a grin. Silently sighing, Momo didn't resist when Mina led her to the other girls. Of course she would rather wait for Madara to get here instead of talking to them, but they were sitting near her seat anyways. She couldn't exactly avoid them. That wouldn't exactly be nice. Hi Momo. They greeted, causing her to smile in return. One thing about Udata girls is that they are 10 times more kind and honest compared to the girls Momo had to deal with in middle school. This was a reason why she didn't mind being friendly with them. Sitting down at her seat, Momo glanced at the other girls and asked, so how was your guys' internships? Mine was pretty boring and eventful at the same time. She had said eventful even though nothing noteworthy happened because doing the commercial was extremely boring and tiring at first, but it got better during the second half of the week. Ah, internships. I chose Gunhead, and learned the basics of his martial arts. At first I thought I had made a mistake, but this week really helped me. Ochako, the chubby-faced girl said with a smile as she continuously punched the air. It sounds like your internship was peaceful. I had thought mine was going to be like that, but drug smugglers had suddenly appeared. Tsuyu, the long-tongued frog girl said, sharing her own experience. Wow. That's amazing. I'm glad you're safe, Tsuyu. It must have been a pretty nerve-wracking experience. But not only did you have some action, but Jiro too. I heard she had helped with a hostage situation. Toru, the invisible girl had said to her friends. Yes, good job Jiro. Momo praised with a smile while the other girls had followed right after. Not expecting the sudden praise, Jiro had blushed a little and thanked them while trying to hide her embarrassment. Speaking of hostages, I heard Madara had done something similar at a bank, Mina said, causing Momo to smile once again. It was as if the name was taboo by the way some of the students quieted down and turned to the direction of the girls. It was definitely creepy, especially for Mina who was now feeling uncomfortable. You're right, Mina. It was all over the news. Not only that, but his other achievements as well. Unfortunately, he must have some serious bad luck to encounter these dangers, but fortunately he's strong enough to protect himself. Toru said, causing someone nearby to snort. Do you have anything to say, Kirishima? Jiro questioned the redhead who was obviously listening in on their conversation. Strong. I wouldn't describe his strength like that. I would say amazing is a better word. Have you seen the videos? The spiky-haired boy said with a big grin as he punched his fist into his palm. This statement definitely surprised Momo, but she didn't show it. Hearing this, the black-haired girl thought that what she had heard from Midnight earlier was probably unlikely. Maybe the students aren't jealous or feel discouraged. Kirishima, who is a strong student, doesn't seem to care about the huge gap Madara has in terms of power level. Of course, I could be wrong. Madara still isn't here, and Kirishima could just be keeping it in. Momo thought to herself with a raised eyebrow while she was observing the others' reactions. Too bad she wasn't some genius or master at reading people or noticing their body language. If she was, she probably would have noticed Kirishima clenching his fist harder than necessary, while his smile was just a tad bit strained. The boy was obviously feeling bitter about something. Despite that, Momo was still able to notice Izuku lightly clenching his desk while frowning with his head down. She was able to catch a glimpse of Bakugo gritting his teeth. With these two, it was easy to tell what they were feeling. They weren't good at hiding their emotions, but maybe that's because they weren't trying to. Unfortunately, Momo couldn't see any more since the girls were basically sitting around her, blocking her sight from trying to notice any more reactions. He's really become very famous and popular. I even remember the girls at Gunhead's agency constantly talking about him while watching videos. Ochako spoke out, causing the others to look at her. Well, you can't blame them. He is extremely attractive. His long and black hair that's surprising kept well. Don't forget his nice body. I mean, have you seen how tight his uniform is around his form? I may be shameless, but even that Bull Dash, the pink-skinned girl, was going to say, but was interrupted. Mina, you're drooling. Jiro said to her friend who quickly wiped it off. Well, I can't disagree with that. Toru, who heard this, smirked and brought her face close to Ochiko's ears and said. Be careful. You don't want Izuku to hear you say that. You might just break his heart. Yeah. What are you talking about, Toru? Ochako questioned with a blush on her face. You know, I would appreciate it if you didn't talk about my boyfriend like this in front of me. You can drool and fantasize about Madara during your private time. Momo said with a sigh, causing the other girls to apologize and look embarrassed. I wonder how Madara would feel if a group of guys were to talk about my body and how good I look in front of him. I was being kind, but I know for sure that Madara would most likely cripple those boys. Momo said with a chuckle. Hey Momo, do you know where Madara is? Denki said as he walked up to the girls, getting the others to look at the Yaoyorozu who chose to stay silent. It was around that time where the huge doors opened, causing the students in the classroom to look over as a familiar tall figure appeared. Strangely, the whole room turned silent. The only sound was the loud gulping noise coming from a few nervous students. One of them being green-haired. Momo grinned, feeling somewhat excited right now. A weird glint shone in her eyes as she looked over at her classmates. Yes. This is the reaction I've been waiting for. As he walked in the classroom, Madara didn't spare a single glance at the other kids in the room. The stares and silence didn't bother him at all as he calmly walked towards his seat. His every move being analyzed by some students who all had different opinions about him. Izuku didn't know what to think or feel currently as he looked at Madara. If he were to be honest, he would say that he was disappointed of his progress during the second half of the internship week. Before going, you could say that he wasn't confident of his strength after watching Madara fight in the sports festival. That had all washed away when he started to train with Gran Torino and had even improved with his one-for-all quirk. Well, at least that's what he thought. Unfortunately for him, the moment he saw the Uchiha again during the Hosu incident, that feeling had came back in full force, but had become even worse than before. Now he felt insignificant. Like he didn't belong here. At times he even wondered if All Might made a mistake in choosing him. This had all confused Izuku. Why was he like this when knowing Madara is stronger than him? Why was it bothering him this much when with Bakugo and Shoto, it's never like this? It's like whenever he's in the Uchiha's presence or when he thinks about surpassing him one day, a strange thought finds its way into his mind. You're beneath him. Inferior in every way. You'll never compare. Just give up. Were just some of the thoughts he would suddenly think sometimes. Even with Bakugo it was never like this for him, so what was going on? It had come to the point where Izuku thought he needed to fight Madara. Yup, a stupid thought, but it was all he could come up with. Unfortunately the Uchiha never showed up. Gran Torino has told Izuku that Madara was interning, so he was busy for the week. Glancing at him once again, Izuku made sure to go up to him one day to ask for a spar. Damn it, I'll no doubt hesitate. Why does he seem more scarier than Kakin when he's not even doing anything? The green-haired boy thought to himself with a shiver. Speaking of Bakugo. The blonde-haired boy had started to clench his fist when that bastard showed up. He still remembered. He always will remember that day. That day when he was humiliated and utterly defeated. He had never experienced such a loss before. If that fight against Izuku during the beginning of the school year pissed him off, then the one against Madara during the sports festival had made him feel rage. So what did he do? He trained and trained. Breaking his limits to get stronger. To get better and more powerful. Bakugo had thought that going to the number 4 ranked pro hero would help him a ton, but it turned out to be a huge disappointment. One big letdown. It was even worse when that feminine bastard started asking me why I can't be like that red-eyed freak. Calm and composed, I'll fucking kill that hero. Bakugo thought to himself as he finally looked away. Best Jeanist wasn't the only pro hero to have an opinion. As Madara calmly walked to his seat, Tokoyami began to think about what Hawks had told him. Chapter 73, Chapter. Author, do you see the pattern here? If I update twice, the second chapter will be shorter. Anyways, I'm going to sleep. 1060 words. As Madara continued walking to his seat, Tokoyami began to think about what Hawks had said to him during internships. The man had told him to pay more attention to the Uchiha, and he'll notice some interesting things about the kid. Of course Tokoyami didn't understand what the pro hero was trying to say at the time, but he listened anyways. He only thought Hawks was just very observant and skilled at reading people. Tokoyami didn't know it, but that's exactly what the pro hero had did. Hawks, just from watching videos of Madara, could tell that even if he didn't look like it, the young man was aware of his surroundings. Sneaking up on him would be difficult. Not only that, but any fight he's in, he always has an indifferent expression on his face. How could Hawks know that? Well, he had watched highlights of the sports festival, and saw that picture of Madara going against the Nomo. This could mean a couple things. Either Madara was very cocky and confident in his abilities, or he just knew nothing could pose a threat to him. Hawks had a guess on which one it was, and he was sure he wasn't wrong. Again, Tokoyami didn't know this, but the red-winged pro hero already had a candidate for who the future number 1 could possibly be. Now as he still silently observed Madara walking to his seat, the blackbird-like young man began to do exactly as Hawks suggested. Pay more attention. From what he got, he noticed that the Uchiha was able to change the surrounding mood and atmosphere with just his presence alone. Although that was impressive, Tokoyami was sure that this wasn't what Hawks was talking about when he said he'll notice something interesting. Even then, he hoped that he'll get to see just what this interesting thing is one day. With Madara, he continued walking towards the back of the room to sit down at his seat. The behavior of the class was definitely laughable, but he didn't show any reaction on the outside. He made sure not to. Just looking and making eye contact with a student makes them turn away and avoid his eyes. Is this what it's like to have power? That a single glance makes a kid go nervous. How thrilling. Even then, he still didn't show any reaction. Sitting down on his chair, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, just like he always does. Now, let's wait for the first person to speak. Let's see how they're going to amuse me today. With Aizawa and All Might. Currently in the middle of the school halls, Aizawa, Class 1A's homeroom teacher, was walking beside the number 1 pro hero, All Might. The black-haired man had run into the blondie when he was on his way to the classroom, and he accepted his invite to walk with him since he had no reason to refuse. So, what do you plan to do about the Uchiha for your class? I'm sure you know some things are a tad bit different now since internships had ended. Aizawa questioned, not sounding interested at all. Well, that was only because of the bored and sleepy tone to his voice. Something that All Might didn't mind since he was used to it by now. Yes, I understand what you mean, but I have no reason to do anything at all. I don't think it would be such a good idea. All Might replied back, causing Aizawa to glance at him. Oh. I guess you're not like those idiots who suggested to suppress the kid just because him being there isn't considered fair. Aizawa responded back while shaking his head. He was genuinely curious on how others could think like that. Giving out a small chuckle, the muscled All Might pat Aizawa's back and said, "You don't have to be so rude about it. I'm sure the ones who suggested such a thing have now changed their opinions. After all, they've had time to think over it now. I mean, I definitely was not considering it. I doubt that, but I can only hope so. Now back to the matter, I seriously expected you would do something like that, just to make it easier for that Izuku kid. Here is where Aizawa studied All Might's reaction, and he did notice some things. What? Why would I do that? That wouldn't exactly be very plus ultra of me, Aizawa. All Might said after coughing a little. He truly didn't expect such a statement from the homeroom teacher. I would never do something like that for Izuku. No matter how much I want to see him succeed, I can't just pave the way for him. He'll have to overcome his obstacles and problems either on his own or with his friends. How else can he become a great hero one day? Be the symbol of peace in the future. Who said becoming a user of One for All was easy? The blonde-haired man thought to himself, reminiscing just a bit. You're not very good at lying. I hope you know that. Aizawa said to the pro-hero who had ignored his words. Aizawa doesn't know about One for All or how Izuku is the successor, but he definitely knows that there's some sort of connection between the two of them. Why else would All Might be so interested in Izuku? After a moment of silence, the blonde-haired man decided to break it and asked. What do you have planned for the students who think Madara being in the class is unfair? It's stupid to think that, but I can't really blame the kids about it. They're still young and had just started the school year, but if it gets too troublesome. Aizawa said, but had paused just before he was going to finish. All Might was confused about this, until the men turned to him and looked him in the eyes. What he heard next shocked him. There's always other hero schools besides UA. Chapter 74, Chapter. Author, once again, I'm tired. If I'll make it to day 6 of double release today. 2,123 words this chapter. Right now, the atmosphere inside the classroom can be considered as strange to say the least. The moment Madara walked inside, the other students had shut their mouths and watched as he calmly sat down at his seat and closed his eyes. Even then, no sound was made still, causing some students to grow uncomfortable. One of them being Mina Ashido, who wanted to stop whatever the hell was going on. So being her usual cheerful self, she looked towards the Uchiha and gave him a big smile. Madara, we haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Her voice seemed to wake the others up, causing them to stop being weird and look away from the young men. With Mina's outburst, the other girls who were nearby saw it was fit to actually start talking again, all of them wanting to get rid of the awkward feeling emitting from most of the other students. All while this was happening, Momo chuckled to herself while shaking her head a little. Looking over at her boyfriend, she saw him with his eyes closed, looking relaxed, but she was able to easily tell what he was really doing. Waiting for the reactions of the class. Basically, his entertainment. Too bad nothing had happened. She really wanted to see who was dumb enough to speak out about Madara. Momo expected Bakugo to do this, but he was strangely silent. What she didn't know was that the blonde-haired boy was able to tell what was happening with the surrounding students. Why they were acting so nervous in front the Uchiha. Bakugo was a smart kid, so it wasn't difficult to figure it out. He knew these rejects, as he likes to call them, become so discouraged and passive whenever Madara is in their presence. He was able to easily tell this. After all, it was just like Izuku whenever he bullied him. Still, Momo didn't know all this, and if she did, she would have thought of a different person who would try to provoke her boyfriend. Of course the black-haired girl had said earlier that she hoped Midnight's worst-case scenario never happened, but another part of her was just really looking forward to it. Momo didn't know why it was exactly, but she thought watching her classmates act like idiots and fool themselves when trying to argue with something that they couldn't control would make for good entertainment. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a class deputy. The beautiful teenager said to herself with a slight chuckle, obviously joking, but she continued off and said to herself. Maybe something would have occurred if Mina hadn't suddenly shouted out a greeting. Mina, we all haven't seen each other in only a week. Jiro said, responding back to the pink-haired girl's words, making her pout. You didn't have to point that out, Jiro. I was just trying to be nice. Besides, everyone was being so creepy. You would think they knew when not to stare. Mina replied back, causing Toru to bring her invisible hands up to her invisible face to laugh, and specific students to look away even more. Stare. That's oddly hilarious coming from you. Jiro said with a smirk as she glanced at Madara, obviously hinting to what she meant. Her pink-haired friend would always stare, but it was for a whole different reason. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Mina stammered as she instantly denied Jiro's words. She was usually shameful and would speak her honest and decent thoughts to her friends, but never would she do it in front of the person they were actually talking about. That's just a whole different level of awkwardness. You're not very good at lying. Tsuyu said as if it were a fact. Come on guys, maybe we should stop teasing Mina. Round Face said, mostly because she knew what it was like to be teased like this. It was just simply embarrassing. Forgetting about the fact that Madara had ignored them, the girls except for Momo continued to talk amongst themselves, giving two boys the opportunity to walk up to the young man to ask something. Yo, Madara. How was your fight with that villain Muscular? He must have been very strong, right? What moves did you use? How long did it take to defeat him? The redhead boy named Kirishima asked, and continued asking more questions, not even giving the Uchiha a chance to reply. While that was happening, the second boy Denki was looking at Madara while his eyes twitched, and thought to himself. This bastard, how dare he? You would think the yellow-haired teenager was frustrated and jealous about something that had to do with the long-haired boy, and that's exactly what it was. How dare he ignore those girls when they so clearly want to talk to him? With his looks and strength, he can easily have any of these girls here, but he's only loyal to one. What a waste of genes. I know what to do now. This guy is helpless. He needs to learn, I can teach him. As a fellow classmate, I have to help him. Show him that having a harem isn't so bad. After all, as the saying goes, if one woman makes you happy, then imagine 10. Fuck, I'm totally jealous. Denki thought to himself bitterly, not knowing that he was sorely mistaken. He didn't need to teach the Uchiha anything. While Kirishima kept asking him questions, Madara had already tuned him out so he could glance around the room to check something out. A small frown appeared on his face, showing his dissatisfaction. Why was nobody saying anything? Ah, how could I forget? I'm truly stupid for thinking the students here would ever say anything. Why would they? Now I understand why there's no reaction or nothing interesting happening like how Namiri explained it to be. These kids would never say anything bad about me when I'm here. Maybe if I walk out of this room with Momo, they'd start running their mouths, but I'm not really in the mood to look for a reaction anymore. How disappointing. The Uchiha thought to himself, now responding to the red-haired boy so he could stop bothering him. He only gave vague answers and the occasional HN when asked about something that would take a while to explain. With that, Madara made the others remember just how difficult it is to get some information out of him. Kirishima had stopped asking questions, fearing that he would just make the Uchiha teleport out of the classroom. It didn't take long for the other students to finally get here, and when they did, Madara couldn't help but let out a smirk when he saw the way Tenya was looking at him. The boy was mad about something, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why. In the anime, he was able to get out of his funk and fight against Stain with Izuku and Shoto, even though he wanted to do it himself so badly, but with me, I denied him that, knocked him out so he wasn't able to get revenge for his brother. Now the real question is if he knows that I was the one to defeat Stain. Either Izuku told him, or he figured it out himself, which is nearly impossible. I'm going to have to go with the green-haired kid. The look in his eyes, holding a strong dislike for me. He thinks he's hiding it well, but unfortunately for him, I can see it perfectly. There's no doubt that he knows. Either that, or he's just a moron for getting mad at me when I basically saved his life that day. Psy people are so ungrateful. Madara thought to himself as he listened to the boy in question greet out the class. Once again tuning himself out, the Uchiha closed his eyes, waiting for the class to start. Afterwards, the homeroom teacher Aizawa finally arrived. With his normal sleepy expression and bored look on his face, he walked up to the front and spoke up. With midnight. Right now, the R-rated pro hero didn't have a class to teach, and due to that, she was called to Nizu's office. Apparently the mouse wanted to talk to her, and remembering what Madara had said earlier, she had a hunch on just what he wanted to say. Arriving at the principal's office, Midnight knocked a couple times before opening the door. The sight of a white mouse peacefully drinking tea with a smile greeted her sights. A small frown unconsciously formed on her face, something that the principal noticed and was confused about. Midnight couldn't help it. From what Madara had told her, she learned something new. This man in front of her was a manipulator. Something that didn't set well with her at all. Closing the door, Midnight walked towards the chair in front of Nizu's desk and sat down on it to look him in the eyes. Good morning Namiri, how's your morning so far? Nizu kindly asked, but received a response he didn't expect. Just get to the point already. Why was I called here? Midnight said straightforwardly. Okay, maybe learning that new information from Madara was affecting her more than she thought it would. No, this is how I should act right now. He really tried manipulating my little sister. What's worse is that she's a student here as well. The older woman thought to herself. Thinking her behavior is just her being in a bad mood right now, Nizu continued off what he was saying as he placed his teacup down. So, I was informed by Madara Uchiha that you and him are currently in a romantic relationship. He had came into my office and convinced me to let this slide. Of course I have some conditions of my own. Nizu didn't want the woman in front of him to know that he had no choice to agree. Unfortunately she already knew this fact that was embarrassing to him. Yes, he already told me. So what are your conditions? Midnight asked, wanting to get this over with already. The most obvious would be not to expose your relationship with the boy to the public. Right now, UA is a target for the media, with them constantly trying to find out if our school is safe or not from the past villain attack. You know how reporters are. They'll try their hardest on getting any sort of information pertaining to you. And if they found out a student was going out with a teacher, it wouldn't do well. Even though it's not illegal because of the age of consent, you should know that a student-teacher relationship is not really accepted. Nizu explained, getting a nod in return. All right, is that all? The woman asked. At this point, she just wanted to leave. She didn't want to be in this mouse's presence any longer. She was already unconsciously being wary of him. Midnight just didn't like the manipulating type. You would never know if they were just using you for their own benefit, or genuinely being nice. Midnight couldn't tell with Nizu, because to her, he was a good liar. Yes, that's all, but I must ask, how did your relationship with Madara start exactly? Did something happen to make you want to be with this boy, even though he already has a lover? Nizu questioned. Do I really have to tell you such a thing? It's none of your business, so I think I'll be leaving right now. Midnight said, knowing damn well she would have never acted this way before, but she knew what was affecting her. Midnight, I would refrain from being so rude when I'm talking to you. You don't have to be so disrespectful. Nizu said, his previous kind and gentle voice was now gone. He can tolerate it if she just wasn't in a good mood, but the mouse realized that the woman just blatantly disliked him right now. Respect? Do you want me to respect a man who tried manipulating a teenage girl? Midnight questioned as she looked at the principal weirdly. The room turned silent and the mouse sighed, already knowing that it was possible for Madara to tell his girlfriend about what he did. This isn't good. Nizu thought to himself. Sighing, he opened his mouth and said. Chapter 75, Chapter. Author, Day 6 of Double Release. 1103 words. Sighing, Nizu opened his mouth and said. I understand now. I assure it's not as bad as you make it out to be. At the time, I may have suspected Madara for working with some villains and being one, but I did what I did only because I cared for the safety of the students here at UA. Midnight, when hearing those words, was shocked. It should be known that although she found out the mouse had tried manipulating Momo, she didn't exactly know the details of what happened. Nizu had unknowingly revealed this information to her, thinking that Madara had already told her. Wait a minute, think Madara is a villain? That's absurd. Wait, no. Let's think here. Nizu is a smart person, I'll give him that. So there's no doubt that with his intellect, it should be easy to tell that Madara isn't a villain. For him to think such a thing means there must be something I'm missing. It doesn't look like Nizu will speak up about it, so I'll have to ask Madara when I see him again later. The R-rated pro hero thought to herself. The idea of the mouse suspecting her boyfriend was just unexpected. Why would he be a villain? If he was, couldn't he just, kill any of the students himself? Midnight knew this was possible. After all, the boy had been able to sneak up on her easily. She knew that if he wanted to, he could end their lives without them realizing. Looking at Nizu, who was waiting for her response, Midnight thought of what she was going to say, and after a few moments of silence, she finally opened her mouth. I have to say, I may have been a tad bit harsh earlier, but you have to understand why. Momo, I've grown close to her and consider her as a little sister. So to find out she was almost manipulated, especially by a person who I deeply respect, it kind of shook me. Of course your intentions to protect the students were pure and genuine, but the way you went about it is something completely unacceptable. Midnight told the white mouse. I agree with you. What I did was unacceptable. It was a bad decision on my part, and I deeply regret even trying to do something like that. Nizu, I don't know what to say. Do you regret your actions, or regret getting caught by Madara? My guts are telling me that you would have continued with what you were doing. Midnight asked with a frown. The office turning silent as she continued to stare at the principal, who still hasn't answered or questioned. Nizu wasn't answering because he was too busy talking to himself, coming up with answers, but he realized none of them made him look good, but did that matter at his point? Yes, to protect UA and those young children, I would have of course done it, and I'll continue doing it. Namuri is wrong, but also right. I do of course regret being caught, but I also regret manipulating Momo because I had to face that monster. Nizu thought to himself. Oh, of course the mouse would do it again if it meant protecting the school and its students. The only difference now compared to before is that Nizu knew to never mess with Madara and his loved ones. Realizing that this wasn't going anywhere, Midnight decided that she was just going to drop it now. There was no point in arguing with the principal. Her boyfriend Madara already took care of it, so saying anything else would be of no use. Well, I'll be leaving now. I have a class to prepare for. Goodbye, Nizu. Midnight said as she got up and walked out of the office with a sigh, threatening to be let out. I need something to relax myself. The older woman thought to herself, thinking of a certain black-haired Uchiha. Class 1A. Good morning, class. We're finally back from that week-long internships. Judging from the reports, it seems like some of you guys have had a troubling time while others more eventful. Aizawa said with his usual tone of voice as he glanced at certain students. It's been a long week, but don't think this school day will be any easier than the previous ones. You'll still continue on with your hero training with all might as soon as you get to that class. Also, tomorrow I'll be discussing about something important to you guys that's coming up. That is all. Aizawa said as the bell rung, causing the students to get up from their seats, preparing to walk out. Before they could, the homeroom teacher spoke up again. Also, if I hear any complaints about anyone in this class. He didn't even need to use any specific threat. Most of the students had already caught on to what he meant. It wasn't hard to figure it out when he was looking at the Uchiha in the back who had Momo by his side. After that, the day had continued normally for Madara, with only the slight annoyance of people constantly looking at him. Of course it wasn't such a big deal because all it took to stop it was a glance. During lunch, he and Momo had chose to sit outside by themselves peacefully for this day, instead of eating in the lunchroom. It was around this time when Madara's mood turned for the better. Maybe it was because he heard rumors from other students talking about how the R-rated pro hero wasn't being herself today. According from the kids he had overheard, Midnight wasn't being seductive and playful around others like she used to. After lunch, it was finally time for All Might's class. For Madara, it was literally the only one he didn't mind. Of course class with Midnight wasn't so bad either, but it couldn't compare to All Might since Madara got to stomp on others and ruin the other students' spirits. Now sitting down at his seat, the Uchiha had his eyes closed. This whole day, nobody approached him. At least until now. Madara. He heard a familiar voice. Opening his eyes, he was greeted to the sight of Tenya standing in front of his desk. Chapter 76, Chapter. Author, I used to rely heavily on dialogue from actual anime at the start, but ever since the end of sports festival and start of internships, I stopped doing that. My internet is very bad. Like I'm getting 1 bar while having to use my data, so that means I can't download or watch the anime without it taking so long or read the manga online without the pages taking ages to load. So if I get something incorrect, don't mind it too much. 2,100 words. Madara. He heard a familiar voice. Opening his eyes, he was greeted to the sight of Tenya standing in front of his desk, waiting for him to respond back. The classroom barely had any other kids in it due to the fact that the bell just rung. So with Tenya standing there wanting to talk to him, it didn't cause such a big commotion. It's just that the only people who were there was the mute guy, Tokoyami, and the boy who had multiple arms. All people who knew when to mind their business. They were also seated further away from Madara, so they couldn't hear their conversation. I know you were the one to defeat the hero killer during the Hosu incident. Midoriya had told me that it wasn't really Endeavor that did so. Tenya said in a low voice, making sure only the Uchiha could hear him. So my assumptions were right. Madara thought to himself. I'm guessing Izuku told you. Alright then, what are you trying to say? Why are you really here? Fixing his glasses that somehow shined a little, Tenya nodded his head and said, well, he had no choice. The moment I woke up and found out that you weren't the one to defeat the hero killer, I knew something was up. Of course I couldn't have known that you were able to win your fight, but I had a hunch. When Izuku showed up to visit me, I questioned him on what exactly happened. He told me what the news had said, but I could see right through him. He's not good at lying. Madara didn't know why the boy was saying all this towards him. Okay, but what does that have to do with anything? Why are you really here? He questioned once again. One thing that bothered the Uchiha was when people were talking to him and they didn't get to the point. Most of the time he would have to tune himself out because whatever they said had nothing to do with what they wanted to talk to him for. Why I'm really here, I wanted to thank you for saving my life back then. I admit, I was brash and irresponsible for thinking I could go up against the hero killer. So once again, thank you. Tenya, with slight difficulty said to Madara, who let out a small smirk and raised an eyebrow. Madara could tell that Tenya wasn't being genuine at all. He could easily tell that he didn't want to thank him for saving his life. The tone of his voice and facial expression, Madara has seen it tons of times in his past life. It was like when the teacher at school would have you apologize to someone you didn't like, and make you say it like you meant it. In this case, Tenya was probably being forced by someone to thank Madara. Unfortunately for him, the Uchiha could tell that it wasn't genuine. Madara didn't know this, but it was Tenya's brother who had told the kid to thank him. The boy had informed his brother about what he learned from Izuku. The result? A shocked pro-hero telling Tenya he shouldn't have told him, and also making the student thank the one who really got revenge for him. That was around the time a small dislike for Madara began to grow in Tenya. For him, it was the worst feeling to try and get revenge for your brother, then have the men praise another for something you tried so hard to do. It honestly hurt him, but he didn't let it affect him. At least that's what he thought. With Madara, he looked at Tenya for a little bit, and then decided on what he should actually say. He thought Ida shouldn't have said anything if he's not even sincere about it. At this point, him being thankful meant absolutely nothing. Meaning Madara's time was wasted. You know, I didn't intend to really save you. Beating the hero killer was my priority, but I couldn't just leave you there, I would have gotten in some big trouble. The Uchiha noticed Tenya trying not to react to his words. To him, it was obvious that the engine boy disliked him for something, so it was amusing to see him hold back. Madara had to admit. Tenya really did know how to kind of restrain himself and not let his emotions control him. Unlike certain people. Not finished with what he was saying, Madara once again spoke up, "You're right, you were brash. Not only that, but reckless as well. I don't know what you were thinking, but you would have obviously died if someone didn't save you." Turning his tone to a bit more serious one, he continued, "Hope next time you think of the consequences before doing something irrational." There was obviously a hidden meaning in this, and Madara could only assume that Tenya knew that and was able to figure it out. When someone disliked you, it means it can grow into hate one day. If one day Tenya tried doing something, Madara wanted to know that he'll have to face the consequences. Even with all this, he heavily doubted this would happen. In the end, the engine boy is actually a pretty nice person and isn't stupid, so Madara thought what he was thinking would never happen. "Alright," Tenya said before he walked away to his seat. That was the time when Izuku and Ochako walked inside the classroom, with Momo following right after. The duo saw how strange their friend was acting, so they went up to him to hopefully help him out. Hearing a chair being placed right next to his, Madara turned to his left to see Momo now sitting down with a beautiful smile on her face. Judging by the expression she was making behind that smile, it looks like she was a little irked for not being able to hear his conversation with Tenya since she was in the bathroom. You know, even if I wasn't able to hear a thing, I can still tell that Tenya will probably do something stupid in the future. The black-haired girl said as she held Madara's left hand with her right, and laid her head on his shoulder. I wouldn't say that, but it's a possibility of course. The Uchiha replied back, speaking quietly since he didn't want anyone butting in on his conversation with his girlfriend. He's been acting strange ever since his brother was injured and crippled from the hero killer. Momo said, but she didn't really sound all that concerned. He'll get over it. He does have people to help him. Madara replied back as he glanced at Izuku and Ochako talking to Tenya, who had a strained smile. Seeing what Madara looked at, Momo shook her head with a small laugh. At this point, we may have to look for a new class president. If this is how he is right now, then it could only get worse later down the line if he doesn't fix whatever problem he has. At that time, most of the students will start realizing his behavior and choose to have someone else be class president. Momo said, cussing her boyfriend to look down at her. What, do you want to help him or something? He questioned. Hell no. I may be class deputy and help around when I can, but Tenya's problem is just way too personal to meddle with. Momo responded, causing Madara to laugh a little. While patting her head, he stroked the strand of hair that fell to the side of her face. Enjoyable the rosy blush on her cheeks, Madara spoke up and said. It seems like I heavily influenced you with how I act. You weren't always like this when we were younger. I remember during elementary and beginning of junior high, you were so nice and would try to help anyone out. That was until you found out those kids' parents wanted to use us by having their kid close to us so we could one day share our money with them. After that, I became more wary of the people around me and didn't have any close friends. Momo said, while feeling a little disappointed that Madara removed his hand. At least we had each other. Me, you, and Nijire. Yeah, that's true. Like that, they stayed in comfortable silence for about a couple minutes. There was of course some students occasionally looking their direction, but they didn't make any sort of reaction. That was because most were now used to Madara and Momo showing affection towards each other in public. Hearing a sigh come out of his girlfriend, the Uchiha looked over at her and asked what was wrong. It's just that, once the girls come here, I'll have to face the constant questioning of why I didn't sit with them at lunch. The black-haired said, causing Madara to shake his head. You think that's bad? I have to deal with other students around the school trying to come up to me and ask how my fight was with Muscular. I guess you're right. Speaking of Muscular, do you think the League of Villain group will stop bothering you after knowing you easily defeated 2 of their members? Momo questioned. I doubt that. They seem to be very persistent. Madara replied. But how about that Dabi person? Didn't you say you beat him up until he was unrecognizable because of his blood covering his whole body? I'm sure if those other members saw his state, they wouldn't want to fight you knowing that your power is the real deal. The villains can't be that stupid to ignore it, right? With this, Madara laughed a little. With Momo having already brought her head off his shoulder, he was able to easily look her in the eyes. Momo, people often say they won't believe in God unless they see him themselves. The Uchiha was saying, but was interrupted. What are you trying to say, Madara? Do you think of yourself as a G-god? Momo asked in a whisper, shocked with wide eyes. Not yet. Momo knew Madara was strong, very strong, but strong enough to be considered a god. The black-haired girl didn't know what to think because her boyfriend had never said something like this before. If Momo knew that perfect Susanoo wasn't Madara's limit. Puffed. Momo heard. Looking around, she saw that it came from her boyfriend who was now laughing with a grin. Come on Momo, I was just joking. You should have seen the look on your face. He teased. Before the girl was able to say anything else, the school bell once again rung. This signaled that the students' time to get to class was now over. Seconds later, the rest of the kids from Class 1A came back, and a minute after that, All Might arrived in a dramatic way like usual. Class. Go change into your hero costumes and meet me outside. The pro hero said with a huge smile as he walked right out of the door, not even bothering to explain what they were going to do. Afterwards, the students went to the lockers to change out of their clothes. Some boys would have took this time to talk with the spiky black-haired kid, but Madara got ready so fast that they didn't get the chance. With the Uchiha, ever since he realized it takes a little while to put on his armor, he's been training to be quick with it. Needless to say, that odd and somewhat embarrassing training was successful since it helped greatly. He might not have to upgrade his armor now, but that doesn't mean he wasn't considering on still doing it. Being the first one to arrive outside, it was now just him there with All Might. Young Uchiha. The older man yelled out with a joyous laugh. Chapter 77, Chapter. Author, I like this chapter of All Might and Madara talking. They've never really had a full convo with each other. Let me know if the dialogue is alright. 2,126 words. Young Uchiha. All Might yelled out with a joyous laugh and huge smile as he walked towards Madara. With his arms crossed, the black-haired teenager looked at the pro-hero who was currently in his muscle form. Madara couldn't help but notice just how different the man's personality is whenever he changes. His speech pattern and monologues are completely different whenever he's in his skinny form. Madara can only guess it's because the man has more confidence when his muscles are out and constantly has to put up his always smile to inspire hope act. Despite all that, Madara almost saw it as two different people in one body. Or a split personality per se, but he knew that wasn't the case at all. It was the reason why he called the pro-hero Toshinori in his skinny form, and All Might in his muscled. Well, that and the men had specifically asked him to only call him by his real name so nobody knows his identity. Madara, it looks like you're the one to get here first. I've been meaning to ask, but how are the other students treating you? You must have already figured out just what is going on, right? The blonde questioned the student. He knew Madara was an intelligent and observant young man, so he must have noticed the change that his presence has caused. This kid was even able to easily figure out my most important secret. There is no way he doesn't know what's happening around him. After all, his observation skills are terrifying. All Might thought so himself, still not knowing Madara knew his secret because he's from a different world where everyone here is actually a fictional character in an anime. Not that he'll ever figure this out though. They're treating me just how they've always done, All Might. Besides, they won't say anything to my face, but even if they did, it's not like it'll anger me or make me want to murder them or something. Madara replied back, receiving a weird look from the pro-hero. Well, that's good, but I didn't exactly think you would try to do all that. All Might responded. He continued off by saying, if it ever comes to the point where it bothers you, then you can come to me. The situation that's happening to you right now has happened to me before, way back when I was a student at UA. That's right. I completely forgot that All Might actually went to this school. With a one-for-all quirk, there's no doubt that he got pretty strong quickly. The Uchiha said in his mind. I'm sure no problem will ever occur, All Might. Well alright then. I have one more thing to say to you. For this class, we'll be having a special type of race, and with your strength, I know you'll be able to easily complete this course. This is a choice you can make, so I'm not forcing you. Do you want more of a challenge? All Might questioned with a grin, piquing Madara's interest. Alright then, what is it? The boy questioned, already thinking of possible answers. Reaching into his pocket, the muscular blonde hero brought out 4 braces that are meant to be put around one's legs or arms. Whichever you prefer. Madara instantly recognized these, which also made him find out just what All Might had planned. These are a type of equipment that was made by a student in the Department of Support who goes by the name MHA. They're called high-density weights that were made to reduce the wearer's speed and stamina. If you want to challenge yourself, then you can put on as many as you think fits, but remember that you don't have to at all. It's your choice. The number 1 pro-hero explained, getting a nod in return. Madara took all 4 of them and put them around his wrist. 2 on each. He noticed that as he put them on, he felt sort of heavier, but it wasn't as difficult to use as All Might put it out to be. Challenge. What the hell is this? Madara questioned himself, feeling just slightly disappointed. It should be known that when he was younger, he would swim in his indoor pool with heavy weights on, so what he had on were nothing too serious for him. Weights or no weights, it wouldn't make a difference right now. He needed something more, or something heavier. Maybe it's because he weighed less than 180 pounds, and these support items added a quarter to that for each one. Despite that, Madara still wasn't going to take it off and he wasn't going to say anything about it. Maybe once All Might sees just how easily he passes the race, he'll try to give him an even bigger challenge. He'll see just how far this goes. So, how does it feel? All Might questioned curiously. He never actually used the equipment before, but he will during the upcoming first-term final exam. It was already proven that the support item already worked, but he still had to ask Madara if anything was wrong. I feel completely fine. Although, I do feel heavier than before. I'm not really moving around much, so I can't tell if it actually drains my stamina quickly, but I doubt that will be a problem if that's true. Madara said as he stretched and flexed his muscles to get himself comfortable with having to wear the items. What? Are they broken? All Might questioned. No, these are fine. That girl did a fine job when creating the weights. It's just that I've done more before when I was younger. Madara explained to the older man, receiving a sigh from him. You really are extremely powerful. Especially for not even being 16 yet. It's truly fascinating. All Might said as he shook his head. Be careful there. You sound like you're regretting not being patient in choosing who to inherit One for All. Madara spoke up, getting the pro hero to look at him shocked. I have actually never thought about that before. You think I chose too quickly? I've been looking for a successor for so long, you know. All Might said after calming himself. I'm sure you probably already had candidates before you met Izuku. Also, it's not my place to tell you what to do with your quirk because I honestly don't care and it's not mine, but you chose a boy just after seeing him save someone. Not only that, but not even knowing him for a day you already offered your quirk to him. The Uchiha spoke out his thoughts and opinions. And how do you know I've only known him for a day and I only picked him after I saw him save someone? All Might questioned curiously. Right. He's not supposed to know that. Easily coming up with a believable lie, Madara once again spoke out. It was on the news, All Might. A boy named Katsuki Bakugo was attacked by a slime-like villain. From the crowd, another boy ran towards them, intending to save his friend. Why he risked his life to save someone who tormented him? Even I don't know. Anyways, being unsuccessful, the number one pro hero appeared out of nowhere to save the day. It was said that you even changed the weather with just a punch alone. Being the type of man you are, there's no doubt that you found Izuku's actions extremely hero-like, and it most likely made you decide that he can be a candidate. The fact that he was quirkless probably strengthened your decision. Now Bakugo always mentions how Izuku was a quirkless even before they got out of junior high. So it's obvious that it was around the time when you met him and gave him your quirk. Also, if you met him earlier, then the boy would have already been training. In the video where he tried saving Bakugo, he was frail and skinny. Madara explained, getting a look from All Might like he's been caught doing something bad. Now that I'm hearing it from you, it does sort of seem like I rushed way into things. Even then, I don't regret my decision. Izuku may not be the best at things right now, but I'm sure he'll get there. I believe in him. All Might said with a light chuckle. He wasn't finished though since he continued off by saying. Do you think you should have been the one to receive One for All? He questioned the Uchiha. Me. One for All. It's an interesting thing to imagine. I'll be honest with you. If you actually offered it to me when I was younger, I probably would have denied it. Not because I want to use my own power or something dumb like that, but because I myself know I'm not the right person so be considered as the symbol of peace in the future. With my personality and how I deal with villains, there's no doubt that you'd most likely make me give it back. Madara revealed, getting a smile in return. How interesting. Most would just instantly agree that they should have it, but he is different. The pro hero thought to himself. Perhaps if I had met you when you were younger, you would have been my number one candidate. All Might said, speaking what he thought was the truth. If he had known there was a kid so powerful, then he would have instantly gone to meet him. No. You're wrong. I already told you that with my personality and how I deal with Madara was going to say, but was interrupted. Yes, Nizu already told me of this before. How you cripple some of the villains you go against. I don't know what happened in your past for you to do that, but if I had met you when you were younger and thought you were a good candidate, All Might said, but with Madara interrupting this time. Nothing happened in the past, All Might. My life has been completely normal and fine. I don't need some type of trauma or tragic background for me to realize that some villains just deserve to suffer. Don't tell me you haven't crippled or seriously injured one before. The Uchiha said. I get that, and I have. It's not surprising. With my power and strength, sometimes I just don't know when to hold back. I'm ashamed of it, but yes, I have crippled and seriously injured villains before, but it's not like I intentionally did it. All Might responded back. Shaking his head while closing his eyes, Madara thought of the pro-hero's words. Unintentionally or intentionally? Does it make such a big difference? In the end, we both did the same action. Does it really matter what I do if it's some scum who has done something unforgivable? The boy questioned. I can't tell you what to do or what you should do as a hero, because a big focus point for students at U.A is to find your own path for your bright future. That, and I know now that you won't listen to me, but I just hope you don't stray far or do something that you'll regret. All Might said, actually thinking the young man as someone not so bad. He said those words to Madara because he knew that his ways against villains weren't really accepted amongst the heroes. When All Might said, I hope you don't do something you'll regret, he meant it as Madara one day resorting to killing instead of crippling. The pro-hero said he hopes that doesn't happen because he'll be the one to bring him in or possibly fight him. Knowing his intelligence, All Might knew that the Uchiha most likely already figured out his words. All Might, if I ever do what you mentioned, then just know it's because I myself believe it's for a good reason. If I ever resort to killing, it's because I know no one will be able to stop me. Madara said seriously as he looked straight into the eyes of the number one pro-hero. Blue stared at Black. It was as if their beliefs and ideals were clashing together. Both unconsciously emitting an aura that would most likely suffocate the students if they were to arrive right now. Symbol of Peace vs. Madara Uchiha. Chapter 78, Chapter. Author, just a short chapter. 1277 words. As All Might looked into the black eyes of this young man in front of him, he realized just how serious his words were. The pro-hero wasn't naive or dumb. He knows that the way Madara deals with his opponents is wrong, but at the same time it isn't. He had looked over the files and reports of Madara's opponents. Each and every one of them deserved it just like he said they did, but then again, what worried the pro-hero was how far this young man was willing to go to punish villains. Having this talk with him, All Might realized that Madara was a person who stuck to his beliefs and didn't follow what others told him to do. His word alone is what he thinks is best. He won't hesitate to punish those that wrong him. Does that make him a bad person? All Might didn't think so because Madara wasn't one to make those who didn't deserve it suffer for no reason. It was at this point where the blonde-haired man realized just how mature this boy in front of him was. Is this the path he chooses? All Might questioned himself as he felt the strong aura of the Uchiha. As he felt the absolute power that he holds. It was obvious since the day of the sports festival that Madara Uchiha will be a powerhouse in the future. No. He already is. All Might began to actually question to himself. Would Madara ever resort to killing one day? No, why was he still questioning about that? The boy said he would if he had to, and whenever the boy said something so serious like that, he always meant to, so All Might took it as the truth. Was it wrong? Yes. Was it accepted amongst other heroes? No. Would he get arrested and be seen as someone bad if he started killing his enemies? Most likely. But then again, who can stop him? Right now, All Might believed he was the only one able to. That's what he believed right now because that's the power he was currently feeling. And it absolutely shocked him. Are sure? Are you absolutely positive that this is the path you'll take for your hero career? All Might questioned as he stopped releasing his aura, with the Uchiha following right after. I stand by my words. Madara simply said. That's unfortunate, but who am I to stop you when I myself have set a focus point for students at U.A is to help you find your own path. You already know the consequences, now it's up to you. The blonde man replied back. You're right, it is up to me, and I don't think anyone will ever be able to change my mind. The Uchiha said. Maybe if your beliefs were different, you would have been the perfect symbol of peace in the future, but then again, you wouldn't be you anymore. Hearing those words, Madara let out a small chuckle while shaking his head. Symbol of peace. The meaning is genuine, but it's also a big problem. Peace. How laughable. Madara said, causing All Might to look at him confused. Why do you say that? The pro-hero questioned. In my eyes, it would make sense if this title revolves around all pro-heroes who help society. Meaning, a sense of peace is given to the citizens when the heroes are around, but unfortunately that's not the case. The Uchiha spoke up. How's that unfortunate? All Might questioned, genuinely curious on what the young man in front of him had to say. This title is given to one person, which is you. That's good and all, and your actions and accomplishments have proved that you deserve this title, but people have relied on it way too much. Heroes and citizens alike. This sense of peace will all disappear when you fall, All Might. Even now, I can sense your power slowly diminishing. When that day arrives, I can guarantee you that villains will once again gain the courage to cause chaos. With you out of the way, all the villains have nothing to fear. Madara explained seriously. When people rely on one person, and that person shoulders all of their burdens, then it's easier for things to crumble down. It's a reason why the League of Villain is specifically targeting All Might. The more All Might listened, the more he realizes he'll have to one day throw away this false sense of hope that he's always had. He himself knew it. That when he's gone, the symbol of peace will be no more. But, this is the exact reason why I have a successor. Izuku will one day gather enough strength where he'll surpass me. All Might said. All Might, I know you're not naive. Izuku is only a kid right now, and is nowhere near the level of power he needs to be to keep the people safe. Who knows how long it'll take for him to get stronger? How long it'll take until the villains start fearing his strength and power just like they do with you. Once again, when you're gone, they won't fear anymore, and that's when the crime rates will start rising. Madara said. Noticing the downcast look on the man's face once he realized the future doesn't look so bright, he smirked and spoke up. Why do you look like that? What I just explained is just a possibility. A strong one, but it's still something that can be changed, that I believe will change. The Uchiha said. And why do you believe that? All Might asked. Once he looked at the young man's face, his eyes widened as he heard something he never thought would come out of the Uchiha's mouth. Because I am here. It was at this point when All Might remembered what Aizawa had told him about the students picking their heroes' names. I want the name Madara Uchiha to strike fear in the hearts of my enemies. Granted, his enemies could mean anyone, but currently they were all villains. If you didn't want to be on his bad side, then just don't provoke the boy. Only villains right now seem to do that. With a grin still plastered on his face, Madara once again spoke up. I'm no symbol of peace, and I never will be. Even if the people one day consider me as such, I will never accept it because I will be something different. If I'm the symbol of peace, then what are you? All Might questioned with a smile. Me. I'm Madara Uchiha. Before the pro-hero could respond back, a voice sounded out, causing the two to turn around. There, a group of students were walking while waving at them. Oi. Madara and All Might. A voice that obviously belonged to Kirishima. He really finished putting on his armor in like a second. You should have seen inside the boys' locker room, it was like he appeared, and then disappeared. Ojiro, the martial arts boy with a tail, said to one of the girls. I would see inside the boys' locker room, but you said Madara disappeared quickly. Mina shouted, causing the others to shake their heads. Mina. A certain girl said with a sweet smile, scaring the pink-haired girl. Ah. Sorry Momo. I forgot just how scary you could be. Most of the students have finally finished getting changed. Looking at them, Madara turned to the muscular men and said. Well, looks like the others are here. Goodbye. Chapter 79, Chapter. Author, just realized school starts again in 2 months, sad face. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. 2,275 words. The rest of the students had finally finished getting dressed and changed. Seeing Momo in her red hero outfit that was different than her canon version, Madara walked up to her and put his right arm around her waist. Eh? Madara, what is that around your wrist? Jiro, who was nearby, questioned him when she saw the braces he had on. Hearing her words, the other students nearby wondered the same thing. Ah, these? Just a simple support item added to my costume. Madara said. He didn't really want to tell them that he has weights on, because they'd probably bitch about him holding back against them, which is honestly funny. They'd probably call his presence unfair, but would also feel hurt when they know that he was holding back. The human mind was truly strange. It was something that Madara has come to take interest in as the days passed. A reason why Madara didn't tell them was because they will all know he was wearing weights when they go up against the teachers for the first term final exams. The look of shock on their face once they figure it out would be amusing to Madara. That, and he just didn't feel like it. Sometimes he was just very lazy. Wow, did he just actually answer a question clearly with no problem? Siro, the tape boy, questioned with bewilderment. Sho, don't be so loud, you idiot. You're shouting right next to my ear. Mina, the pink-haired girl wearing her odd costume, complained. As the students continued to bicker with each other, Momo gave Madara a certain type of look, obviously knowing he was lying, which caused him to tell her that he'd reveal it later. The students who were currently outside had moved towards where All Might was. He didn't get right into explaining today's activity, but he did answer some minor questions. Not everyone was finished with getting changed, so the pro-hero thought it was best to not have to explain twice. It only took about a couple minutes till everyone was ready to start this class. With the perfect weather and temperature outside, All Might began to explain what he had planned. Hello class. Today we'll be doing a rescue training exercise. The pro-hero yelled out with a huge smile, expecting everyone else to get excited and shout back. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, which made for a pretty awkward scene. All Might, why are we doing a race? Haven't we done more difficult activities and succeeded? The Kakashi look-alike with multiple arms asked, getting mostly everyone else to agree with him. Well, it may seem like nothing, but around this corner is the area we'll be using. A whole different terrain if you want to call it that. You guys have done internships for a full week, so it's time to put what you learned into action. Follow me, it won't take long. All Might said. Once they did, all the other students found out just what he meant by different terrain. It was huge and made the others wonder once again how UA had this much money to have stuff like this. Ground Gamma. A maze of machinery that favors vertical movement, so it'll be a bit of a challenge for most of you guys who aren't used to it. As you can see, the complex design of the maze makes it hard to move around with. One small mistake and you could end up face flat on the ground. All Might said, igniting most students' competitiveness. Especially the ones who hasn't done a single thing for their internships like Bakugo. The blonde-haired boy was sick and bored of doing absolutely nothing and not learning anything useful to him. He was wasting his time with that pro hero, so he didn't get to train harder to improve himself. Because of that, this rescue race can be considered his best source of excitement in a while. Speed and mobility is one thing he's always been working on to improve with his explosions/quirk. Even if he hasn't trained in a while, he'll show those other rejects. Show them that he's not weak. That he's not some loser who always gets his ass kicked. Bakugo wondered the real reason why he was feeling this much fury at the thought of winning. Was it really to show the other students and his classmates that he's the best? Or was it to reassure himself that he's special? He was special, he will be. He's the best and will reach great heights when he's older because of his powerful quirk. That's what everyone has told him, so why wasn't it happening? Why has it been loss after loss for him since he's been at UA? What was going on? He didn't feel special right now. He felt like a failure, especially when in the presence of him. Madara Uchiha. That damn bastard. Until I beat him I won't ever feel the same. No. Deku too. That wimp who suddenly has enough strength to beat me, I can never let that happen again. Bakugo thought to himself as he clenched his fist, small tiny sparks igniting unconsciously. While that was happening, a certain green-haired boy was currently feeling elated. This ground gamma, wasn't it perfect for the recent style he's learned? A smile unconsciously blossomed on his face as he thought of showing his new power to his friends. He'll win this race no matter what. It was his time to shine. Since the battle training at the beginning of the year, Izuku hasn't felt any sense of accomplishment or felt he's improved himself. Well, that was until he improved with his one-for-all quirk. Full crawl is what he likes to call it. It greatly enhanced his abilities, using the quirk around all of his body evenly instead of just breaking his arm every second or legs. It also looked like a whole different mode in general, but really it wasn't a huge difference of power. Although, it was a bit flashy with its green, lightning and all. Something that Izuku was secretly happy about. Yes. This is my time to show All Might how much I improved. To show Kachin that I'm not the same boy from junior high, to show Madara that I'm strong. The green-eyed boy thought to himself, his heart heavily pounding. Was he nervous or just very happy? He didn't know, but it was either both or one of the two. While those two were thinking about the race, a certain half-and-half teenager was also feeling competitive, but compared to before, it's not longer as obvious. Although he also wanted to beat Madara, he was trying hard not to let it affect him. He no longer has that rage and hate that has always controlled him. He's improved. He's different. So he's going to show them just how much he's changed. All Might. What if we haven't learned anything during our internships? Some of the others got to have real experience and train during the week, while others like me just had to sit around and watch the heroes we worked for do their thing. Aoyama said with a dramatic sigh, looking like he was about to faint. That shouldn't matter. In the end, it's not like the results you get affect your grade so much, it's the experience you get when trying this out. Some of you may have not done anything during the internship week, but that's okay. Don't forget we're in a hero school. You'll have plenty of chances to improve yourself. All Might said with a smile as he gave the shiny blonde-haired boy a thumbs up. For a second there, you almost reminded me of Guy, All Might. Madara thought to himself. No more questions. All right. I'll be drawing names now. You'll be competing in groups of 5 to race and find a distress signal I placed. All I ask from you guys with the more destructive quirks is to keep the damage to a minimum. All Might said, looking at Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo, and Madara when he said the last part. First group. Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ashido, Tenya Ida, Masahiro Ojiro, and finally, Hanta Siro. All Might announced, with all of the people he called unconsciously letting out a sigh of relief. No one but a selected few knew it, but they were secretly glad that they didn't have to go up against Madara. Whoa, what an interesting group. I wonder who will win. Toru said with obvious excitement as the contestants went up to the starting line. Before anyone else could reply back, All Might's booming voice once again sounded out. If your name hasn't been called, then you can go sit over there in front of the huge screen to watch the race. Listening to the pro teacher, the students went over. There was only one long bench, so it was mostly the girls sitting there with Madara laying his head on Momo's soft thighs, receiving jealous looks from a certain blonde. Tenya might just win this one, don't you think? His quirk mainly revolves around speed, so I think it's the pretty obvious choice. Jiro, who was sitting next to Momo, said, with the others hearing. I don't think so, Jiro. You have to remember the environment they're racing in. Tenya could go full speed, but that will just result in him crashing. Momo spoke out her thoughts, making others remember her intellect. I guess that's true. The earphone girl replied back. At first I thought Tenya as well, but after hearing Momo, I'm not too sure anymore. Maybe Deku can win this though. Ochako spoke out, causing Toru to somehow appear next to her with a teasing grin. Oh. Rooting for your crush are you now? You're such a sweet girlfriend. Although that's cute and all, do you seriously believe Izuku can win this? I mean, have you seen whenever he uses his quirk, he basically breaks his own body, constantly injuring himself. Toru said, getting Ochako to blush when she heard the first part. That may be true, but Midoriya has told us he has improved greatly with his quirk and it no longer gives him injuries. Tokoyami said with his eyes closed, causing some to look at him doubtfully, but they chose to stay silent. Shut up. Deku isn't winning. Don't tell me you're actually favoring for that weak wimp. Bakugo sneered. Kirishima, the red-haired boy who was standing next to Bakugo, nudged his arm and said with a grin, I don't know, man. He may not be such a weak wimp. Compared to the beginning of the year, his confidence level has gone up, and the more it increases, the stronger he gets. Well, that's what it seems like from my eyes. Shut up. Bakugo said, refusing to believe such words. Having grown used to the blonde-haired boy's anger issues, the class mostly ignored him and continued to talk amongst each other on who will win. All while that was happening, Momo, who was stroking her boyfriend's long hair, was now looking at him. Madara, what are your opinions? Who do you think will win? The black-haired girl asked, causing everyone to go silent, wanting to hear the Uchiha's question. Zero. He said, shocking most people since that was sort of an unexpected answer. He's basically in his perfect environment. His tape isn't only just for restraining, but it also gives him great mobility to swing around with it. With his type of quirk, there's no doubt that he's trained with this before. Madara revealed. But isn't he like, one of the weakest out of the bunch? Someone asked. In an activity such as this, power and destructive ability or whatever does not matter. It's not like they're going to be fighting each other. You can't just power your pay through all this. Even if you have such a powerful quirk, your chances of losing is the same as anyone else's. Madara said, getting All Might, who was listening in, to grin. Yes, this is what I hoped your presence would cause. Your knowledge and intelligence is great. Sometimes correcting the other students and giving them tips helps them learn greatly, even if you're not aware of it, Madara. All Might thought to himself. Wait, so does that mean you don't believe you could win this without effort? Are you saying your chances of losing are the same as ours? Tsuyu questioned, piquing everyone's interest. You can think it as such or believe what you want, but be prepared to be greatly disappointed when it's my turn. Madara said, not looking at any of them while enjoying the feeling of Momo's hand. And like that, the race started. Izuku had showed his new ability, shocking most of the others and causing them to think he would win, but they thought wrong. He had slipped on one of the pipes, showing just how difficult it was to move around it. Mina and Ojiro had a hard time with keeping up with the others, while Tenya's speed was greatly reduced like Momo had said would happen. And just like Madara predicted, Zero easily won by swinging his tape around like some sort of Spider-Man. The others discussed about the race, but not for too long. It was time for the next batch of students. Next up. Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Aoyama, and finally, Madara Uchiha. Fuck. Chapter 80, Chapter. Author, okay, I'm really going to sleep now. 2,415 words. Fuck. A certain shiny blonde-haired boy thought to himself once he heard the last name that was called. He was nervous, but didn't show it on the outside. All Might sir, I think I'm not feeling too good right now. My stomach hurts. Aoyama said, making an expression of pain while clutching his abdomen. Judging by the response he received, he didn't know whether or not All Might purposely ignored him due to figuring it out, or just couldn't tell that he was sick. Haha. No need to worry, young Aoyama. Overcome your stomach ache and surpass your limits. How can you improve if you give up so easily? All Might questioned with a loud laugh. The older blonde pat his back while pushing him forward towards the starting line. You can do it. It's only a race. Ignoring the looks of pity he was receiving, Aoyama continued on with a sigh, knowing that his fate was already sealed. He's right, it's only just a race. If I'm going to be at U.A, then I can't get nervous from just competing against stronger opponents. I know I'm going to lose, there's no doubt about it when I'm up against Katsuki Bakugo and Madara fucking Uchiha. But, if I'm going to lose, then I might as well do it in style. The shiny blonde-haired boy thought to himself, his strange and somewhat creepy smile returning in full force as sparkles somehow appeared around him. With the other students, as soon as those names were called, a look of excitement formed on their faces. This match was going to be an entertaining one. How could it not? Most of the strongest in the class racing against each other. But when they thought this, they remembered Madara's words of him saying strength alone doesn't determine the win. Good luck, Tsu. You got this, girl. Toru cheered while her gloves rose to the air with Mina by her side making cheerleading poses, attracting the gazes of some boys. I don't have that much confidence in winning, but I'll try my hardest. The dark green-haired frog girl said with a smile. I would root for you too, Momo, but your boyfriend is also competing at the same time. He can just carry you to victory and you two would get the win. Ochako said, with all the other girls nodding their heads. He won't be doing that for me. I'm my own person, so I don't want to always rely on Madara to win. If I do that, then how could I ever improve myself? I'm not that spoiled. Momo, the class deputy said, causing the respect the others had for her to rise. All right then, Momo. You got this too. Mina said with a big smile, causing the black-haired girl to return 1-2 and turn around to walk towards the starting line. When she did, she ended up looking at the amused face of Madara. Ah shit, this won't end good, but that's okay. The others have seen my strength and abilities during the sports festival, and I'll show them once again. Why I deserve to be here, and why I deserve to stand beside the one I love. Momo thought to herself, mentioning the one thing that has always worried her when Madara showed his power. Not being able to stand beside him. Momo is by no means jealous or bitter about not being able to be as powerful as her boyfriend, but sometimes she feels frustrated in herself for not being able to help him whenever he goes off to fight. She knows she's not weak, and she knows Madara doesn't think so, but that lingering feeling of self-doubt is always there once she finds out he defeated villains on his own. Having a significant other, it's only natural to want to stand beside them and help them whenever you can. Unfortunately, Momo can't do that because Madara will never need her help. No matter how harsh it sounds, my strength is insignificant to stand beside him. She thought to herself, but she wasn't going to let that put her down. She was going to work herself to the bone and train her hardest. Even when she already knows she'll most likely never reach the same power as her boyfriend, but she won't stop trying. Despite all this, Momo knew this wasn't some huge inner conflict. It would have been if Madara wasn't such a caring boyfriend. He constantly talks to her and she tells him these things. He encourages her and helps with her training. It was a reason why she loved him so much and why their relationship was actually healthy and stable despite there being other girls. Communication was a huge factor. Enough of the self-doubt, it's time to do this. Momo thought to herself, her face taking up a look of determination. As she walked towards the starting line, she never realized the proud look and slight smile Madara was giving her. With Bakugo, you could say he was excited. Very so. This was his time to get his revenge from that loss during the sports festival. Granted that this wasn't an actual fighting activity, but he'll still be satisfied of getting a win against Madara. Yes, that's how desperate he is right now. Sparks appeared on the palm of his hand as his usual grin stretched out. This was it. His path to victory. Well, at least that's what he thought. A couple minutes later, all the contestants were now at the starting line, waiting for the confirmation from All Might to start. While that was happening, the students watching were already discussing their predictions amongst each other. I'm telling you, Deku, Madara is going to win this. Why can't you understand that? Ochako, chubby round-faced girl said to the green-haired boy sitting beside her. Eh? I never said he would lose, but didn't you tell me that Madara himself said power and strength alone doesn't matter when doing this? Izuku said, slightly cowering back when his crush raised her voice at him. But Izuku, he also said not to expect the same results when it comes to him, and judging by the accomplishments he's had this past week, I think the obvious choice will be Madara. Satu, the boy with the huge lips, spoke out, getting others to agree with him. Yes, we all have to stop underestimating him now. A voice said, surprising the others since the half and half teen has been silent the whole time. We've seen his strength and we've seen just how much he breezes by obstacles. By now, we should realize that whenever he's doing something, he's going to succeed. Todoroki was always the silent type, never really interacting with his other classmates, so him speaking up first was sort of surprising. He has always been observing, and something that he's noticed is people still doubting if Madara will be able to do this or that. Haven't they already figured out that the answer was obvious? After hearing Shoto's words, the others began to pay attention to the screen where all the contestants stood. Have you guys noticed that whenever Madara is competing in something, his whole demeanor changes to a completely serious one? Tokoyami, the boy who has been observing Madara for a little, said. You're right, and it looks so goddamn hot. Mina shamelessly replied back. I second that. Ochako quietly said to herself, instantly covering her mouth afterwards, hoping someone didn't hear. Unfortunately for her, Izuku did. The green-haired boy had his head down, but if one of the kids nearby were to look closely, they would notice a flash of jealousy ignite in those green eyes. This emotion, Izuku didn't understand it himself. Why was he feeling jealous? Why was he feeling so bitter? Maybe it was because of his loss earlier in the race, or maybe it was because of Madara. This wasn't the first time of Izuku being jealous of the Uchiha. This is the second time today. The first was when he saw All Might and Madara acting like close buddies when he was walking outside with the other students. That jealousy wasn't so bad, but this one for some reason made his heart hurt just a little. Does Ochako calling Madara hot bother me? Why would it? Wait, do I like her? Izuku thought with a blush, his previous thoughts disappearing as he started to question his feelings. Mina. Don't just say stuff like that, don't you know he's Momo's boyfriend? Besides, she can get pretty scary if you make her snap. That's just the feeling I get sometimes, so be careful. Jiro said back with a worried tone. Seconds later, All Might finally gave the go. Start. As soon as Madara heard those words, he instantly rushed off without any hesitation. As he did so, he felt the effects of the support items making his body feel heavier, but it's not like they would make any difference. Of course he could have just easily used his Susanoo wings to fly ahead to the end, but that wouldn't be enjoyable now, would it? The beginning part of the race was simple. All you had to do was run forward for a little while, but once you reach a certain point, that was when the Real challenge occurred. Looking ahead, Madara saw a complex set of pipes of all different shapes and sizes placed strangely around the pathway. This was obviously made to make the contestant struggle and find a way to get around it with minimum damage. This was no challenge to Madara. He was in his zone and nothing can stop him. Why would he even find this difficult? He's been doing training like this ever since he received his quirk. Creating obstacle courses for himself in his backyard, and every time he completes it, he would make it harder. As the students looked at the screen, they watched with mesmerized eyes as Madara flawlessly maneuvered his way through the obstacle with no effort. For a person of his stature, he was surprisingly agile and flexible. Each move of his was done efficiently, with no unnecessary extra body movements. Incredible. Were the thoughts going through everyone's head as they watched the Uchiha? Including the teacher. Look. Bakugo and Momo are neck and neck tied with each other. Tsuyu is trailing behind while Aoyama is unconscious. Mina shouted, causing the others to snap out of their staring and look to where she was pointing at. Yes, Bakugo was using his blast to propel himself forward, just like how Izuku did it. Well, it was similar because Izuku was the one to actually copy his childhood bully. While he did that, Momo was using grappling hooks that connected to some sort of gloves that she wore on her hands to swing herself forward like Siro did. If the students looked closely, they would have been able to see that Momo actually had some sort of boosters attached to her legs to greatly enhance her speed. It was no wonder that she was able to keep up with Bakugo. It was obvious that without any sort of item assistance, that wouldn't have been possible. The blonde-haired boy was just naturally faster than her by using his quirk, but that wasn't the case right now. While that was happening, Tsuyu, with her tongue, was going as fast as she can. With her frog quirk, avoiding the pipes and such that were in the way wasn't hard for her. With her small build, she was pretty nimble. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep up with Madara, Bakugo, and Momo, but she was pretty damn close. At least she wasn't going to be last place because Aoyama had already knocked himself out at the start. The shiny boy tried avoiding the pipes by boosting himself with his naval blast, but he just ended up crashing. Tsuyu remembered him doing some sort of pose that made her look away in disgust, so maybe he did it on purpose. Yes. That's exactly what he did. Aoyama knew he was going to lose, so he decided to go out in style. Too bad the frog girl was the only one who saw his stunt. How unfortunate. Continuing forward, it didn't take long for Madara to cross the finish line, with All Might immediately announcing him as the winner. Despite that, the other contestants didn't stop. The distance between Madara and the others was huge. The moment he finished was the moment the three others began the complex part. The result? It was unexpected for some, but not for Madara. Bakugo, being brash at the moment and hearing that he was defeated, had lost his cool and focus. It caused him to crash face first on a pipe, giving Momo the chance to pass him. Now, being Madara's girlfriend had its perks. For example, joining his training sessions. Yes, Madara would sometimes have Momo do obstacle courses with him, so this next maze part wasn't hard for her. All she needed to do was remove the booster she had, since it would be difficult to pass this with the extra speed on her. Seeing Momo flawlessly passing the course, Bakugo grit his teeth. But what made him furious was how he got passed again. Tsuyu unexpectedly got ahead of Bakugo while he was distracted. Having enough of this humiliation, Bakugo impatiently rushed forward as fast as he could. Palms blazing as he sped through the course, occasionally bumping into some pipes. With this, he was able to pass the frog girl again. Unfortunately for him, Momo had already claimed second. With the Yaoyorozu girl just moments earlier, she saw the finish line with Madara there with his arms stretched out. Smiling while showing her teeth, Momo pulled back a little, then boosted herself in the air. She didn't land on the platform though, but in the arms of her boyfriend while holding onto him with a beautiful smile. Seconds later, Bakugo arrived with a look of anger on his face. Cursing, he wanted to say something, but the casual look Madara gave him made him think otherwise. Following right after, Tsuyu landed, while congratulating Madara and Momo afterwards. Good race. That was spectacular. All Might's voice sounded out. The others couldn't help but agree. Chapter 81, Chapter. Author waiting for Attack on Titan new manga chapter. We're only 19 chapters away from 100. You already know me, I'm going to sleep. 2,212 words. Good race. That was spectacular. All Might's voice sounded out, getting the others who were watching to agree as well. The race was more entertaining than the first one for a number of reasons. One was because of the contestants involved. For the first race, it was more fair and you couldn't really tell who the winner would be, but the results weren't anything surprising. But for this one, Madara was clearly going to win, but the spectators didn't expect to witness such a show. Flawless movements from the result of years of training from Madara. Quick thinking with the use of her unique quirk from Momo while she showcased her intellect. She was able to make items swiftly and knew what was best for her to complete the race, claiming second. Now that certainly surprised the others who watched. They expected Bakugo to get second place, but the boy's personality got in the way, so he ended up getting third. With Tsuyu the frog girl, even though she placed fourth, second to last, she was able to showcase just how her quirk helps her maneuver around areas with her tongue. Something that All Might and a selected few noticed was that she would be great for rescuing multiple people at once. It depended how strong she actually was though, but if that was such a problem for her, then she could just improve on it until it wasn't. While All Might went to go find the unconscious body of Aoyama who everyone forgot about, the other contestants walked back to the area with the huge screen where the others went and congratulated them for their performance. Madara only gave a simple nod back, not bothering to reply, while Momo and Tsuyu thanked them with a smile. Kirishima and some of the other guys tried being nice to Bakugo, but the explosive boy just brushed it off and ignored them. He was obviously not in a good mood, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why. Come on Momo, let's go sit down so we can watch the rest of the races. Madara said as he grabbed the black-haired girl's hand to walk her over to the only bench there. Unfortunately for the couple, the seats were already taken. I guess no more lap pillow for you today. Momo said, causing the Uchiha to shake his head and bring the girl over away from the other students. Finding a decent spot, Madara created his own bench with use of his earth element for him and Momo to sit on. This sort of surprised the others, not because of the power, but because it was unexpected. Laying down on his back, the Uchiha laid his head on Momo's soft creamy thick thighs when she sat down. This was truly comfortable. How lucky was he to experience this every day? What was even better for him was that Momo wasn't the only one he could do this with. There were also Nijier, Rumi, and Namiri. Like this, today's hero class continued on as usual. The races went on until everyone had a turn, but unfortunately none of them were as entertaining as the second one. One that did come close though was the race that followed after. The contestants were Shoto, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Jiro, and Ochako. The half-and-half teenager used his ice to enhance his speed. Of course the complex pipes would have been a problem, but all he needed to do was freeze the ones that got in his way, then basically skate on top of his own ice. That wasn't all though, because to make the gap between him and the other contestants larger, he would elevate himself high with the use of a medium-sized ice ramp and then boost himself forward with the use of his fire. Compared to the Todoroki who would just throw his ice around constantly to attack others, this time it looked more controlled. This was the results of his training during the internship week. The result of his hard work. Despite that, Shoto knew his strength still wasn't enough to surpass or possibly defeat the one student he's wary of. By constantly boosting himself, Shoto was able to easily claim first place, with Tokoyami following right after. Now with Kirishima, the redhead boy didn't have anything that would help him pass Shoto and Tokoyami, but his physical abilities were enough for him. Although he did have a slight problem of having some of the ice from earlier be in his way, he was able to easily break it off to continue onwards and claim third. Now with Jiro and Ochako, this was close at first as they were running side by side, but the earphone girl started using her quirk to swing herself. It should be known that she's able to extend her earphone jack cords to great lengths, but that wasn't the only reason she was able to defeat the chubby-faced girl. The main purpose of the race was to rescue All Might by finding a distress signal in this maze. Of course it wasn't so difficult, but for others with low physical capabilities and weren't so fast, it was. As Jiro got closer, she used her quirk to find a shorter path to quickly finish the race, claiming 4th place. Unfortunately for Ochako, she didn't really have anything she could use to propel herself forward. She did try using a good chunk of ice that Kirishima broke off earlier to try and float on it, but it wasn't enough. She had been placed in last, but she wasn't down about it or beat herself up. It only further encouraged her to improve herself. This race just showed her one of the things she needed to work on. After that race came the last one, which included Toru, Denki, Satu, Kuda, and Shuji. This one wasn't really entertaining. For one, half the people participating were slow or didn't have any special power, and Toru was invisible so nobody could see her. Madara of course could have, but he wasn't watching the races. The result of that match was Shuji winning with his advantage of strength, while Denki almost came in last place, but got 4th with Toru surprisingly taking 3rd. Satu took 2nd while the extremely shy and quiet Kuda took last. Like that, the class had ended, and now all the students were currently standing in front of All Might, who was giving them his usual big smile. What a great day, students. I can see that most of you have improved and found unique ways to use your quirks. If you haven't, then don't worry, because remember where you currently are. You'll have tons of chances to bring yourself to great heights, so don't put yourself down. That's all I have to say. Go ahead and change out of your costumes. The blonde hero said before the students started walking towards the locker room. One thing that Madara noticed was when the pro hero walked towards the green-haired boy and praised him for improving. Could they be even more obvious? All Might shouldn't even be shocked now if his secret is found out by someone else. By how blatant it was, Madara wondered if All Might actually wanted for people to find out. Having enough of that, the Uchiha took Momo's hand to walk with her a little and told her he would wait outside for when she's done changing. Afterwards, he used Shunshin to get to the lockers to change out of his armor. Quickly doing so, he neatly placed everything back inside his case, but kept his bow staff/gun by on him. To him, this was a very useful weapon, but he would barely have it on him at times. It was only when he was wearing his armor, but Madara planned to change that very soon. Of course he couldn't walk around with it strapped to his back all the time since it was pretty long, so he was going to meet a certain pink-haired girl at the support department and ask for a small request. Madara could have asked his parents, but he knows that they're busy most of the time. He doesn't want to bother Aiko and June with a request so little, especially when he could just have it be done somewhere else. Also, another reason he was going was because the high-density weights he wore interested him. Maybe the girl who made them can make something similar, but more extreme. Changing back into his school uniform, but keeping the blazer off, Madara packed everything up then left the locker room. A minute after that, the rest of the boys had finally arrived inside just to see the Uchiha gone. Damn, he already left. I wanted to ask him how to get faster. Have you seen his speed? Denki, the electricity boy asked, being jealous of those who could enhance their speed with their quirks. For him, that was extremely difficult to do and he still hasn't come up with a way. Yeah, I wonder what his secret is. He doesn't seem to be using his quirk, but he's just naturally fast. Kirishima said as he walked towards his locker. His secret? Maybe it's the strange way he ran. Don't you remember when he had his arms straight out behind him? Why don't we try doing that and see if we end up running faster? Izuku said, acting as if he just discovered the cure for cancer. I don't know, Izuku, Madara makes it work, but I feel like we'll look stupid doing it. Kirishima replied back with a slight laugh. Yes, you guys definitely will, but not only that, but it's not certain if such a thing would actually work. If that was the case, then Yaoyorozu would have been running the same way. She's his girlfriend and would have most likely been told on how to get faster. Tokoyami, who heard their conversation, said. I guess you're right, that does make sense. With Madara. The black-haired boy didn't have to wait long for Momo to arrive. After a little while, Madara was able to sense a familiar someone nearby. His girlfriend walking towards him with a smile. When she finally arrived in front of him, he gave her a kiss that suddenly turned into something more. Luckily for them, no one was nearby to see such a scene. After separating, they held hands and walked back inside the Udata building for the next class of the day. So are you going to tell me what you were actually wearing and why you still have them on? Momo questioned curiously, looking at the support items around his wrist. They're density weights that All Might gave me, saying it would give me a challenge, but you know the results. The Uchiha replied back with a yawn, with Momo following right after. It wasn't surprising. Seeing someone yawn just makes you want to do it. It was contagious after all. I wonder how the others will react when they find that out. The Yaoyorozu girl replied back, holding Madara's arms closer and pressing them against her breast. As they comfortably walked in the empty hallways, the couple had bumped into All Might, who looked like he needed to go somewhere. This confused Momo, but Madara knew that the blonde-haired man probably wanted to get out of his muscled form. Although he didn't have any sort of fight today, being in the form must be tiring for him, but he perseveres through it. Young Yaoyorozu and Uchiha. How strange is it to see you guys here? Congratulations on your performance during the race. I can tell you two have trained with that type of stuff. The pro hero praised. Thank you, All Might. Momo said with a smile while Madara took the weights off his wrist. One by one, he handed them back to the blonde-haired man. You can have them back. He simply said, receiving a sigh in return. I've noticed your movements earlier, and it looked like you weren't having any trouble at all. They didn't give you a challenge, did they? All Might questioned as he looked at the weights that were placed on the palms of his hands. Of course they didn't. It was an interesting idea though, so maybe there's something more difficult. See you later. Madara said as he took back his girlfriend's hand and walked towards their next class. Like that, the rest of the day went by with the students of Class 1A having to attend the horribly boring classes. Luckily for Madara, he had that unique skill of his that let him tune everything out and made it seem like time passed by quickly. At the end of the day, Madara had told Momo that he was going to check out the support department. He told her she could come with him, and she had agreed, but had to use the restroom. After Momo said she would meet him there, Madara went by himself, but on the way, he crossed paths with a certain black-haired man. Aizawa. Chapter 82, Chapter. Author, I wrote this chapter while sleeping. 1105 words. Aizawa. Madara said as he looked at the black-haired man. His homeroom teacher seemed to be carrying a bag that held the high-density weights which confused him. Didn't he give those to All Might? Madara wondered to himself, but they could just be a whole different set. Madara Uchiha, strange that you're here right now. You know this is the path towards the support department, right? Aizawa questioned as he continued walking with the Uchiha just a bit ahead of him. Lightly spinning his bow staff around his fingers, Madara didn't bother to look at the teacher who was the same height as him. I'm aware. He said. After a couple moments of silence, the teacher realized he never really talked to this student of his before. This would be the first time where they have a conversation like this. All Might informed me of your performance during his class today. He told me how you were challenging yourself by wearing these weights, but they didn't do much. The man said, causing the boy to raise an eyebrow. Oh. So those weights you're carrying really were the ones I wore today. I had gave them to All Might, but I guess he handed them to you. Madara spoke out, still looking ahead of him. Handed them? No, he practically forced them on me then went to do his business. Aizawa replied back with his usual tone of voice and bored-looking eyes. If one were to look closely, they'd realize that the homeroom teacher was actually trying to analyze the way Madara acts. So far, he's realized that the rumors about Madara being an antisocial and secretly shy were completely wrong. His student had no problem talking to him, but he did keep his responses small. He didn't talk too much, but that wasn't a bad thing. Even if Madara had no problem talking with him, Aizawa did notice that his responses were never those that would continue the conversation. It's like he's making it where I have to push the conversation forward, but if I continue, then he may notice that I'm trying to read him. Aizawa thought to himself, not knowing that the Uchiha already knew. All Might told me the weights were going to be used for something important later on, do you know what that is? Madara questioned. It's something you don't need to know right now, but you'll figure it out this week. Aizawa simply answered. The students weren't supposed to find that out until the day the event happens. Is it the final term exams? Will the teachers be using them to fight against the students? I have to admit, it does make things pretty fair. Madara said. When Aizawa heard those words, he was surprised, but quickly erased that expression on his face. The students weren't supposed to know about this, so why does Madara? He continued thinking about it, and the only thing that made sense is what Nizu had told him earlier today. Ah, I get it. Midnight told you. No, I only heard some of the teachers talking about it amongst themselves, but if you're worried so much, then don't be. I didn't tell anyone. Also, it looks like you found out Namuri and I are in a relationship. Did she tell you? Or was it Nizu? Madara said, side-glancing Aizawa when he asked the last part. Of course there was still a chance that the homeroom teacher didn't know and only asked him this because he really has been hanging around Midnight a lot, but Madara didn't care. It didn't matter to him if he just revealed his relationship with the woman because it's not like anyone could do anything about it. Nizu did. Another staff member had to be informed about this, so he chose me, especially since I'm your homeroom teacher. Aizawa answered. Now tell me, are you going to be participating in the first term final exam? The Uchiha asked, straying away from the topic of his older female teacher that's also his girlfriend. The teachers participating is already set, and I'm not one of them, so no, I won't be fighting any of your classmates. Why do you ask? Usually Aizawa wouldn't reveal any information about this, but Madara already knew what was going on. There was no harm in telling him. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to go up against you in a fight. You should really reconsider. Madara said, a small smirk threatening to be let out. You realize I can cancel your quirk, right? Is this the challenge you want? Fight me without the use of your quirk. Are you sure about that? Aizawa questioned, thinking about the scenario. Being honest with himself, Aizawa knew that if Madara used his quirk, then he'd lose. From what he's seen from the kid, there's no doubt that he wouldn't be able to counter or defend himself from his widespread destructive abilities. I'm completely sure, but throw All Might in there as well. You two against me. Wouldn't it make for an interesting fight? Madara questioned, a bit of his lust for battle leaking out. Fighting All Might. Just the thought got him excited. He hasn't had a good match in a while. Granted, the pro hero wasn't in his prime anymore, but it should be enough with Aizawa competing as well. All Might. I don't know whether you're crazy or not, but even I'm doubting it. Of course I wouldn't say anything if I wasn't included, but for you to actually want to fight All Might without using your quirk. Aizawa said in a slightly shocked tone of voice. This young man in front of him. He was being serious. There was no hint of him joking, so was he being arrogant? No, he's not. He's just confident in himself. He believes that he'll win. Like the results are already certain. What are you so shocked for? I did say I wanted a challenge. Don't tell me you were thinking you alone would be enough. Madara said seriously as his visible eye looked at Aizawa to the side. Not having any chance to reply back, the homeroom teacher just continued to walk forward, various thoughts forming inside his head as the Uchiha spoke up once again. Ah, looks like we've arrived. Madara said as he stood in front of a door with sounds of machinery invading his ears from the other side. Opening the door, the first thing the Uchiha saw was a blonde boy with a punchable face holding up some sort of costume. Nito Monoma. Chapter 83, Chapter. Author, I have a headache, wink with a frown. 2,173 words. Today, Nito Monoma has decided to finally get his hero costume upgraded. During the internships, he realized that his current one wasn't enough, he needed something more, something that would protect him better. Maybe having a tuxedo as a costume wasn't such a good idea. Nito half expected to meet with most of the students at the support department, but he didn't expect for only one person to be there. He remembered this girl. She was a participant in the sports festival a while back, and had used the gadgets she made to go up against others. Mei Hatsuma. She had a mature type of build with pink-colored shoulder-length hair that was styled in thick dreadlocks. The most noticeable feature about her was her yellow eyes that seemed to have a cross in the center. It was definitely unique, but Nito didn't care about such a thing. He was here to get his costume upgraded. Now Nito didn't need to wait long at all. Usually students were able to request some certain gadgets they'd need for themselves, and that's exactly what he did. So Mei sort of expected him to come here. At first, Mei acted very strange and he almost felt uncomfortable when around her, but he held it in. Nito realized Mei wasn't such a bad person, but was just different. He could tolerate her. Especially since she was the one helping him with his costume, and especially since she was not in Class 1A. Afterwards, Mei started creating her new babies while Nito waited. He just stood there waiting and wondering if he should just copy the girl's quirk and see how it is. He thought about it, but realized it would have been a waste. Mei's quirk wasn't anything special to him. To him, it was no wonder that she was only in the support department. The name of Mei's quirk was Zoom. It allowed her to make her vision zoom in on whatever is in her line of sight. The reason why Nito knew this? Well, the girl had absolutely no problem with revealing it, so knowing how lame it was, he didn't bother trying to copy it. Yes, copy. That was the name of Nito's quirk and it let him do exactly how it was named. Anyone he touches or comes into contact with, he would be able to fully use their quirk on his own, but to a basic level. He can also hold a certain amount of quirks, but can't use them all at the same time. It was obvious that his body wasn't that strong for such a thing. Now this quirk may be considered very powerful and can make Nito seem invincible, but he had a limit on how long he could use the copied quirks for. It was about 5 minutes, and he also couldn't use quirks that stockpiled energy. It was a reason why he wasn't able to use one for all in the anime. Or just tap into its strength. How convenient. Now, one would find Nito seeing if he should copy Mei's quirk weird since he could only use it for about 5 minutes or more, but the boy would actually do this all the time. If he sees a quirk that so much as interests him, he would copy it and play around with it for that limited time. Afterwards, he would one day copy it again for a good situation he thinks that would help him best. Nito was broken out of his thoughts when Mei had appeared in front of him with her hands stretched out, holding what seemed to be his costume, which was actually a tuxedo. Hearing the various items and tools fall to the ground as she walked towards the blonde-haired kid, Mei realized just how much she needed to clean around the place. Ignoring this fact for now, she took Nito's costume, handed it over to him and started to explain what she actually did to it. Just how you requested it to be. Light and sturdy equipment to protect yourself since you thought you needed it so much. There's also some guards under the clothing, but it's not so noticeable and it won't easily hinder your movements. Not only that, but I also changed some of the material around the costume that you thought easily gets destroyed. Now, isn't it amazing? The yellow-eyed girl asked with a huge smile as she held Nito's shoulder and stared right into his eyes, waiting for him to basically admit that her work was great. If anyone who knew May were to see this, they would just pass it off as her normal behavior. She does that all the time, invade people's personal space and make them uncomfortable. That's exactly how Nito felt right now, so he took a couple steps back and said, "Yeah, it's all right. It isn't too heavy and it will help with protecting me." Being oblivious to Nito's discomfort, May moved forward once again and said, "All right then, if that's all then we're finished here, but make sure to tell your classmates just to improve this costume of yours." Before the blonde-haired boy could respond, the door to the workshop opened, and two familiar figures that Nito and May recognized had come inside. It's him." The copy user thought to himself, feeling a certain type of way as he clenched his fist. Now it should be known that Nito has this sort of disdain for Class 1A, ever since he's witnessed the power that the class possessed. It's like he grew worried of his own class one day being completely surpassed by them. Of him being surpassed, due to that, the boy became obsessed with overtaking 1A. Being worried by their ever-growing strength and power, Nito naturally felt threatened, but the one person that could make him worry to himself so much about being left in the dust was none other than Madara Uchiha. His power was just simply so overwhelming. And now he got the chance to actually meet him face to face. What should I do? Insult and mock him and his class? I can't do that, his homeroom teacher is right next to him. The blonde-haired boy thought to himself. Wait, this is the perfect opportunity to copy his quirk. His stupidly overpowered abilities. Of course I won't be able to use it later on, but this could help for if I copy it once again. Although I want to do this, how exactly should I proceed with trying to touch him? He has very long hair, so maybe he won't notice me just lightly touching it, but I doubt he won't. Nito thought to himself as he stared at the tall first-year student. Various ways on how he should act were constantly being thought of in his head. Fortunately, he didn't take too long to come up with an idea. My best bet right now is to play nice. He thought to himself just before May opened her mouth. Madara Uchiha and Aizawa. The pink-haired girl yelled out, not expected for more visitors in this workshop she worked in. Holding up the bag that contained the high-density weights, Aizawa calmly walked towards a nearby table and placed them there. Turning towards the only girl in the room, he pointed behind him at Madara with his thumb and said, "You mentioned wanting to know how your support item did and if there was anything wrong with it, but unfortunately I haven't used it yet, nor have any of the other teachers, but this kid behind me has. You can ask him all about it since he had them on for nearly all day." After saying what he needed to say, the black-haired man walked towards the door, and passed by his student, not realizing the side glance he received. As Aizawa left, Madara began to think to himself. What the hell? I only plan to request some adjustments with my bow staff/gun by, then leave it here and pick it up tomorrow. Not to be some kind of reviewer, but it isn't so bad. I was thinking about asking this girl about these weights of hers anyways and see if she could make something more difficult. Really? You used my babies all day, how were they? Did they feel good when you wore them? Did it challenge you? I mean, I know how powerful you are, so it's either a flop or just an amazing invention as usual. May asked curiously, reminding Madara of Nijire just a tad bit. Before he could reply, a new voice sounded out, causing the three in the room to turn towards the door. Right there stood a beautiful black-haired girl in UA's regular school uniform. Babies. Madara, don't tell me. Momo said as she walked towards her boyfriend and held his hand with a smile. Shit. Momo Yayorozu. Kendo had spoke out today saying this girl could basically create anything she wished by using something that had to do with her body. Of course nothing non-living, at least that's what I heard of. Kendo never really specified nor did she say the details, but creating anything. I could create anything I wished. Wouldn't it be better to copy her quirk instead? Nito thought to himself, a strange smile on his face formed, but he didn't forget about his previous plan. Be nice, don't insult. Momo, you know what she meant. Anyways May, these weights of yours were of course working perfectly fine, but they didn't challenge me. Madara said to the pink-haired girl as he held his girlfriend closer. What? How? May questioned as she took the support items out the bag and held them. It's not like the thought of her invention failing mattered to her, but she was just genuinely curious if she made a mistake when making them. He's used to wearing weights much heavier than that. Your items are perfectly fine and they'd mostly fulfill whatever purpose you made them for, so I don't think you have a need to worry. Momo said kindly. Oh. Okay Madara, I accept your challenge. May said as she tightly held the density weights in her arms. A huge smile on her face formed as her eyes ignited almost as if she found some new project she could work on. What? Madara questioned her, wondering why she was behaving so strangely. It wasn't just him, but Momo and Nito as well. My babies are of no challenge to you. Then I'll make something even better that'll have you breathing hard in a matter of minutes just from being exhausted. Mei said as she walked towards her desk, but had noticed the blonde-haired boy was still here. You can leave now, Monoma. I finished with everything you requested and your costume is perfectly fine, but again, make sure you tell everyone you know just to improve it for you. Mei spoke out, once again making sure Nito would actually advertise for her. Ah yes, I was naturally going to leave, but I couldn't help but get nervous when you.A's power couple walked inside this workshop. The copy quirk user said with a kind smile on his face as he walked towards Madara and Momo, not noticing the slight frown the girl had. Stretching his hand out for a handshake towards Momo's direction, Nito smiled once again and said, "It's so nice to finally meet you too. Madara Uchiha and Momo Yaoyorozu." Madara looked at this kid in front of him, remembering him from the anime. He didn't know too much, but he was sure that he didn't like his character. Just the personality of this boy was the type Madara would avoid in his past life. Even right now as he glanced at him, it was so easy to tell just what his real intentions were, and he didn't like it one bit. Of course Madara wasn't just going to let this boy touch his girlfriend, but he didn't get the chance to make his move. Do you think I'm stupid? Nito Monoma. Momo's voice sounded out as she started at the blonde kid's hand in disgust. Do you think I don't know why you're really being so nice right now? That I don't know that you hold some sort of grudge against my class? Don't put your hands near me. She harshly said. What? Madara let out a grin, amusement clear in his black eyes. It looked like the usual kind and composed Momo was actually showing a new side to her that she has never really let out during her time at UA. She was able to easily tell Nito's true intentions, but that wasn't so surprising. After all, she had internships with Kendo for a whole week. It wouldn't be strange if they shared stories to each other about their class. This is getting interesting. Chapter 84, Chapter. Author, I'm so addicted to staying up at night. 2,601 words. Nito Monoma stood there in shock when he heard the harsh words that came out of the black-haired girl's mouth. With the tone of her voice and the look of disgust in her eyes, it made the blonde feel as if he was nothing but dirt in front of Momo. This didn't sit well with him. Not one bit, but what was he supposed to do about it? As he awkwardly pulled his hand away, he didn't know what to think from this current development. Monoma didn't expect for Momo to act like this at all. From what he knew of and from what others around him had said, Momo Yaoyorozu was a kind and helpful person. All that was not visible. This girl did not seem kind nor helpful right now. If someone were to come up to him and tell him how much of a caring soul Momo is, Nito would start ignoring them for having to hear such nonsense. The workshop was silent as the blonde just couldn't come up with the right words to reply with. The only sound being heard was Mei quietly giggling to herself as she played and tinkered around with the high-density weights. It was obvious that the pink-haired girl was too immersed in her own activity that she was completely oblivious to what was happening around her. With her arms crossed, Momo stood silently as she waited for whatever foolish answer she was about to receive. Close next to her was Madara, who was amused about this current situation, but he showed no outward reaction. To Nito, he seemed indifferent and uncaring to what was happening, almost as if he was used to Momo being like this. What are you talking about, Yaoyorozu? I heard great things about you and your boyfriend here, and I finally found the chance to actually meet you guys, the blonde boy playing the ignorance card was going to say, but was interrupted. Nito Monoma, one of the more well-known students of Class 1B. Most unique thing about you is your quirk, which allowed you to copy another person's by actually touching them. Not only that, but like I stated before, you hold a grudge against my class for whatever reason. Your intentions were obvious the moment you put on that mask to appear kind. Go on, show your true nature. There's no need for you to continue acting. Momo said, causing Madara to almost let out a chuckle when he saw the look on Nito's face. He looked confused and genuinely surprised at the same time. The young man didn't think that someone he hadn't met face to face before would be able to easily recognize that he was faking his earlier attitude. It has always worked before, so why not now? Of course, someone told her, and that someone is most likely Kendo. Damn it. I should have expected this and shouldn't even be surprised. Kendo had told some of the class and most of her friends that she had her internships with Momo. Nito thought to himself. Looking up, he saw Madara staring at him, almost as if he was daring him to do something. It was at this moment when Monoma realized that he won't be able to accomplish what he originally planned to do today. They had found out easily, so there was no point in lying now. Of course there was still the option of fighting them, but Nito knew that idea was one he would have regretted if he decided to act on it. Not only is he aware of the difference of strength, but he also knows just how much he'd lose if it were to happen. There was no need to try and touch them today, he'll get another chance in the future. Just when Madara and Momo were about to speak up due to Nito staying silent and not reacting, they were going to just make him leave, but that was when a look of disdain formed on his face. So this is the class deputy of that joke of a class. I tried being nice to you at first, politely greeting you, but all you do is reply with animosity. Not only did it make you look like a douchebag, but an arrogant person as well. I wonder if all the other students in Class 1A is like this. If that's the case, then it would honestly be disappointing. Maybe the power and fame went through your guy's head. Nito said. The boy had naturally thought that ever since the USJ incident, Class 1A's popularity compared to the other classes in the school had increased in a terrifying rate. Not only that, but it became worse during the sports festival where most students had a chance to show just exactly how strong they were. It didn't help at all that the top 5 in the event were all students from Class 1A. Hearing all these words, neither Madara nor Momo showed any reaction because it simply didn't affect them. If Nito was trying to rile them up or get them mad, then he did a poor job. Tried being nice at first. You're either delusional or just still think you can fool the two of us. Either way, from what you've said so far, it just sounds like you're jealous and scared. Jealous of the power and strength my class holds, and scared you'll never be able to catch up. Some say our quirks define our main characteristic, and I still disagree with it to an extent, but it makes complete sense when it's portrayed to you and a few selected others that I know of. Kendo had already told me about how you are, so I'm honestly not shocked. Momo said while shaking her head with a frown. Ever since her experience in junior high, she has started to greatly dislike those who act kind to her, but really have an ulterior motive for doing so. I knew it, so Kendo really did tell you. Why would she do such a thing? Nanoma said, mostly to himself as he clenched his fist. She had only warned me of the type of person you are and told me how you act towards people who have a quirk you're deeply interested in. If you can't borrow it secretly, then you try getting close to them, and that's exactly what you tried doing to Madara and I. Kendo said with the type of quirk I have, you would no doubt try to get your hands on it, but even if you did, it's not like you'd be able to use it anyways. Those words infuriated Monoma for some reason. Just what was this girl trying to say to him? He has never had someone confront him like this during his time at UA. This experience was something he wasn't enjoying, but he would certainly remember it for a long time. What do you mean? Are you thinking too highly of your quirk? Oh please, with the way you're acting, it just further proves my point in how your the blonde was going to say, but was interrupted. Yes, as a matter of fact I do think highly of my quirk. It's not as simple as you think, nor is it as easy to use as well. Your knowledge of certain information is way too low for you to try and use the basics of my quirk. I've worked hard to get to this level, and for you to try and borrow it so you can use it for selfish reasons doesn't sit well with me at all. Momo said. How she was able to know Nito would use her quirk for selfish reasons. Well, he had a certain look in his eyes when approaching her, when he had his hand stretched out thinking his plan would work. It was the same look most people had when she would tell them that she could create almost anything. In simple terms, Nito Monoma was just being greedy. She just basically insulted my intelligence, stating that it was not enough to use her quirk. This bitch. She's looking down on me. No, just her but Madara too. Nito said in his mind as he couldn't come up with any other words to refute Momo's words. What she said was more or less true, which made it even worse. It was at this exact moment when Nito Monoma vowed to himself that he would humiliate and surpass Class 1A one day. If any other person were to know or this, then they'd call the blonde stupid for ever thinking of trying such a thing. After all, Class 1A has Madara Uchiha. What was Nito going to do about him? That's right, nothing. Absolutely nothing because he doesn't have the strength to do anything at all. Ah. Nito. Why are you still here? I thought I told you that you could leave since I'm finished with your costume. Unless I got something wrong and you want me to quickly fix it. Mei said, finally turning around and noticing what was happening. Well, of course she didn't exactly know what was going on, but all she knew was that this blonde boy was still in her workshop for some reason. No, I was just leaving. Nito said as he walked right past the couple. He didn't even try to attempt to get a touch in because he knew that it won't end in his favor. Opening the door to the workshop, he turned his head and sent a glare before finally leaving. Puffed. How bold of you, Momo. You could have honestly been just a tad bit nicer to him. Weren't you being way too harsh? Madara questioned, obviously joking. If he were to be honest, he would say that Momo wasn't harsh enough. The boy had still gotten off easy. If it were him, he would have done something worse to Nito. After all, he tried touching his Momo just to touch her. If it was just for a natural handshake, then he wouldn't have cared. Madara wasn't a batshit crazy boyfriend that would kill anyone that so much even lays a single finger on his girlfriend. Of course he would do something if they hurt her, but a simple greeting shouldn't matter. Humph, too harsh. A person like Monoma deserves it. Haven't you always told me not to be comfortable or kind to people like him who have a personality I'm not fond of? Momo responded back, and what she said was true. She's only kind to those she thinks aren't so bad. The others. She just ignored unless they purposely tried provoking her. An example would be Bakugo, and Nizu, and now Nito. So is there a reason that you guys are still here? Mei questioned as she tilted her head to the side. It seemed like it was a busy day for her today. Yes, there is. I have a request to improve a certain item of mine. I'm Madara Uchiha. The black-haired boy greeted. Wow, I know exactly who you are. You're much taller in person, how fascinating. Mei said as she looked up at the Uchiha with a smile. It's nice to meet you, Mei. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Yup, I know who you are as well. Class Deputy of 1A. Your quirk is truly one of a kind and I actually envy you. When I first learned of it, I began to get jealous and sometimes wish I had it, even when I know that it's not as simple as just imagining something and easily creating it. Ah. You're so lucky. Mei said straightforwardly. It's no surprise that Mei is deeply interested in Momo's quirk and even wished she had it. With the type of person this girl is, then Momo's quirk could be considered as almost perfect for her. Madara thought to himself. Eh? Why would you want my quirk, Mei? I thought your focus was on being in the support department instead of the hero course and fighting others. There's no need to get jealous, you're already amazing at what you do. Momo said. She was always kind to those who she thought were good people, and right now she thought Mei was. Momo, your quirk is one of the best for a person like me who's an inventor. Imagine making so much material and items. I don't mind fighting others in combat with the use of my baby/gadgets, but making them is more of my thing. I probably won't even be a hero since I know I won't be requesting to switch, so battles is the least likely for my future. Mei said with a smile. Anyone can be a hero, Mei, but only those who get their license can become a pro. Madara corrected. To him, it seemed like people in this world often make the mistake that only when getting your hero license you can become a hero. Hero and pro-hero were two completely different things. If only Stain wasn't so damn crazy. Madara thought to himself as he lightly shook his head. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Mei said with a laugh as she moved around the workshop. I should have thought that you being an inventor would make you want a quirk like mine, but again, looking around the unfinished work here and what people have said, you don't need a quirk like mine to be good at creating support items. Momo said as she looked around, and remembered that she could be a little slow at times, and then a genius in others. Thank you, Momo. Mei said with a smile as she started to pick stuff off of the floor. It's nice that they're getting along. Mei isn't such a bad person, and she could one day make for a good friend to ask for costume upgrades. Not only that, but her earlier words. Momo's quirk really would be great for an inventor. The girl herself could have become a great one, but she chose to be a hero in the future. Madara thought to himself. Alright, so can I see that bow staff you're holding? What exactly do you want me to improve on it? Mei questioned curiously as she recalled what Madara said he was here for. Before handing it over to the pink-haired girl, Madara flipped the small switch, turning his bow staff into his great gun by. Whoa! It's huge! Mei shouted, but now holding onto it, she was even more fascinated with such a unique and odd-looking weapon. It's surprisingly very light considering the size of it. Not only that, but it's quite tough-looking. It's used to amplify certain abilities of mine, and also for great defense. It's obviously way too big to carry it around all the time, so if you think you can change that, then go all out in tinkering with it. Madara said. Waving it around the room with all her strength, Mei unfortunately made a mess out of the workshop once again. The room became windy as various items and tools were knocked over. Oops, hee hee. Improving those weights to challenge you can wait a bit, this can be my new project for the day. I already have some interesting ideas. Mei said as she caressed the gun by and stared at it with a strange smile. Chapter 85, Chapter. Author, I'm not too sure on what to say. I slept like a baby this afternoon. 1060 words. Nizu's office. With Aizawa. After the homeroom teacher left the workshop, he went to Nizu's office. The mouse had informed him on wanting to discuss something this upcoming exams with him, so he had no other choice. Currently inside the principal office, three figures sat down as they talked amongst each other. A skinny All Might, a tired-looking Aizawa and a mouse with white fur. The homeroom teacher knew about All Might's other form, and how he was weakened, as do the other staff members, but not his actually greatest secret about one for all and passing it down. Well, that's what it appears like. Being the observant person he is, it wasn't hard for Aizawa to connect the dots with what was going on between his student Izuku and All Might. He just hasn't said anything about it yet. Why do you suddenly want to participate, Aizawa? Earlier you were so sure on not wanting to have any serious part in this at all. Nizu questioned curiously. You could say I was challenged. Aizawa spoke out in a bored tone of his. He wasn't exactly proud on getting talked down like that from a student. Although Aizawa didn't really care, it still irked him just a little. Sai, let me guess, was it Katsuki Bakugo? Nizu asked, already informed of what type of person the young man actually was. It was something he has discussed amongst the other staff before. The mental state of their students was very important. They couldn't have a potential villain here, but then again, Nizu believed if that ever happened, then they'll be able to help and guide them. No, it was actually Madara Uchiha himself. Aizawa answered, causing the number 1 pro hero and principal to fully pay attention to him. Him? I didn't take him for a person to straightforwardly challenge someone else. He's always kept to himself and more silent than other students when he's amongst others. Of course when provoked, he'll retaliate. Don't tell me you tried doing something to him, Aizawa. Nizu said worriedly. I'm just going to ignore why you sound like you experienced such a scenario before, but he had only said he wished to fight All Might and I at the same time. You can say that this is the challenge he wants. Aizawa said, looking at the other 2 pairs of eyes in the room. As Nizu didn't say anything, Skinny All Might chose to speak up and reveal his own opinion and thoughts. I'm not so sure about that, Aizawa. My fight with 2 other students is already planned out. As you know, I'm not so much like my former self. I know Madara is strong and he'll be able to keep me fighting for a while, so for me to do 2 matches won't be such a good idea. Who said you need to do 2 matches? You can always change what we had planned. Fight Madara with me instead of going against Midoriya and Bakugo. Aizawa said, and seeing that the blonde was about to object, he spoke once again. Why are you so focused on Izuku? Time and time again you have always favored him. You can't deny it, it's been fairly obvious. Aizawa questioned, as Nizu chose to stay silent while All Might looked quite nervous. Aizawa. You know that's not true. I care for every single one of my students. It may seem like I favor to Izuku, but that's because he reminds me so much of myself. Not only that, but me going against Midoriya and Bakugo could possibly help mend their friendship. I've seen the way they act with each other during my class, and it's a huge problem. Before All Might could finish what he was going to say, was interrupted midway. This will most likely be your only chance to go against Madara. We all know just how weakened you are, and it won't take long until you're unable to work as a hero. I understand your worry for Bakugo and Midoriya, but we have so much time in our hands to help whatever problem they have. Aizawa reasoned, causing the white mouse to stare at him. Aizawa, if I may ask, why do you want this fight to happen so badly? Nizu questioned, getting the homeroom teacher to pause a bit. If you've noticed, the boy has never in his life experienced defeat before. Whether it was trials and mock battles at this school, the sports festival or even fighting against those real villains, he has never lost. He wants a challenge, so why don't we give it to him? Don't you guys want to find out how he'll act after tasting defeat for the first time? Truth be told, Aizawa was just greatly interested in the outcome. Will Madara grow as a person if he lost? Or will his constant calm and composed self falter? Hee, how interesting. That's a very good idea, Aizawa. Very well, this can be the first test of the exam. Nizu said, being way more happier than he should be. Maybe it was just the sadist in him. Normally, he would bet his chances on Madara since he easily defeated a monster made just to kill All Might, but Aizawa was added to the mix. Nizu. But All Might wanted to argue but was once again interrupted. No, don't worry, Toshinori. This can work for everyone. You guys know I don't agree with the way most of the kids feel about Madara's presence, but if he loses with all the students watching, then they'll realize that he's not invincible. Of course if he wins, then they'll have to realize surpassing him was never an option. Now for Bakugo and Izuku, we can have both of them face off against Madara. They both obviously have some sort of conflict with him, so isn't this perfect? Nizu said with a smile, thinking just how much they could make the exams more interesting. With this way, it could possibly benefit everyone. That doesn't sound too bad. All Might said, with Aizawa agreeing as well. If they beat Madara, he'll still be able to fight Bakugo and Izuku afterwards. It's not like he'd be beaten and injured, they'll make the match quick. Good. Then it's settled. Chapter 86, Chapter. Author, I have to plan on what fights will be happening for the exam cause everything is different so no chapter TMR. Writing non-canon fights is hard for me so wish me luck. Madara first person for this chapter. 1511 words. Madara POV. Momo and I had stayed inside the support department workshop with Mei for a little while after I showed her my gunbai and gave her some details on how it worked. We didn't do anything significant, but had only talked about certain items and some of her future projects. I had to admit, Mei Hatsuma can be considered a genius. Of course not some Tony Stark level prodigy, but she was fairly smart and creative. Some of the ideas she has come up with were amazing to say the least. Maybe one day I'll ask her for something more other than improving my bow staff/gunbai. Mei had asked Momo and I about our hero costumes as well, but I knew I didn't need any upgrade for now. Of course I thought about it before since it took a while to actually put on my armor, but that was currently no problem. Momo had denied having to need anything as well. The current costume she's had since the start of the school year was different than her canon selves, but it was also better. After May had informed me saying she'd be finished with my weapon as fast as she could, Momo and I left. I myself hope she doesn't take too long since I want to try and use it against Aizawa and All Might during the exams. Of course the chance of me fighting them was uncertain, and Aizawa might not even accept it, but that was exactly why I told him that he alone wasn't enough to defeat me. No matter who you are, if you're an adult and worked hard and trained for the strength you have right now for years, and then a kid at least a decade younger than you says it's not enough to defeat him, then you'd no doubt feel some type of way about it. Maybe it's the feeling of being disrespected that'll cause Aizawa to agree with this because honestly, he doesn't have any real reason to agree. He can just deny fighting against me if he wants, but I don't want that to happen. The exams will be disappointing if I don't have some sort of fun with it. So Madara, what do you think of May? She sure acts strange at times and a bit touchy, but overall she's genuinely a nice person. Talking to her wasn't so bad. Momo, who was holding my hand and walking by my right side, asked. We were currently on our way towards Namiri's classroom to go see her. It was the end of the day, and usually Momo and I would walk home around this time, but things were different. I didn't mind this change actually. I barely got to see Namiri during the internship week, and now since that was over, we can spend more time with each other after school. Tightening my hold on Momo's hand, I spoke up to answer her earlier question. May. Yeah, she's a nice person. It looks like you two have gotten along well. Do you think you could one day form a friendship with her? I questioned. I'm not too sure about that. Only time will tell, so we'll see in the future. Of course I wouldn't mind it at all. Also, I think it will help me improve myself if I visit her workshop once in a while to study some of the gadgets and support items she makes. Momo said to me. Judging by her facial expression, she seemed to be excited, as if she was looking forward to the future. It makes sense that Momo would want to study some of May's babies. If she can create some of them during certain situations or even mid-battle, then it would be extremely beneficial for her, and possibly increase her strength. I'm all for that too. Do you think Monomo will try something? I'm not worried, but he could be an annoyance that constantly tries to bother us. Momo asked. No, unless he's stupid, but I still doubt that he'd even try to do anything. Don't you remember the look on his face the moment you mentioned Kendo warning you about him? He looked hesitant and unsure if he should continue what he was doing. In my eyes, it looks like that girl has him on a leash. I replied back to her. Well, she is the class president of 1B. She won't hesitate to stop Monoma if he does something drastic or starts creating problems. With the way he acted towards us, there's no doubt that he'll provoke any of our classmates. Momo responded back to me. Honestly, Nito Monoma wasn't such a problem at all, but he did get me to question some things that I haven't realized yet, and the more I thought about it, the more questions I would ask myself. Can he copy my quirks? I don't think he can. I had heard in my past life that he wasn't able to copy One for All since it stockpiles energy. Shouldn't this be considered the same for me? My body will forever be filled and contain this energy known as chakra. So in the end, can he copy it? The obvious answer should be no because of what that unknown being or ROB told me, but that wasn't the case. I wasn't told specifically that my quirk couldn't be copied, only that it can't be cancelled or stolen. That no one will be able to take anything out of my body. The being who sent me here wasn't some douchebag god like those novels I read. He had actually accepted my request and those wishes were granted to me. My only intentions were to not get my quirk taken away from All for One, get it cancelled from Aizawa, and not have my body being capable of experiments. I hated clones after all. Here's the thing though, that no one will be able to take anything from your body, wish was extremely vague. Just what were the limits of such a thing? Did it mean that if someone wanted to cut my arm off, it just wouldn't happen? Or if some crazy female wanted my babies and tried to ape me, would my sperm just never come out? I have to be honest. Ever since I've been reborn into this world, I haven't really thought too much about it until now. The reason was because I know that I have the power to stop anyone who tries doing this bullshit on me. Now here's the thing with Monoma. If he's able to copy my quirks, it would either be chakra or Sharingan. Now normally if I were in the Naruto world, I wouldn't be able to use my Sharingan without chakra, but something that's obvious is that my abilities were set to fit this world. For example, I shouldn't be able to use Genjutsu on others since nobody else has chakra, but I can. I had awakened Sharingan before chakra, so that should mean that somehow it's two separate quirks. I don't know if that being did this intentionally, but either way it's not so much of a problem. My theory with Monoma is that if he's even able to copy one of my quirks, it would be chakra. The reason I think this is because it's the more dominant one of the two. It's obviously stronger. Now I'm not worried if this happens because in the end, the kid won't ever be able to touch me. He doesn't have any training with it, and only has a limit of 5 minutes or more. There's no basics when it comes to my chakra. Now if he's able to copy my Sharingan, then it literally won't benefit him at all. He won't be able to use the more stronger powers since he can only use basics of a quirk. Plus, his body isn't trained. Sure, he can see things slower, but he won't be able to react to whatever comes his way. Even then, if he is somehow able to do some technique, I think Monoma could possibly die. In the Naruto world, everyone's chakra levels are different. You could either have an astronomical amount like Hashirama and Naruto, or a pitiful amount like civilians and unfortunate people. With me, let's just say I have a shit ton. If Monoma is able to copy this, it would make absolutely no sense if he gains the amount that I have. If he tries doing something, then running out of it would kill him. Anyways, I don't have to worry too much about that blonde. My power far exceeds his. He is no threat that I have to be wary of. He's only a brat with a special quirk. That is all. The real thing I should be focusing on is figuring out the limits of the wish that being granted me. Now I know what I'm going to do when I get home. Chapter 87, Chapter. Author, ick about this chapter. Sometimes it's just hard for me to express the thoughts of the characters or explain their points whenever they have a discussion. Other times, it's very easy, but not for this one. So if you think what the characters said this chapter doesn't quite make sense, you understand why lol. 2,472 words. In the empty hallways of U.A, the duo of Madara and Momo continued to walk hand in hand towards the R-rated heroes classroom. Madara continued wandering within his thoughts about what he was previously thinking, while Momo brought her body closer, enjoying the feeling of her boyfriend's chest. Nijire had already informed the two that she was at Ryuko's agency already, so they won't get to see her until later afternoon when she comes over at the Yaoyorozu mansion. With a moderate pace since they weren't rushing at all, it took about 5 minutes for the couple to arrive at the familiar classroom doors. Sensing the older woman inside, Madara slid the door open and was greeted to the sights of a tired-looking Namiri standing while looking out the window. Madara, Momo. The woman greeted with a yawn and smile as she turned towards her two students. Her appearance was different from what anyone usually saw during the day. Her huge red glasses were taken off, allowing her light blue eyes to expose themselves more. Her normally free hair was currently in a ponytail as her bangs no longer covered her forehead. All she would need was a different outfit and people wouldn't recognize that she was the R-rated pro hero. Student, I'm in a relationship with my damn student. Even now it feels so surreal, but it's happening. I'm living this life now that I certainly would have never expected. Even then, I can't say I'm complaining at all. I know we haven't been dating long, but maybe Madara will be up for some role-playing. Wait, would it even be considered role-play when I'm his actual teacher? The dark purple-haired woman thought to herself as a rosy blush appeared on her cheeks, obviously thinking of numerous indecent scenarios. Oh, she's doing it again, Madara. What are we going to do? Momo questioned as she observed her elder sister's facial expression. The woman had just become horny out of nowhere. It was certainly strange, but it was something coming from midnight, so she didn't question it too much. Not responding to Momo, Madara closed and locked the door, then walked towards Namiri without saying a word. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms and wrapped his around her shoulder to stroke her hair. Why do you look so tired? What happened? He questioned as he felt her hold on him tighten. Midnight's previous sexual urges now gone as she felt the comfortable embrace of her man. Breathing in his scent, she closed her eyes to think of what he had just asked. Off to the side, Momo watched with a smile as she took 2 chairs and brought it close to the connected duo. I met with Nizu today to talk about our relationship, but I might have done something bad. I'm not sure, but I understand I was too emotional and it could have gone wrong. Namiri answered as Madara sat on one of the chairs and placed her on his lap to sit sideways. What do you mean? Momo, who was sitting next to them, questioned. What did Midnight do exactly if the conversation with Nizu was only about her relationship with Madara? I called him out on trying to manipulate you, Momo. I realized now that it might have been a mistake to do so when I didn't have all the details and information, but Nizu told me thinking that I already knew, so it just made things worse afterwards when learning everything. She explained. Namiri, although I'm thankful and touched that you would do such a thing, you didn't have to confront Nizu about the topic. Madara had already resolved it. Momo said, receiving a smile in return. I know that, but thinking it over throughout the day, I realized that him trying to manipulate you wasn't the only reason why I felt so disappointed in him. As you know, I've been a pro hero for a while now, and I've seen and experienced a lot of things during my career. For example, I've learned of some pro heroes who allegedly or just straight up do illegal and sketchy business on the side or secretly. Pro heroes who paint themselves in a certain image to the public, and you wouldn't expect them to be such a cruel person in their private life. It's honestly sickening, and I've always done my best to never associate myself with such people. When talking to Nizu today, I felt those same vibes from him, and I can honestly say that I'm disappointed. A man who I've come to greatly respect and appreciate. Midnight explained as a flash of understanding ignited in Madara's eyes. This is exactly what he has thought of before when thinking of Endeavor's behavior. If the number 2 pro hero is capable of doing such actions, then how about more of the unpopular ones? Isn't it crazy? Even then, Madara fully expected it. It makes sense. In almost every line of work, there is bound to be a percentage of corrupted people. What's good is that not everyone is like this. If that were the case, then society as a whole would have been done for a while ago. Madara said, causing the two girls to stare at him. Hey, is that how you see the pros? As just another line of work? I have to admit, I think this all the time, but it just doesn't feel right. Midnight said as she laid her head on Madara's shoulder, feeling his strong hand soothingly run up and down her thighs while his left arm wrapped around her waist. This was definitely the most comfortable she's been in a while. Madara, you always mention this as if you don't accept it at all. Why is that? Momo questioned with a curious expression on her face. Being with him for all her life, she knew Madara never took the title as a pro hero seriously, but ever since the stain incident, he's been mentioning this quite frequently. Well, I don't have a grudge or anything against some higher-ups, but I do think today's system with the heroes is quite strange and flawed. Not only that, but I do find children fighting these battles here quite weird. Madara said, thinking of his time in this world. In his past life, watching the anime of My Hero Academia, you would find these students fighting against villains almost daily as normal since it's a shonen series, but right now, this show was his life. Everything around him was real. What a minute, Madara, don't tell you're comparing these students here as child soldiers. How could you dash, Midnight was saying, but was interrupted midway. Whoa, hold on a second. I wasn't really implying such a comparison, but now that you've said it, it does seem similar. Now before you raise your voice at me, just think about it. It's obvious that one of the two is more intense and extreme than the other, but think about what a child soldier is, and then think about who students who are training to become a hero basically work for exactly. Madara said. It's not like he specifically cares so much about this, but it has been something that has always invaded his thoughts. Madara, the kids here have a choice they can make if they so wish to become a hero or not. Nobody is forcing them. Midnight said. I can understand where you're coming from, Madara. What Midnight said is right. We do have a choice, but being a pro hero is heavily encouraged. When I was younger, seeing the news and videos of tons of pros defeating the bad guys had always influenced me to want to do the same. Momo said. Fortunately she had Madara in her life. Namiri, it may be a choice, but what do you think would happen if say someone like Todoroki or Bakugo with such powerful quirks and great potential said they don't want to be a pro and only want to work at the support department? Do you think that'll just be accepted? Madara questioned, getting the mature woman to sigh. I understand your point now. She said with a yawn as she closed her eyes and snuggled closer to the Uchiha. She mainly understood because this situation has happened before if she remembered correctly. With Madara, a perfect example he could have used if Midnight disagreed was Wing Hero, Hawks. He knew that a situation of the kids fighting the adults battle will most likely happen in the future. Once All Might retires, the incompetence of most of the other pros will obviously show. With the students at U.A in their progress with their strength and quirk growing, they'd obviously be sent to fight these life and death battles. Before Madara could think anything else, he felt a hand shake his right shoulder. Turning towards Momo, he saw her pointing at the woman in his arms. That's when he understood. Namiri had fallen asleep. It looks like your hands put her to sleep. Well, it's not surprising, she did look tired when we came in here. Momo said while shaking her head with a small smile. What do you want to do now? The Uchiha questioned. Midnight looked comfortable right now, so he didn't bother waking her up. Momo didn't say anything when asked this question. All she did was bring her chair closer to him and lifted Namiri's legs to lay on her lap while she placed her head on Madara's right shoulder. Closing her eyes before releasing a content sigh, Momo finally responded back. A little nap won't hurt, right? She said. And that's exactly what they did. For the next hour and a half, Namiri and Momo had slept while staying close to Madara. The young man himself wasn't tired and just couldn't get himself to sleep, so all he did was close his eyes, think about whatever and patiently wait until time passed. When they woke up, Madara had proposed to take Midnight to his house since she had nothing else to do, and she of course agreed. She had told him that she was going to the private restroom to change out of her clothes, so Madara and Momo chose to wait for her outside the school. Walking with Momo towards the front of the school building, Madara began thinking of what he talked about with Midnight. It was still pretty early out, so the sun was still at its brightest, but the weather was still perfect. It wasn't too hot, nor was it too cold. A good amount of students who haven't left before were still walking around the area, mostly leaving to go to wherever they had to go. Some even took glances at the couple, but they didn't make any moves or tried approaching them. Nobody had the confidence to do so. Before at the beginning of the day, most have gone up to Madara to ask about his fights during the internship week, but he didn't want any of that happening right now. So what did he do? He just made sure to start giving off a weird type of aura/vibe that makes people hesitant to want to talk to him. Now with Madara, from what he has heard from Namuri, it looks like she was starting to favor him over higher-ups, and it secretly made him feel relieved. Madara isn't delusional or naive. He knows that for Namuri to stay with him, she was going to have to accept his ways. He has way too many secrets and does things differently, that any normal relationship with a girl won't always work right. Madara thought the chances of Midnight not accepting the way he does things pretty low, but that percentage has considerably grown after his conversation with her today. With the scenario of if the older woman didn't, then Madara would have to just break up with her. If he didn't, then it would just create unnecessary drama or heartbreak in the future. He didn't need that at all, especially when it's avoidable. He's seen this type of stuff way too much in his past life when watching or reading fiction work. Usually what happens during all of the drama is betrayal and angst. The main protagonist will possibly stray off the path he has originally been taking for a good reason, but he just doesn't tell the romantic interest or female lead. So what happens next? Either the female lead joins him, or she just leaves him because she thinks what the main character is doing is not right at all. That, or she complied with the enemy to help capture the main protagonist. Madara has thought of this scenario so many times in his head and replayed it even more. It wasn't surprising. The boy was just naturally paranoid. Even if you have all the power in the world, and absolute strength, the heart was still as fragile as any other. Of course that didn't mean Madara would cry his ass out like Izuku or get depressed if Midnight and him didn't work out, but it would 100% not be pleasant. Some could say he should just put the woman in a genjutsu and be done with it, but would it still be worth it? The woman wouldn't even be herself at that point if the decision to stay with Madara and accept him for him wasn't on her own accord. Madara wouldn't do that in the first place since he wasn't looking for a trophy wife to just fuck and then brag about to others. To use and control so they can do whatever he asked for with no questions asked. If he wanted that, then he'd pursue tons of other girls and women. Madara, how do you think mom and dad will react when Namuri comes over? Momo asked as she yawned, causing the others nearby to do so as well. From her nap earlier, she was still pretty tired. You never know with those two, but we can expect that it won't be any negative response. Also, Namuri won't just be meeting Aiko and June. I'm pretty sure Rumi would want to come over later as well, so there's that. Madara said. Before Momo could respond back, a shout sounded out within the area, gaining their attention and causing them to turn their heads towards the specific direction. Oi! Madara Uchiha and Momo Yaoyorozu. A blonde in a hero costume shouted as he walked towards the duo with a shy and indigo-haired boy walking next to him with his head down. Mirio Togata, Madara thought to himself as his lips arched up ever so slightly. Chapter 88, Chapter. Author, I'm not going to lie to you guys or say some bullshit lol. I didn't update simply because I just didn't have the motivation to write a chapter. It happens sometimes, and I didn't want to force myself to write one. If that were to start happening, then I wouldn't enjoy doing this. Also, I was very unsure how to do this conversation with Madara and Mirio lol. Walking over towards the tall Uchiha and the beautiful young lady by his side, Mirio Togata, also known as Lemillion, couldn't help but release a bright smile. The blood in his veins pumped with excitement as his competitiveness was easy to capture if one were to gaze into his oval-shaped blue eyes. The surrounding students nearby took a moment to look at the third year, but they continued on with their business afterwards. This young man was well known amongst the older kids. Leader of U.A's Big Three. One of the students who is said to be on top of the others in terms of strength. It was no surprise that he was gathering eyes from around. Well, that and his flashy costume. The blonde wore a white skin top with the number 1,000,000 across his chest in bold letters. Baggy blue pants down below with knee-high white boots. His most noticeable feature was his red cape hanging loosely behind him with thick gloves of the same color. Surprisingly, not that many heroes actually wore capes, so it was the piece of Mirio's costume that drew the most attention. Hey, Mirio. Are you sure about this? He doesn't seem approachable. I don't like this at all. A young man beside the energy-filled Mirio nervously asked. Compared to his companion, this boy wore the regular school uniform instead of his costume. There was really no reason to wear it right now, but Mirio himself wore his since he stated that his duty to save another could always happen at any given time. The indigo-haired boy only rolled his eyes when his friend had told him that, but he didn't say anything back. He was used to hearing heroic lines such as that from the blonde. Tamaki Amajiki was his given name. Another one of U.A's Big Three. His eyes danced everywhere but the duo they were walking towards too. His posture slouched as his steps became hesitant, lagging behind Mirio who was still confidently waving towards them, not caring about the uncomfortable vibes that came off of Madara. This is just how the older third-year student was on the regular. He was an extremely shy boy and quite the introvert. Things like having a normal conversation were foreign to him. Approaching the intimidating Uchiha who was emitting a certain type of vibe was sort of hard for him. Even then, if Mirio wanted to talk to the first year so bad, then he'd follow. Also, not being able to do something so simple as this would be a complete insult to his years of hero training. Haha, don't worry too much, Tamaki. I won't take too long, I just want to meet him personally for the first time. With all the praises he was getting from Nijire and some of the others in our class, aren't you curious about him too? Mirio said with a smile, receiving a sigh in return. Yes, that's right. Nijire talks about him all the time. I don't understand what's up with that girl, it's like she's a whole different person whenever she talks about the kid. One thing I don't understand is how she could be with him when he has another lover and possibly more. Tamaki questioned to himself. Tamaki and Mirio obviously knew about the strange relationship their periwinkle-haired friend was in. She had informed them about it during the sports festival, but that didn't change the opinion the indigo-haired boy had for the Uchiha. I guess you're right, Mirio. The reason why you want to meet him so bad is because of the rumors that have been spreading amongst our classmates, right? He asked, and looking at how the blonde's smile grew wider, he was able to figure out the answer to his own question. Madara Uchiha. It was a name that was constantly thrown around amongst citizens and heroes alike. Not only that, but students in UA would also discuss about the young man and his accomplishments. Third years were a part of it as well. The rumor Tamaki was talking about was that Madara was so powerful that he would be able to take Mirio's spot as the strongest in the school. At first, the blondie ignored these words and brushed it off. Of course he himself thought Madara was a formidable person, but he believed in his own quirk and had thought himself as stronger. When he had watched the news during the internship week, he began to take Madara seriously. Especially when his sensei, pro-hero Sir Night Eye told him to. Could he be my rival? Mirio thought to himself with a smile. He wasn't the type of person to dislike another who threatens his position of steal his spotlight. He was way too kind for that. If anything, he wanted to befriend Madara. Fight him one day and exchange blows. He never got a chance to meet him, no matter how many times he annoyed Nijire and asked her to take him to the kid. Seeing him standing near the front of the building with his other girlfriend, he naturally took this chance. One would find Mirio and Tamaki still being in the school building despite the day ending as strange, especially since Nijire had already left. Well, that was because the two would always get a slight workout in after school at the gym. Afterwards, they would go to the agency they work for. Madara would always leave early with Momo, so he never stayed behind, but now that he and Namiri were in a relationship, he now had a reason to stay back. This now gave Mirio a chance to finally meet the popular first year and run into him. Madara Uchiha. Finally, I'm able to meet you face to face. Mirio said, now standing in front of the long-haired boy, showing off his white teeth with that huge smile of his. The blonde was only about an inch shorter than the Uchiha, so they stood looking eye to eye. Madara's one visible black eye met with two blues, looking at the blonde with hidden amusement, as if he just found his next source of entertainment. Someone who he doesn't mind talking to. Mirio Togata. Nijire has told me a lot about you. He replied, still holding onto Momo's hand with his left. She stood next to him in silence, glancing at the duo who had just walked up to them. To her observation, they almost seemed as polar opposites. The one named Mirio is very social and had no problem with interacting with Madara like others. The other boy next to him, who should be named Tamaki, looks like he doesn't want to be here at the moment, like he was forced. He's not making any eye contact and has his head down. How interesting. Nijire had talked to Madara and I about these two, but she didn't say much. It seems like UA's Big Three has individual unique personalities. Momo thought to herself. What she didn't know was that her boyfriend had similar thoughts as well. The personality of the three intrigued him. It was mostly because when he watched the anime in his past life, he realized that it was as if Izuku, the former main protagonist, was split into three different people. Yes, it's a very disturbing thought, but it sort of made sense. Tamaki's shy nature, Mirio's heroic spirit and Nijire's constant curiosity. Ah. Nijire actually mentioned me to you. I kept pestering her about it, but she always ignored me. Oh. I totally forgot to introduce you to this guy behind me. His name is Tamaki Amajiki. Mirio said, as he pointed behind him. Tamaki sighed, almost regretting ever following Mirio here. There was no walls nearby, so all he could do was comply right now. He raised his head and said. Yeah, I guess. Great, now they probably think I'm a weirdo. Tamaki thought to himself with a sigh. He just couldn't come up with the right words at the moment. You can't blame him. The moment he looked up, all he saw was Madara's one visible eye peer into his. He instantly put his head back down and said those words that came out of his mouth. Something about him is not right at all. Tamaki thought to himself, not noticing his fingers shaking in his pockets. All Madara did was nod his head, not bothering to introduce Momo to the two third years. If she wanted to talk, she would have spoke up herself, but it looks like she was letting him do all the talking. Standing in front of you right now, I can see why others have praised you so much. How about a spar between us? The seamlessly harmless blonde asked, getting straight into what he wanted to really say. Oh. We had only just met and you already want to fight. Madara said with a raised eyebrow. He wasn't against the idea, far from it actually. Going up against a quirk like Mirio's would be enjoyable for him. He would be able to phase through his jutsus, so the fight won't be entirely one-sided. Well, that was if he didn't use his Sharingan and hold back a ton. Permeation was the name of the energetic boy's quirk. It allowed him to become intangible, letting him pass through any tangible matter, like enemy attacks, walls, and even the ground. Downside was that he wasn't able to see, hear, or breathe when using it. It was near unmasterable, but he was able to turn it into something very powerful, and Madara respected that. What can I say? This is just something I want to experience and learn from to improve myself. I have to be honest, those rumors about someone in their first year who was stronger than me greatly enhanced my decision to spar with you one day. Mirio said, receiving a small smirk in return. Who said they were rumors? Madara questioned, wanting to see how the person in front of him would react. Momo released a slight smile, knowing that this is how her boyfriend usually was. Sometimes he liked provoking others with words alone, and other times he would just speak the truth and let others know that he had absolute confidence in his power, and knew that he was the strongest. Looking over behind the blonde, she saw Tamaki take a quick glance at her man, looking at him strangely. It seems someone didn't like hearing that. How about the other one? Momo questioned to herself as she looked at Mirio to see his reaction, but she was greatly disappointed. He wasn't affected at all. All he did was laugh it off with a bright smile, but Momo was able to see a competitive spirit. If anything, the boy seemed more excited. Haha. Now you really have to come by Sir Nitai's agency tomorrow or as soon as you can. Don't worry, he won't mind meeting you at all. If you're really up to spar with me, then just drop by around this time and late afternoon. Now I don't want to keep you here all day long. It was nice meeting you. Mirio said as he stuck his glove-covered right hand out. He had nothing else to say, no other words for the Uchiha simply because he doesn't know him well enough to have a full conversation. Meeting his hand halfway, Madara contained his chuckle as he sensed something happening with Mirio's body. This boy, he really was interesting. Despite his inner amusement at this development, Madara showed no emotion on the outside. As his right hand was about to touch the blonde's, it went right through it. Mirio had used his quirk on him. Oh God, Mirio. Why do you have to be such a troll? Why do you have to do this to everyone you meet for the first time? Tamaki said to himself with a sigh as he looked at Madara. This was a little joke Mirio would do to people, and Tamaki has seen it way too many times to find it funny anymore, but apparently his friend was never tired of it. The surrounding area turned silent. No other student was walking by anymore as they all already left. Right now, it was only 4 figures in front of the Udata building. Madara stared at the 2 third years. He had already took his hand out, and no further words were spoken yet. Seeing this, Mirio finally opened his mouth. It was just a small joke. I apologize if you found it offensive. He said, but didn't sound apologetic at all as he continued laughing out loud. Reaching out, he went to touch Madara's shoulder, but what happened next greatly surprised him and Tamaki. His hand went right through. What was going on? What was happening? This was simply too strange. Both Mirio and Tamaki looked at this with wide eyes and visible shock. Before they could even say any words, Madara and Momo had both disappeared. Gone without a trace. Hey! A voice shouted at them. Looking over, Mirio and Tamaki saw a male janitor looking at them strangely as if they were weirdos. You guys have been standing there for an hour. Are you ever going to leave? Chapter 89, Chapter. Author, Genjutsu kinda confusing to me, so don't mind some mistakes haha. Anyways, enjoy. 2,603 words this chapter. Just a couple seconds after Madara took his hand out of Mirio's intangible arm, the 2 third years had suddenly gained a vacant look in their eyes. They stood still as statues, as if no outside interference could affect their current predicament. The front of the UA building was devoid of anyone else other than those two and the couple. Right now, if one were to look closely, they'd see the tall young man with long black hair, smirk ever so slightly as his lone visible eye flashed crimson. Momo, who was next to her boyfriend the whole time, stood there in astonishment. Her pretty black eyes widened as she wondered just what Madara had just done. It all happened in a short amount of time. The blonde had thought it was funny to mess a little with Madara, so it seems like this was the result. The Uchiha couldn't contain himself. Light chuckles came out of his mouth as he started to circulate his chakra around the tip of his index finger. He turned to look at his girlfriend, and seeing the confused and curious expression that was plastered on her perfect face, he chose to speak up. Look at this. Raising his hand, Madara pointed his finger right at Mirio's forehead while releasing a soft sigh. Look how easy it is to end his life. All his hard work. Years of harsh training, of constant trial and error to master that quirk of his, just for all of it to disappear. A mini spiraling ball of chakra formed on the tip of Madara's index finger. With his daily chakra control, this was fairly easy for him to do. This was obviously a different from of the Rasengan. Despite it being smaller than its original size, its attack power shouldn't be underestimated. Of course Mirio didn't need to worry about this since Madara wasn't actually going to kill him. The young man just found it laughable how easy it was to end the life of a person so great. Of a person with such a bright future and tremendous potential. Some would say these thoughts of Madara's were extremely dark and unfitting for a hero in training, but that's not who he was striving to be. He'll be more. He'll strive to be more than just a man with a costume and license saving people as a job. If he didn't, wouldn't it be an insult to have this name and power? Madara Uchiha. A name that'll spread throughout the world. Madara. A voice yelled right next to him, causing him to get out of his little trance and thoughts. He put his finger down, cancelled the jutsu and looked at the 2 third years once again. The only movement coming from them was the slightly windy weather around the area ruffling their clothes and hair. After a little while, he looked towards Momo, and he saw her staring at him with shock and obvious confusion. Numerous of questions were running wild throughout her mind as she tried to figure what her boyfriend did to Mirio and Tamaki. Of course she had general ideas that came close to the truth, but unfortunately she would never be able to figure out on her own that Madara used a special kind of technique called Genjutsu. A wonderful, unique, interesting, and downright terrifying ability that does wonders if used correctly. All in one, that's what Madara basically thought it was. Possibly one of his most powerful abilities coming into this new world. Madara, just what is that? You used your Sharingan and they suddenly stopped moving. What did you do? Momo questioned, finding it easier to just ask instead of constantly arriving at dead ends in her mind. Illusionary techniques, or as I like to call it, Genjutsu. Stepping back, Madara wrapped his left arm around the slim waist of Momo, and pulled her into his chest. Now they stood staring at the 3rd years once again, as if they were 2 tourists gazing at some interesting artifact. You can say it's a recent ability of mine that I discovered I could use. I'm not sure exactly how it works right now, and my limitations, but overall it's fairly powerful. Momo stayed silent to carefully listen to every word that came out of her boyfriend's mouth. That's right, Madara didn't know exactly how these genjutsus of his worked, simply because it's basically using a different system in this world. In Naruto, he would have to affect his opponent's chakra, but as he said once before, people in this world had none at all. He also called it a recent ability because the first time he used it in all his years of living in this world was not so long ago. It was on Muscular when he put suggestions of suicide in the villain's mind. Now that he's thought of it, Madara wondered just how the man was doing right now. How insane has he become? It was least likely that he had been able to kill himself. If that were the case, then news of his death would spread throughout the media faster than anyone would think. You used your Sharingan, does that mean you can only cast illusions with it? Momo wondered out loud, looking up at the unique eyes of her boyfriend that she always found beautiful. No, not exactly. For more powerful techniques, I use it. In Mirio's and Tamaki's perspective, they're probably still having a conversation with me, and it most likely has been only a couple minutes for them since the blonde pulled off that little trick. It'll only seem like a short amount of time, but once they break out of the illusion, they'll realize only an hour has passed. Momo stood there in shock. This was amazing. Affecting someone's sense of time, wasn't it scary as well? Just what were the weaknesses here? Momo wondered, but that was when she reminded herself of who the user of such a technique was. Madara. Weakness. She scoffed in her head. Unlikely. So are these illusions of yours able to damage the person's physical body? Or is it all just in their mind? Momo questioned. Yes, it's mostly mental. I could either traumatize my victim or just use a simple distraction. In the end, it'll wear them down mentally instead of physically. Some idiots might say that due to that little description I gave that it won't be too effective, but I personally think the mind is one of our greatest weaknesses. We use it to think and imagine. Use it every day in our lives. Now imagine someone being able to destroy that, or rearrange it how they see fit. Affecting someone's thoughts, or making them see their greatest fear, or even biggest dream, just for all of it to shatter. Madara spoke as Momo stayed silent for a couple minutes. The Uchiha let her process what he had just said since he knew how surprising it must be for her. Of course Momo knew that her boyfriend was very powerful, but she never knew he was able to do something like this. How was someone supposed to counter it? God. Momo wondered if what Madara had told her before in class was true or not. She questioned if he considered himself as a god, and he had only responded by saying not yet. After a couple moments, he laughed it off saying he was only joking, but Momo knew better. He was completely serious when he said, "Not yet." What did that mean? For Momo, it meant that he was able to get even more stronger than he already was, up to the point where being called a god would perfectly fit. Madara. Momo quietly said, gaining his attention. See, can you show me? The Yaoyorozu girl asked with slight hesitation, but calmed herself and looked up at Madara with determination filled in her eyes. What do you mean? Show me. Put me in a powerful illusion of yours. I want to experience it. Momo said, but louder this time. She knew that Madara would never harm her, but she couldn't help but hesitate when asking, since the way he described it made the technique seem like something no one would ever want to experience in their lives. Oh. Are you sure, Momo? Madara asked as his lips arched into a slight smile. Yes, I'm 100% sure. Show me something amazing. Maybe something you wish to happen one day. I want to see a dream of yours. Momo said with a beautiful smile. This is what she and Nijire had asked Madara before. What were his dreams? What did he want to accomplish? He didn't really have a true answer, but maybe it was because he thought of it as unachievable. That's what she had thought, and what she still believes. Maybe by using his illusions on her, he could show her just what this wish, dream or goal of his was. Once she saw it, Momo vowed to herself that she will try her hardest to help him achieve it. All right then. I'll show you a vision I wish to see in the future, how about that? Madara asked, receiving a nod in return. Separating himself from Momo, he backed away from her to stand a couple feet in front of her. With his Sharingan active, Madara knew exactly what he wanted to show his girlfriend. Brace yourself, Momo. All the girl saw was a flash of red, and her surroundings had instantly changed. She was still at the front of the UA building, but both the third years and Madara had disappeared from her line of sight. Most would question how her surroundings changed if she was at the exact same place. The answer? All Momo did was turn her sights towards the city, and her heart shook. This is an illusion, she said to herself as screams of terror sounded out from the surrounding people. She understood, oh, she perfectly did. The actions of those around were perfectly normal considering what was being shown in her eyes right now. A huge shadow had made the area around the city lose all its light. Those that looked up dropped to the ground on their knees with tears being freely let out. Helplessness and acceptance were visible in their eyes. They knew no one was able to save them from this, knew that it was impossible to escape such a terrible thing. Due to that, they had simply accepted their incoming deaths. Momo's breathing became harsher as her body started shaking. What was this? This vision of his? She questioned in her mind. It wasn't like she cared much about what her boyfriend does, but his reason for wishing to see such a thing happening one day is what was confusing her. It's just an illusion, it's just an illusion. She constantly reminded herself. Her eyes closed shut as she refused to look up. She wanted to get out of this illusion now. Fortunately for her, a familiar touch and voice had brought her out of her funk, calming her down. She opened her eyes and saw Madara looking at her gently as he stroked her hair and arm. Are you okay? He asked. Why, yeah, I'm fine, but what was that, Madara? Why would you show me such a thing? Is this really a vision of yours? She questioned quickly. All Madara did was mysteriously smile at her before he pecked her lips. Who knows? He said as brought her into his arms. Momo wanted to ask more, but a voice sounded out within the area. I'm sorry for making you guys wait for too long, but it looks like you two are perfectly fine and more than comfortable. Dressed in casual clothing consisting of skinny jeans, normal shoes, and a jacket, Namiri walked over to the couple. Glancing at their position, she smiled teasingly, but that had faded away when she looked at two familiar students just standing there doing absolutely nothing. Can you tell me what the hell two of you.A's big three is currently doing? The older and mature woman asked. Don't mind them, it's just a simple challenge. As you know, the overly energetic Mirio Togata had asked to spar with me, but being me, I naturally refused, but he was so annoying and persistent. I relented and said if they can stand there without moving a single muscle for an hour, then I'll meet him tomorrow at Sir Nitai's agency. Madara said, speaking complete bullshit. He just didn't think it was a good idea to tell Midnight of his genjutsu abilities, but even then he thought it wouldn't take long to trust her enough. Mirio and Tamaki might figure it out due to experiencing it themselves, but that was unlikely and they'd probably think he had some other ability related to time or something. I'm not even going to question it anymore. I always knew those two were very strange. Namiri said. She knew there was obviously something Madara wasn't telling her, but she chose to stay silent. She'll ask later. Alright, then we're good to go. Madara said as he wrapped his right arm around Namiri's waist and the other around Momo's. He released his uncomfortable aura so no one would bother them, and started walking towards the direction of the train station with his two girlfriends. Madara, I didn't know you were this horny. You can always wait until we get to your house. Namiri said with a quiet and sexual moan. Madara had moved his hands and took a good chunk of the meaty thick flesh on his girlfriend's ass and started groping. How lucky he was to able to feel this heaven every day. He was truly the luckiest man alive. Yaoyorozu Mansion. The trio had arrived to their destination about 30 minutes ago. When they walked inside, they found out that Aiko and June weren't home at all, so it was just the three of them. Currently, Momo and Namiri were snuggled up and had their limbs wrapped around Madara's body inside his room, on his huge comfortable bed. They had been talking about whatever with each other, but that was until the teacher received an important text message. "Who is it from Namiri?" Momo asked as she noticed how intently the woman was staring at her phone screen. "I know you were able to figure it out, Madara, so I see no problem with revealing this. It's the matches for the upcoming first-term final exams," Namiri said. "Oh. Really? Can you tell us our matches?" Momo questioned in excitement, getting a laugh in return. "All right, I'll just skip your classmates since I'm sure you guys don't care who they fight." For Madara, oh, how surprising. You're apparently fighting both that Izuku and Bakugo Kid as the first fight. And, wait a minute. What the hell? All Might and Aizawa as the last one. Midnight questioned in shock. Don't worry too much about it, I had only challenged them. How interesting, it seems like they really want to see me lose. Madara couldn't contain his laughter. This is exactly what he wanted. Battles that will bring him excitement. Now he's definitely looking forward to this final exam. How about me? Momo questioned, not surprised that her boyfriend had went ahead and requested to fight their homeroom teacher and the strongest hero. Oh, Momo, you'll be fighting against Nizu. Chapter 90, Chapter. Author, I feel this chapter was rushed. I have such a hard time on getting a character's personality right, sad face. 2,665 words without note. Wait, what? Nizu, you say? Momo questioned, a weird sense of joy overcame her at the thought of getting some sort of revenge from the rodent. If she were to be honest, she would say that she didn't dislike the principal too much since he actually cares for his students, but having someone trying to manipulate her was not something she ever wanted to experience again. With this new information, she needed to train herself and be ready. Losing would just be an embarrassment for her, even though she knew just how intelligent the principal was, and how most might expect her to lose. His high intelligence would mean that he most likely had numerous ways on how to defeat her and counter her quirk. Yes, that's right. Although, it's still unknown whether or not you'll be fighting with a partner, but I'm betting you will. I guess you could say this isn't the official matchups just yet since they could make some last-minute changes. Namiri revealed as she scrolled through her smartphone. You seem way too excited, Momo. I wonder why. Madara said with a light chuckle, savoring the feeling of the two women's breast pressed against his chest and their legs wrapped around his. Of course I am, but I have to admit that I'm also pretty nervous. Nizu is known for being very smart, and there's no doubt that he knows exactly how my quirk works. What should I do? She questioned. Nizu doesn't have any hand-to-hand combat abilities, so it's obvious that he won't fight you close up. My guess is that he'll probably use support items that come from the school, so be ready. I don't want to say all my thoughts and theories on how you could defeat the mouse, simply because these exams are meant for us teachers to see how well you guys have improved since the start of the year. Well, that and other reasons. Namiri said, giving some advice to the younger girl. She's right, Momo, I'm sure you got this. Madara said, planting a kiss on the girl's head, receiving a beautiful smile in return. It was at this moment when a swirl of fire suddenly appeared in the middle of his room. Coming out of it was Nijire, who had her usual bubbly smile plastered on her cute and innocent-looking face, and a clone of his. The clone instantly disappeared while the periwinkle-haired girl floated on top of Madara. Nijire. Momo and Namiri said simultaneously, not expecting the girl to actually appear so soon. It seems like she got extremely lucky and was able to get Ryuko to let her leave early. Ho ho, Namiri is here. Sexy teacher gets invited to attractive student's home, what a fitting title. The girl playfully said before planting a wet kiss on the Uchiha's lips. Like this, the three stayed together for hours upon hours, until it hit a certain time, about 8 p.m. Namiri, not used to staying over yet, had wanted to go to her house, promising that she would come over one day to sleep with her student, no matter how strange it sounded. During this whole time, Aiko and June still haven't arrived, but Madara wasn't worried whatsoever. He always had clones watching over them to make sure they were safe. He would be stupid not to do this knowing how much people wanted him so much. Not only that, but Namiri didn't get to meet Rumi today at all either. The beautiful white-haired woman naturally had her hero duty to fulfill during the afternoons and she would come home late. That was around the time when she would take the train to the Yaoyorozu mansion to sleep with her boyfriend. All in all, it was a peaceful and regular day, but Madara couldn't help but get excited for tomorrow. Why was that? It was because he'll actually take up Mirio's offer for that spar and visit Sir Nitai's agency. Meeting that pro hero as well should be interesting. If people knew that he rejected Izuku's offer and easily accepted Mirio's, they would most likely call him a bastard or some insult of sorts. Even then, why would he care? He actually wanted to spar with the blonde because it won't be a waste of his time. Who doesn't want to go up against someone who could phase through your attacks? Besides, he'll take the short kid's offer when he gets stronger. Now with a sudden urge to just fall asleep, Madara let his eyes freely drop as his 3 girls cuddled up to him, already out way before him. Next day. Currently at Udata Hero School, inside Class 1A homeroom, the class stayed silent as Aizawa started to explain something important that was going to come up fairly soon. Of course Madara just tuned this all out, knowing exactly what it was, and it was the same for Momo too. According to the plot, it was around this time some students would ask Momo to help them study, knowing how intelligent she was. For Madara, he didn't care if his girlfriend helped out some of her classmates since she was class deputy anyways, but if it comes down to the point where it interferes with her training for a fight against the principal, then he'll intervene. Of course the most obvious option this time around was for the others to ask him for help since he was top of the class in not only strength, but intellect and smarts as well, but Madara knew that everyone knew he was going to flat out deny them. Like this, the boring school day flew by quickly, and Madara just tuned himself out during the entire time. Literally nothing interesting happened unfortunately, but after school was going to be a whole different matter. Namiri had a teachers' meeting, so Madara and Momo couldn't go meet her, and Nijire had already went to Ryuko's agency. The duo couple, having nothing else to do for now, had chose to just go straight home. Arriving there, Momo had instantly gone and changed into her workout clothes, stating that she would start right away in training for her upcoming match. Madara himself sighed, having nothing else to do, but that was when he realized he could just go to Sir Nitai's agency right now. He knew that once he gets there, Mirio won't be there since it was still pretty early, but Madara can wait. He also didn't mind having a conversation with the pro hero himself, so there was absolutely no problem with waiting for the blonde. He informed Momo of this, and she had no problem being alone at the mansion. Madara knew she would be 100% safe since he had clones placed outside, hidden in the shadows as the best security system one could ask for. With that, he himself changed into his workout clothes as well, and then left. He had no problem with finding out where this agency was since such information was online on the internet. It was a pretty good distance away from where he lived, but that wasn't a problem at all with his speed and endurance. If he wanted to, he could cross countries and come back home at a reasonable time, but of course he wouldn't do something so silly. There was no reason to other than flex, and it would just waste his time. Now arriving in front a large 5-story building that belongs to All Might's former sidekick, Madara walked forward and entered. Yes, what a surprise that he wasn't using Shushin to appear inside. That was because he realized he would just cause unnecessary problems for doing such a thing. Once inside, he looked around seeing various All Might posters in a fairly large room. Madara concluded that this must be where Night Eye stays, but the man himself wasn't here yet. Kia. What can I do for you, Mr. Madara? I can't believe you're actually here right now. An excited voice said, surprising the young man himself, not really expecting this. Of course he sensed the person, but he didn't think she would act this way. How was he supposed to know that one of Night Eye's sidekicks was a fangirl of his? Madara turned to the direction of the voice, and saw a light blue-skinned and short-haired, slim-built woman walk up to him with a smile. Anyone that knew the girl would be surprised at her current display of emotions. She was known around the agency to be quite the calm and fairly serious person. With a tight dark blue crop top that exposed her under boobs and torso, she also wore blue tights, with white shorts that had yellow markings on the side of them and huge boots in the same color that looked too big for her to wear. Yeah, I'm just looking for Night Eye. Madara said, not really wanting to associate himself with this woman right now due to the weird vibes she was currently giving off. Of course. He's actually been waiting for you, but as you can see, he's not in his office right now. I'll go inform him right away. The blue-haired woman who still hasn't revealed her name said. What, did he foresee my arrival? Madara said. He knew that wasn't the case, but it was highly possible. The woman let out a small chuckle in return. Looking back at him, she said, that's good. It seems like you're informed of Sir's abilities. Jokes are always welcomed here at the agency too. Now you won't have to wait for too long, I'm sure he'll be here quickly. Afterwards, she had left to go fetch her boss, leaving Madara standing there, looking at all the All Might posters, wondering if Night Eye was just an older Izuku. He didn't have to wait long as he sensed a man arrive, but his sidekick wasn't with him at all. In plain gray office clothes, a tall 6'7" man with a slim build walked towards Madara. With regular glasses and his neat green hair that had a little bit of yellow, he only showed a straight face, staring at the young man in front of him. Madara didn't know if Night Eye was trying to intimidate him or not, but if that were the case, then it wasn't working. Of course it could just be that he's like this when meeting new people. Madara Uchiha, Mirio has told me a ton about you, but it's not like he said anything I didn't already know. He said, walking right past him to sit down at his desk, leaving the young man to stand in front of it. You're early. Ah, I guess you figured out that I would be coming here today to fight your golden boy. Madara replied back, not breaking eye contact with the man. You must be mistaken if you think I used my foresight to figure out an insignificant thing such as when you'll actually visit this hero office of mine. Mirio told me of his conversation he had with you yesterday, amongst other things as well. Night Eye said, obviously talking about the genjutsu Madara placed on the blonde and Tamaki. Of course the pro hero didn't know it was genjutsu, but he knew the Uchiha did something. Unfortunately, the only response he received was a small smile, but the pro easily recognized that it wasn't genuine at all. Was he being mocked? I wonder. Speaking of your quirk, they say you can see a person's future. Isn't that right? Madara asked. Yes, it's known. Night Eye said, already having a general idea on what the boy was going to ask him to do next. Use it on me. Excuse me, I must have misheard. I think you just told me to use my quirk that has a 1-hour time limit, on something so unimportant such as your future. Night Eye said, but he didn't really mean the last part. This boy's future, he was obviously interested in finding it out. Such a young man with potential greater than Mirio, no matter how many times he doesn't want to admit it. Night Eye has wanted to see himself, but he always hesitated on this decision, not wanting to know whether or not the boy would die. No, you heard right. Why else would I come here so early when Mirio isn't around? To discuss with you how All Might made such a stupid decision on not giving your favorite boy one for all. Madara asked in an uninterested tone of voice. What did you just say? Night Eye was of course surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect for Madara to know such a thing. He calmed himself down, thinking of the possibilities. Either All Might straight up told the kid, or the kid himself was able to figure it out. Knowing All Might, Night Eye began to think of which one was most likely. **** You could have made a grave mistake. Speaking of such secrets to a man you're unsure knows of this. What would you have done if I myself didn't already know this information? Night Eye questioned. How unfortunate it would be for me to do such a thing, but I'm confident in my deductive reasoning skills. If you're wondering, then yes, I was able to find out his secret since he and that successor of his is so blatant with it. It was easy to find out that you used to be All Might's sidekick, and knowing this, then you most likely knew his secret. Not only that, but Mirio told me he works under you at his agency. Such a powerful and strong kid must have been a candidate for that special quirk, especially when I hear some people say he could be next #1. This kid is extremely intelligent. Night Eye thought to himself seriously, not knowing that Madara had canon knowledge on his side. After a long pause of silence, he finally responded back. You wish for me to tell you your future? Then give me your hand and look me right in the eyes. I'll warn you though, whatever I say, it will happen and you won't be able to change it. He had decided to just go ahead and do it. Having such a quirk, Night Eye was bound to always be curious of others' futures and actions, so even if he himself will never say it out loud, he was kind of excited to see this boy's future. Even then, he was extremely reluctant at first, since he didn't know whether or not he himself could change it. Plus, after this he would have to wait a whole day until he can use it again. Fortunately, it wasn't like he was useless without his quirk, and today was also a slow day for villain attacks. His quirk was called Foresight. It granted him the ability to accurately predict an opponent's future movements and actions for an hour. As seen before, the pro needs eye contact and physical contact, but this information was private and not known to the public simply because villains would use such a thing to their advantage. Now touching his hand, he looked Madara in the eye, and what he saw shocked him greatly. Fortunately, he didn't see the boy's death, but he wasn't so sure due to who this boy would be fighting in the future. The sky was dark as huge wooden branches sprouted from the ground, high into the sky. Night Eye was able to see how Madara created a platform of sorts just for him to fight a man in a black suit and mask. A fight broke out, and the last scene he was able to see was Madara and his opponent floating in the air while facing each other. Chapter 91, Chapter 2387 words. Madara POV. I stood there in the quiet office room, waiting patiently for Night Eye to finish watching my supposed future. From what I've known about the man, he mostly refuses to use his quirk for something like this, but I guess he was just as curious as I was. My own assumptions, I think Night Eye won't see any tragic death of me nor any of my loved ones such as Aiko, June and the girls. I protect them 24/7, and it would be a complete insult if they got hurt on my watch. Humiliating and just a downright embarrassment. What's the use of these powerful abilities if I can't save someone who I don't want leaving my side? That's why I'm always careful and make sure no harm comes to them. Now, enough of the sappy monologue, but I really do wonder what this man in front of me is currently seeing. One might call me an idiot or berate me for allowing such a thing, and I completely understand. Night Eye seeing my future means he could possibly witness some of my abilities that I've kept secret or never shown. Well, it actually depends, but it's likely. Another thing that I have to take into consideration is how far into the future he'll be able to see. What if he saw something such as higher-ups wanting to control me and I retaliated, or me killing some villains? As I said before to All Might, if someone tries going against me, depending on the circumstances, I will put them down, and in the end, they will come to greatly regret it. With Musicler, it was different in a way. That man, no, that monster deserved the worse. To suffer all his life for his wrongdoings. Some might say, who am I to pass this judgment, and I should let justice and the law handle situations such as those, but fuck that. There are people out there that just don't deserve to die. That deserve a fate worse than death, and Muscular was one of those people. Unfortunately for him, he opposed me as well, and tried ending my precious life. My second chance. He tried taking everything away from me, so I simply let him face the worst punishment I could think of at that time. He's lucky that it was actually my first time using genjutsu on a person and in general. Otherwise, I would have had numerous amount of orcs. Never mind, Night Eye finally removed his hands from mine. The first thing I noticed was how shocked he was. Just what did he see? There's a chance that he'll refuse me and come up with a lie if it's something so bad, but I have my trusty Sharingan that works wonders on someone's mind. Your quirk can't be stolen, just like one for all. I don't even know what to say. The man told me as he seemed to be pondering to himself, focusing on the desk in front of him, but I know that his thoughts are wandering off to whatever theories he could think of. Ah, so that's what it is. I completely understand now. What he saw was a battle I've always been looking forward to. What else could he mean by my quirk can't be stolen? He was obviously talking about All for One, which means the man was unsuccessful in trying to steal my quirk, and I battled him. Damn it, it's happening again, this excitement I'm feeling as my heart beat faster and faster. I almost struggled to hold back the grin that threatened to form on my face. It would most definitely make Night Eye think I'm crazy. Why am I this happy knowing I'll get to fight the villain? Ever since coming into this world, I planned to do it. There was no way I was letting a chance of such enjoyment slip through my hands. Sorry All Might, but maybe this'll stop you from retiring. Nope, I doubt it. Regular POV. It's been about a couple minutes and Night Eye still hasn't said a word about what he saw in Madara's future. He was conflicted to say the least, and absolutely confused. First of all, this confirms the return of All for One. This is not good at all. The pro-hero said, catching Madara's attention, who raised his eyebrows at the man's words. Night Eye himself knew there was a possibility that the student in front of him didn't have a single clue on who All for One was, but he really doubted that. If he knew about All Might's secret and the power of his quirk, then he should have a general grasp about the history. If he didn't, then it wasn't a problem. Night Eye decided he would just tell the boy because with the future he saw, Madara was more than involved with this. The Uchiha himself wasn't shocked when he heard this. Knowing how Night Eye was All Might's sidekick and was grooming a student to be his successor, then he of course knows about All for One. What Madara was wondering in his head was how the pro-hero feels knowing that an individual who doesn't have the one for all quirk is the one to fight the villain. There was no doubt in Madara's eyes that Night Eye has this type of mindset considering he's a complete fanboy of the hero, but if he's wrong, then he's wrong. I'm not surprised at all since I've always expected to fight him. Forget about All Might or that green-haired kid, but I was always planning to defeat him myself. Madara said straightforwardly with his arms crossed. The pro-hero shook his head at the boy's confidence, and he wasn't surprised at these words either. From what he has heard from others, this side of Madara was normal. So you know of him, but don't underestimate the man. Night Eye said seriously while eyeing the Uchiha in front of him. Witnessing the damage All for One has done to All Might, he didn't want a kid with such great potential to have his power cloud his judgment and logical thinking, nor did he want the boy to die due to this reason either. No matter how cold he seems on the outside, or how intimidating he is, Night Eye deeply cares about others. Even if he requires a person to make him laugh before acknowledging them, there are some circumstances where he can just respect an individual and their powers and what they do with it. Madara was that type of person. I'm not underestimating him. I know my limits after all. That man has his eyes on me and wants my quirk for himself. Anyone that tries taking what is mine is naturally going to have to battle me. There's no other way around it, but I'm not scared, nor am I running away. It was obvious since the moment All for One took an interest in me, a fight between us was bound to happen one day, and from what you have said, it's going to happen. That's true, you're completely right. With your abilities, it's no shocker that he wants you so bad. Fortunately for you, in my vision the man wasn't able to take it. Although I can't hear anything when looking at people's futures, it was obvious from the information we have on All for One so far, that he wasn't able to take your quirk since he touched you. Night Eye said, causing the Uchiha to start thinking. I can't just say that I knew this since that wouldn't make sense at all. Me knowing that my quirk can't be stolen would be very strange and suspicious, and it might make others think that I've already had contact with All for One. Madara thought to himself, choosing to stay silent since it looked like the men wanted to continue talking. Now for one, I don't know how far into the future this event happens, but I know it's not in years since you look the same. All I was able to see was you jumping in front of All Might to save him, and I deeply thank you for that. Afterwards, you used your wood ability, but the men evaded it all. All Might wanted to help you, but it looked as if you refused, so you made a whole platform in the sky to fight them and yourself. That was when All for One restrained you, touched your shoulder, and that's when I realized he couldn't take your quirk since you blasted him back and started floating afterwards, and this can mean a number of things. Indeed, it can mean a number of things. Madara thought to himself, and unknown to Night Eye, his eyes gleamed in eagerness. What do you think? The Uchiha asked after calming himself down. Either your quirk is more special than everyone thought, being very similar to All Might since it can't be stolen, or you were granted one for all. Night Eye said, believing the second one to be the most plausible. If Madara was able to easily figure out who the successor was, then All for One could possibly do so as well. Knowing the history, Night Eye had no doubt that the villain would try killing the Midoriya kid before he became a threat. What if he had succeeded, and being desperate, the boy gave Madara the quirk? For the pro-hero, this made sense and it would explain why Madara was floating so easily and looked as if he gained a sudden power boost. The boy always used those blue wings to make himself fly, so what if One for All enhanced his actual quirk? Night Eye stopped thinking to himself as he became confused when the young men in front of him started chuckling. What is it? Excuse me, but that is unlikely. Me with One for All, I've told All Might this before, but I wouldn't accept the quirk as I myself know that I'm not the right person to receive the foolish title known as Symbol of Peace. Madara said, ignoring the look on Night Eye's face when he said the last part. Madara. The pro-hero himself chose to just ignore the words he heard. He was an adult, so he would act like one. Lashing out on a young man for insulting what his idol represents would not be acceptable, but that doesn't mean it didn't irk him. You have to take into consideration that people's views of the world and their ideology can change anytime, and you are included in that aspect. No matter how much I want to deny it, with your strength and genius, you could be considered as one of the best candidates for the quirk, but the problem is with the way you dash, he was going to say, but was interrupted. I'm going to stop you there since this type of conversation is all too familiar with me. Until someone can greatly convince me and has the power to do so, I won't let anyone else's views affect me and control what I do. The person I trust the most is myself, and I'll stick to what I believe. You can't change my mind, and even if you and others might see me as a possible future leader figure like All Might, I won't ever allow myself to be chained down to be society's dog in saving them from every single problem that occurs. Being another person that everyone heavily relies on, and that's a huge problem today with the current number one. Madara said seriously, making sure he got his point across. Of course he's not some evil villain that would kill for no reason and watch someone die, but he could never see himself being like All Might, having his life focus being on saving others, up to the point where he'd actually ignore his injury and sacrifice himself. Hell no. Then why are you even a hero if you have this type of mindset? Despite that, you also can't ignore what power you showcase will result in. No matter how much you dislike it, people always look up to the strongest figure to save the day. Even if you don't want it. Night Eye replied back. You seem to misunderstand something. I'm no hero, and I myself won't claim to be, but that doesn't mean I can't become a pro. Even I must admit, I have some unaccepted tendencies that could make myself seem like a villain, but overall, I am not. But what you said about the strongest being looked up to, I have to agree with it because it's true. In this world, power means everything. It's no wonder why quirkless are looked down upon, and if they don't have any special qualities, it's even worse for them. You could be a quirkless, but if you're some genius scientist that can discover groundbreaking information, then people would accept you, but enough of that. I myself know that I won't have the same problem as All Might. In his generation, there was no one else that could compete with him to be number one, except maybe Endeavor, but now, there's more than a few candidates and possible people that I don't even know of. Now I'm not saying they could compete against me, because I highly doubt it, but I know I can sit back and relax knowing that there are other people besides me that can easily save the day. A few to name are Mirio, All Might's successor, and even Shoto Todoroki. Madara replied back, causing Night Eye to go silent and think of his words. What an interesting person. He seems very mature for his age. Compared to most students in their first year, it's like he already has his life planned out, but I do admit that his confession for having villain tendencies is worrisome, but not so much. I believe that humor and positive energy are very important for the future, but this young man in front of me doesn't have such a thing. He could be considered a hero most people won't accept if the way he does things come to light, but maybe, just maybe he's the hero we all need. Chapter 92, Chapter 2708 words. I'll have to apologize. Sitting here right now and listening to your words, it's more than clear that you're determined to never change your mind. I shouldn't have pushed my views on you if your current path isn't such a horrible thing. Night Eye genuinely said as he sighed. Being honest, this wasn't the type of conversation he was expecting to have with the first-year student, but he wasn't overly surprised. Living this life, Night Eye knows that nothing ever goes normal. He began to think of Madara's words earlier and realized how much sense they made. Night Eye of course was a very intelligent man, but even he himself didn't think of how much society and everyone in general is dependent on All Might a little too much. No, who am I kidding? Of course I knew, but I let my faith in the men blind me. All this time I've always been working my way around Toshinori's situation with more emotion instead of logical thinking. Madara is right, being a user of One for All is basically saying you will shoulder all the burden of protecting everyone. Yes, the successor may accept instantly and choose to do this, but in the end, would they be able to endure it all? Even Toshinori himself had his off days. Luckily and fortunately, as stated by him earlier, this generation is more than ready for whatever evil is out there. Even if there's a new top dog that is leagues above everyone else, there are still others with strong abilities that can become something very powerful in the future. Even the current holder of One for All, that is Zuka Midoriya child. Right now he's nothing special and could barely use the quirk according to my investigations, but if he's not able to train it up in the future, then having such a strong power would be an insult to All Might. I may still be feeling bitter about Mirio not being able to get it, but there's nothing I can do now. Speaking of the kid, he's another promising youth in this generation. Even without One for All, he'll still become a great hero. I can see it myself, and no. I'm not talking about using my quirk, but what I personally feel. With his personality and how he views things, he would have made the perfect symbol of peace. Night Eye thought to himself, but it was then that something clicked in his mind. Like a realization, as if he had just figured out something very interesting and important. So what did he do? First, he chuckled, but it soon turned into a full-on laugh that sounded out around the office room that wasn't so quiet anymore. What's wrong with you? Madara questioned, but he wasn't worried about the man's well-being at all. Like any normal person would be, he was weirded out by this behavior. Just moments ago it was fairly quiet with the only sound of their two voices, but now suddenly the man started laughing out loud. Claiming himself down after taking a glass of water from under his desk and doing some deep breaths, Night Eye finally spoke up. How surprising, you were somehow able to make me laugh. I guess that means I'm supposed to acknowledge you, but I'm positive that's not what you wanted to hear. I just see the fact that you and Mirio are completely different on the outside and inside, but if you look at the bigger picture, you are both surprisingly very similar. It's not particularly funny, but this is an instance where I realize just how interesting the people around me are. You guys both have a completely different outlook on those around you and the world in general, but in the end, you both will be saving lives. Night Eye said, receiving no response back until about a minute and a half later. Madara truly had to think a bit from these words he heard. It was as if the green-haired man was setting him up to be Mirio's rival or something. From the way he described it, Madara had a vision of comparing Mirio to Hashirama Senju himself. Yes, it sounds absurd, but it makes a bit of sense inside of the Uchiha's head. Madara himself had to admit their personalities were similar, but the differences in power, skill, and experience was laughable. There was just no doubt that the strongest people here could not compete against the powerhouses of the Naruto world. His presence here was a perfect example of this. You know, you shouldn't be so surprised. A group of people could have different values and views and even completely different personalities that may seem unordinary, strange or even vile compared to some others, but if they all strive to be something similar, or have the same career, of course they'll be working towards the same path. Madara said, hoping that his words actually made sense because it was all so clear inside his mind. Can you elaborate for me? Night Eye questioned, getting deeply interested in the characteristics of Madara Uchiha as time continued to pass. The young man was just too interesting to ignore, and quite frankly, Night Eye rather enjoyed having a conversation with him. I thought what I said the first time was enough, but I guess I could break it down. All Might and Endeavor, I don't think I need to say any more. And he didn't. Night Eye completely understood. While All Might was all smiles and just that one cool uncle, Endeavor was the racist grandpa who'd ruin everyone's night if you'd go outside with him. Despite that, they both have the same job, which is saving lives and get popular for it. I understand now, but I have one more question to ask. What would you do if I had saw a future where your loved ones were to perish or be seriously injured? If the only way to save them was to accept One for All and power up with it. Now Night Eye wasn't still caught up with trying to have Madara accept such a thing, but he was just very curious. It was obvious to him that the young man had some pride and complete confidence in his quirk up the point where he'd most likely deny One for All at any chance, but in a dire situation. There's no way, right? Night Eye was thinking to himself, but a sudden sound interrupted him. Madara himself was laughing. Just what was so funny? The green-haired man wondered. That will never happen, that I'm 100% sure of. Me existing is already guaranteed proof that not a single person would be able to injure or kill my loved ones. Besides, why would I need a quirk that's weaker than mine? Now Night Eye respected the young man and thought he was a fairly decent human being, but this right here could be considered crossing the line. Night Eye just thought Madara was insulting the quirk at this point, so before he was able to go full All Might fanboy mode and greatly explain why it wasn't weak and was actually the best, he felt something. A great pressure that made his eyes grow wide in surprise as his instincts were telling him to run away. Maybe he should have seen this with his quirk currently active, but he wasn't expecting something of this magnitude. He had his face smashed against his desk, unable to move, but with great effort, he tilted to the side to get a good look at the Uchiha. A blue aura of some unknown energy surrounded Madara and made the ground and the walls around him crack. Even the desk was threatening to break off. Night Eye himself didn't know what this was, but judging by the sheer power oozing out of the Uchiha, he could make the assumption that this was his quirk. His long black hair became wild as it perfectly flared up, giving Night Eye the chance to see a different pattern in his eyes from the usual 3 commas he saw all the time. Unknown to him, they were named Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing how the pro-hero forgot to breath, Madara stopped what he was doing and let out an unnoticeable smile when hearing the sound of the man struggling to fix himself. That never gets old. The Uchiha said, more so to himself, but Night Eye perfectly heard. He wasn't exactly feeling the best right now considering his office was almost destroyed, but for some reason, he felt as if he was just horribly humiliated. Crossing his arms and getting serious, Madara had to make sure the pro-hero in front of him would be able to understand what he was going to say. Don't you get it? I don't need one for all. You felt it right. The power of my quirk. Don't bother answering since I know you're still trying to catch your breath, but know this, I have only scratched the surface of my true potential. You think your idol All Might is strong. The best of the best. Maybe you'll change that view of yours in the future. It's funny, isn't it? You couldn't change my mind, but maybe I will change yours with just strength alone. Madara said as he didn't bother deactivating his Sharingan, but it was only left at the normal stage. It was all Night Eye could stare at, red. His mind and thoughts racing to comprehend and understand just what he had heard right now, and he realized just how right the young man was. He's only like 15 years old right now and most pro-heroes can't even contend with him. He's very powerful for his age, which could mean he could have already reached his peak so soon, and that wasn't exactly abnormal. It's happened numerous of times before. Well, it's either that or he can further improve his quirk and knows so himself. In this situation I would normally have doubts about this until I have the right information and calculate it, but who am I to question this? Who knows best of the power? The user himself. Night Eye thought to himself. Still looking at the Uchiha, he opened his mouth and said, You know, my colleagues and acquaintances would question me for trusting a student so much without making sure, but for some reason, you are very convincing, and that itself is a skill you could greatly use. I know you don't like interacting with the public much and is more passive when it comes down to stuff like that, but you have a certain type of charm that could influence others, and to be honest, it's scary. I suppose I do. Madara said, not bothering to continue off as he sensed a certain individual approaching. Looking down at the floor to his right, he waited, and finally, Mirio's head popped out. Night Eye wasn't all that bothered when he was ignored, but his interest and wonder spiked when he noticed Madara being able to easily sense Mirio before he even appeared, but he guessed it had something to do with his eye quirk. Mirio popped himself out of the ground, showcasing that he was currently wearing his usual hero costume. With a big smile plastered on his face and those oval eyes that Madara still finds strange, he cheerfully greeted the pro-hero he was working for. I thought you would come by much later. Madara said. Yesterday he ran into the third-year student specifically because they had both stayed after school, but it was different today. It should have been at least an hour more until Mirio would actually arrive at the agency. Madara, what a pleasant surprise. Mirio said, resulting in him being ignored as the Uchiha knew the older boy was trying to get some sort of positive reaction out of him. I contacted Mirio and told him that you were here the moment my psychic bubble girl informed me of your arrival, and obviously, it looks like he didn't stay back at school today like he usually does. Night Eye explained. That's exactly right. I was way too excited and practically ran over here, so you might want to go easy on me since I'm still catching my breath. Mirio said, sounding completely normal, and Madara knew that he was just joking. I have important work to complete and paperwork to finish, so let's get this spar started as soon as possible. You two follow me to the training room to get this over with. Night Eye said before the two boys started following. Of course Mirio could have instantly gone there himself since he's been in this hero office way too many times, but he wanted to take this chance to ask his junior something. Madara, what exactly did you do to Tamaki and I yesterday? I have to be honest with you, at first, we both thought that we were going crazy. We spent the whole school day thinking about it, and I haven't seen Tamaki be so tensed up before. We even asked Nijire, but she only laughed at us. Mirio questioned, causing Night Eye to listen in as he was wondering the same thing. All Madara did was raise his hand and pat the blonde boy's shoulder. He looked him in the eyes and said, it was just a small joke, Mirio. I apologize if you found it offensive. Isn't that exactly what I said before? Haha. So I guess you can be funny at times. I didn't mind at all. Mirio said with a smirk, causing Madara to remove his hand and shake his head. Finally arriving at the training room, Madara noticed how small it was. Well, it wasn't anything like what he had at the Yaoyorozu mansion or anything like Yue's, but it was still enough to perfectly move around. Madara just didn't often fight in small areas. Just like with his fight against Ryuko, he won't be able to use his more widespread abilities. Due to this, it was natural that anyone would think this match is in Mirio's favor due to the environment, but that wasn't the case at all. Nobody should forget that Madara's physical abilities are insane. Night Eye moved to the side of the room and leaned against the wall as he watched the two young men stretch and prepare. That was when the door opened and his trusty sidekick Bubble Girl appeared with an excited smile on her face. "Why do you look so excited? You're not usually like this." Night Eye questioned the unusual behavior. Normally she would be serious most of the time, but he has often reminded her to smile once in a while. And if she didn't? Let's just say he had a certain machine he would use on her. Of course I would be excited. I get to watch Madara Uchiha fight with my own two eyes right in front of me. Aren't I lucky? The others will definitely be jealous of me once they learn of this. Bubble Girl said with stars practically shining in her eyes. She looked at the long black-haired boy in admiration. Night Eye recognized this look instantly. This is what he used to look like in his younger days when he was around All Might. Oh no. This can't be happening. Wait a minute. Did I hear right? What do you mean by the others? Night Eye questioned, finding it odd how the previously bubbling girl became serious and indifferent. I apologize, Sir Night Eye, but if you know, then you know. Done preparing, the two young boys stood a good distance across from each other. With Mirio, he was emitting the typical fighting spirit, looking forward to this brawl like any normal hero in training would be. With Madara, his demeanor was different, but it didn't faze Mirio at all. He was looking at the blonde with a thin smile, as if expecting the third year to impress him with something interesting. The moment Night Eye had yelled start, Mirio disappeared from his position and the fight between two young individuals began. Chapter 93, Chapter. Author, I have to apologize. This fight might not be so great. It's just that Mirio's fighting style looks so good when watching it, but for me it's difficult to write down and make it seem so interesting. Sad face. This chapter also feels rushed because it is. Now I'm going to take a nap. I stayed up all night for 2 days in a row and now I'm starting to get a headache. The moment Night Eye yelled start, Mirio had disappeared from his current position, but that's only what it looked like. In reality, he had used his quirk to go underground and instantly reappear near the position he calculated where his opponent should be. Easily sensing this, Madara took a couple steps back and watched as a red glove popped off from the ground. He could sense it, and feel the air in his surroundings. Mirio had intended to instantly take him out with that uppercut alone. Madara himself of course doubted that he would be unable to fight from that attack, but what he's seen from the anime, Mirio was able to do it to all of Class 1A. With a single punch to the gut, defeating them with ease in mere seconds. It's something I will never understand. In this world, it seems like people have stronger bodies, despite it not being a part of their quirk. To me, it doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's just because I missed something. Even then, Mirio being this physically strong is the result of his years of training. His physique is leaning towards All Might's from when he was younger as well, which just makes the fact that he got robbed from One for All even more obvious. Madara thought to himself as he continued to flawlessly and efficiently dodge every one of Mirio's assaults, but it was obvious to him that the blonde wasn't trying his hardest. Yet. Sir Night Eye, Mirio is going at it more intensely than what I'm usually used to seeing, don't you think? Off to the side, the light blue-skinned sidekick asked. It may seem like that for you, but Mirio isn't even using any of his techniques. Right now, he's only attacking straight on. So basically, he's either trying to determine where Madara's strength is at currently, or he just wants to enjoy this battle and let it last, but I'm leaning towards the first option. Night Eye said, not removing his sight from the two students. He's the one who trained the blonde, so he obviously knew him the best and recognized his habits during a spar. This is it, Mirio, your biggest challenge yet. You have great reflexes for a first year. Mirio suddenly commented with an eye smile after another one of his punches failed to connect. He noticed how the Uchiha wasn't attacking at all, but he didn't get aggravated nor did he feel insulted for being underestimated. Instead, he used this to his advantage. The moment Madara backed away once again, Mirio took his chances and instantly upped his speed to appear in front of him, but Madara was of course able to see this. Surprisingly, he had only crossed his arms in front of his chest, causing Mirio's fist to land on his forearms. Power. The blonde yelled as he watched the Uchiha skid back, but he wasn't finished yet as he disappeared once again underground. You sure do pack a punch, but it's severely lacking compared to the others I have fought. Sensing Mirio appearing behind him to kick his head, Madara grinned and brought his hands together. Don't get too excited. Mirio has watched the sports festival where Madara for the first time showed the world his powers and abilities. From what the blonde got out of it, it was basically something eye-related, strength-related and even elements. So right now, what just currently happened was something he did not expect at all. Neither did the two people off to the side. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Madara's once soft spiky long hair formed into spikes and became hard as metal. It had formed around his body like protective armor, making it incapable for Mirio to get a good hit in. Before the blonde could got stabbed in the legs with the multiple spikes, he phased through Madara's body and disappeared underground, reappearing a good distance away. Unfortunately, the spikes had turned into projectiles, shooting their way towards him. This is definitely a problem, but it's nothing I can't handle. How long can he use this move for? If it has no limit, then it'll be difficult for me to get a good hit in. Mirio thought to himself as he stood there and let all the spikes phase right through his body. Once they stopped, he took his chances once again and lunged forward, but that was when it happened. Shocked, he was unable to react fast enough when Madara's fist connected right on his face, blasting him back into the wall. Ag! He grunted in pain. A clone. Bubble Girl shouted with excitement as she watched as the battle turned up more. Yes, I completely forgot he had such an ability. Night Eye honestly confessed. Madara dispelled his clone and cancelled his hair jutsu. It was the first time he has ever used it on an opponent. He's seen this before in his previous life during the Naruto anime with Jiraiya and thought it was a good idea if he could use it as well. Being someone who had such long hair, wasn't it best to give it another purpose other than to make him look badass? Seeing the blonde walking towards him once more, Madara grinned. He saw the red mark on the side of his face, obviously from his earlier punch. Even if he didn't use the Tsunade technique, his normal physical abilities were still more than enough to do damage, and there was no doubt that Mirio was currently hurting. Meaning, this blondie was just walking it off, and judging by his facial expressions, he was now going to get serious. Finally, Mirio. Are you actually going to start fighting now? The blonde stayed silent. His only response was rushing forward with his top speed, with Madara doing the same. It looked like their punches would meet halfway together, but Mirio had suddenly phased underground once again. Reappearing right in front the Uchiha, he used a feint, looking like he was going to poke Madara's eyes out, but unfortunately, the first year wasn't phased at all. With the intentions of winning this spar, he went along and tried connecting a punch to the stomach. He was greatly disappointed when his first met a little wooden wall that protected Madara, but Mirio's strength was nothing to scoff at. He was able to break right through it. But that wasn't a problem at all for Madara. With his insane speed and reflexes, his position had suddenly and instantly shifted behind Mirio, giving him a punch right to his back. Mirio once again released a sound of pain and grit his teeth. To not give himself any further damage, he was able to phase before he hit the ground, reappearing away from the Uchiha. Damn it, he was able to perfectly calculate when I would use my quirk, making me unable to phase right through the wood to punch his guts. It's frightening, his ability to observe how my power works. I wouldn't be surprised if he already knows about my weakness, but I do bet it's because of those eyes of his. Mirio thought to himself as he stood still and didn't make any further advancement. It was clear in his face that he was frustrated, and it wasn't hard to tell why. This is my most difficult fight yet. It feels like there's nothing I can use to catch him off guard. No matter where I go, he knows, and no matter what I throw at him, he counters with something stronger. I haven't felt this way since those times I would spar with Sir Night Eye. Can you continue dancing? What's the matter, Mirio? Madara asked with a slight sense of derision, watching as the blonde contemplated on what he should do next. This is just the effect he had all the time against his opponents. Constantly overwhelm them as their confidence in winning lowers and lowers until it reaches zero. But Madara knew that his words wouldn't affect Mirio so much. The boy was just too stubborn and determined. If this was an actual anime fight, Mirio would suddenly feel a rush of power and start miraculously beating Madara, but unfortunately for him, this was reality, and this was the day he would lose to a student 2 years younger than him. No. I won't give up. Mirio yelled inside his head as he came up with a plan. If it failed, then that means he lost the match, but even then, he won't grow discouraged from it. Instead, he'll ask for a rematch and better himself. Madara. He screamed out as he rushed forward. He phased once again, sinking into the floor, but this time he planned to make sure to avoid the hair and go right for his face as fast as he could. Madara had to admit, it was a good effort from Mirio, but unfortunately for him, nothing would work to bring him down. Yes, his fishing ability was strong and unique, but against his speed, sensing, and lightning-quick reflexes, he won't be able to land a good hit unless he let him. You did well, Mirio, but I'm going to have to stop it right here. The moment Mirio popped up from the ground, with his Sharingan, Madara was able to capture the subtle details and he noticed how the blonde would always hold in his breath. So with speed unseen from the others, as soon as Mirio appeared, a fist had already landed on his face, blasting him back down and forming a moderate-sized crater as dust started to fill up the room. One might find it strange how Mirio didn't just phase through the ground to avoid any further damage, but the boy had lost consciousness the moment Madara punched him. After that, Bubble Girl had taken Mirio in a separate room to rest since he was out cold. Before she did that, she wanted to ask Madara for his autograph, but she knew she would get in trouble with Sir Night-Eye if she did. So reluctantly, she contained herself. Although sour about the room getting wrecked, Night-Eye congratulated the Uchiha for his win, even though he knew it was likely. Having no reason to continue staying at the hero office since he literally only came here to spar, Madara left the building after fixing the room up. It was at that moment he used transformation jutsu, seeing just how busy the streets were with loads of people walking around. With that, he decided to peacefully walk towards the Yaoyorozu mansion, and maybe spoil Momo when he gets there since he knew that she was still alone. He had already texted her, asking about her well-being, and she confirmed that she was fine and was still training, so Madara had nothing to worry about. Especially when he has multiple clones guarding the house. So he continued along towards the direction of where he lived, but that's when he received a notification from Rumi. The message? Well, let's just say Madara had instantly disappeared from where he stood and starting running towards the usual place he hasn't been to since internships basically ended. Arriving at a short time, Madara used Shunshin and appeared inside. The room had only lights on and all the curtains covered the windows, but it was still easy for him to look around. Easy for him to feel how a naked Rumi Usajiyama wrapped herself around him from behind as she laid kisses on his neck. Well, that was fast. Chapter 94. Inside a relatively small room with a single bed, Mirio lay there without any movement. He was brought here after losing consciousness against his fight with Madara, and right now, he was going over it inside of his head. Despite having the advantage with the environment, he still lost, and that made it even worse. It was obvious to him that Madara wasn't able to use his more destructive abilities inside the training room unless he wanted to destroy it. As he thought more about it, Mirio wasn't discouraged, nor was he salty or bummed out about his defeat. If anything, he was excited. Happy to have found someone that is able to push him harder towards his limit. Someone around his age group who is able to easily defeat him. Yes, this may sound strange, but compared to some other students, Mirio wasn't one to get so butthurt. Of course, there's no doubt that he's a bit disappointed of his loss, but he always tries to see the positive out of everything. With his hands clenched into his fist, a huge smile blossomed onto Mirio's face as determination was obvious to notice in his oval-shaped blue eyes. Madara. I promise that one day I'll spar with you again, and push you hard enough for you to actually go serious. He vowed, saying all this in his head. Mirio wasn't a dumb person. It was obvious to him that Madara wasn't trying, nor was he using his stronger attacks. He had basically beat him with hand-to-hand combat alone. So, if he gets the chance to fight with Madara once again, then his goal is to push him harder. Right now with his strength, Mirio knew there was no chance in defeating him, so he'll take baby steps and be patient. Just how Night-Eye had taught him. Feeling perfectly fine. Mirio ignored the soreness of his face and back, and walked out of the room in a good mood. He went to where his sensei was at and saw him doing some paperwork at his desk. Oh. You're awake, that's good. As long as you think you're fine to walk around, then do as you wish, but don't ignore your health. Night-Eye said, noticing Mirio's movements. Even if the blonde never ignored his injuries and always listened to what he said, Night-Eye still would remind him, mainly because the incident with All Might will forever be remembered. Yes, I'm fine, even if I feel a bit sore, but I'm sure a good night's fest will fix me right up. Mirio said with a smile, causing the green-haired man to raise an eyebrow. You seem more joyful than usual. He questioned. Of course I am. That fight with Madara was amazing. I haven't enjoyed one in a while. Especially ever since you stopped sparring with me, sensei. Mirio responded back, receiving a slight smile in return. And what did you learn in this spar of yours? Night-Eye asked. This was something he would always do after Mirio fought someone. It was mainly to get him to be more observant during battles and capture the subtle details against his opponents. People who have strong bodies, insane reflexes, and decent hand-to-hand combat skills are able to contend against me if they are actually that strong. When fighting Madara, he was able to easily dodge my assaults, and would always know exactly where I would attack next. I also can't underestimate my opponent's intelligence. Even if my quirk may seem invincible, I still have a weakness with it, and someone could exploit it and use it against me. Just as Madara did when he caught me off guard with that final punch. Mirio said, causing Night-Eye to nod in agreement, satisfied with the answer. It's good that you're learning even more. This will benefit you greatly, so it would be a good idea for you start training even harder. Night-Eye said, confusing the blonde. What for? Isn't my current training regimen already fine? He questioned. It's because you'll be a part of the new generation of heroes. Night-Eye said, then turned back to his paperwork. Huh. You've never once said this before. Mirio said with a light laugh. Being with Night-Eye for a while now, he understood that his noble speeches or heroic lines were usually from All Might. With a chuckle, Night Eye didn't remove his eyes from his paperwork and said, I guess someone has influenced me. With Rumi and Madara. Wasting no time in using his shunshin, Madara appeared in a fairly large room that was big enough to hold anything a grown woman would need in her life. This was Rumi's room, which currently took a deeper lighting due to the dark curtains that were draped over the windows. Enjoying the feeling of her wet lips on the side of his neck while her athletic and soft body pressed against him from behind, Madara almost forgot what he planned to do here. His long hair did get in the way at first, but the pro hero was able to still do her thing successfully. What's gotten into you today? He questioned as he removed the rabbit hero from him. He was by no means going to reject her right now, but this situation was strange, so he needed to ask her. It should be known that the two haven't crossed the boundary yet, as they didn't want to rush it, so for Rumi to suddenly invite him over meant that something must have happened. Either that, or Madara was overthinking it and the woman was just too horny today and wanted to let out all of her urges. Inside the quiet room, the two stood there at the end of the bed, facing each other. Neither one of them was nervous like any other normal couple would be when having sex for the first time together. They had grown closer ever since Rumi had started to sleep over at the Yaoyorozu mansion, so they were comfortable around each other. Enjoying the sight of Rumi's body, Madara patiently waited until she answered his question. Everything he was seeing was perfect. Down to her powerful legs, all the way up to her beautiful face and long white hair that flowed peacefully down her back. Isn't it crazy that we've known each other for only about a week, and then started dating soon after? She walked up to the Uchiha. Her 5'2" frame looked smaller than ever when in front of him. Looking up, her hands roamed under his muscle shirt, feeling the results of his hard work. I guess so, but I don't regret it one bit. Madara replied back as he began stroking the top of her hair. There was no doubt that due to Rumi's hands, the weapon inside his pants began to harden. An extremely attractive naked woman feeling you up, who wouldn't get an erection? Sometimes I wonder if we settled things way too quickly, but I know that's not the case. I always come home to no one, but sleeping with you at your house is always satisfying to me. I love the feeling and I never want to lose it. Never. As I told you before, you're my first lover/boyfriend. In usual cases, people never end up spending the rest of their lives with their first, but I'm honestly sure that I want to. So I've decided. Please fuck me. Rumi said as her pretty red eyes looked up at his. Her right hand moved down from under his shirt to the insides of his pants, feeling the reaction she got out him. Thinking about how big he was down there, Rumi never noticed the small smirk that formed on her man's face. Madara seriously had to contain a small chuckle when hearing the last part. She was as straightforward than ever. He expected some heart-filled speech like when she confessed to him, but in the end, she just wanted him to fuck her. To him, it seemed like Rumi didn't want to lose him, as well as the feeling of happiness that he gave her. It was honestly cute to say the least, and Madara could understand where she was coming from. Before he had entered her life, she did everything solo. The feeling of being with a significant other had filled her heart and she never wanted to lose it, and Madara will make sure she won't. Damn it, that was unexpected. Rumi said with a small moan as she felt his large hand squeeze her incredible bare ass. She felt him grow even longer and thicker, obviously from feeling her up. For Madara, he was always attracted to fit women who had a bit of muscle on them, and Rumi was just perfect. He couldn't get enough of her. Since she asked him to fuck her, then who was he to deny her request? Don't back out now then. I don't ever intend to let you get away. Madara said. Lifting her up, he threw her onto the bed and watched as she laid on her back. Those thighs, they looked so tempting as the slight sight of her private caught his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself before he went ahead and wreaked havoc onto her second pair of lips. He'll take it slow at first. As Rumi laid there and watched as a shirtless Madara began to take off his pants, something inside her had awakened. Something that only ever ignited in her whenever she sparred with the Uchiha. I really haven't beaten him in anything. Isn't this my chance? A crazy idea made its way in her head, and unconsciously, a familiar smile formed on her face. Yes, I'll milk him dry, until he'll be unable to move or function. What are you grinning for? She heard a deep voice say. It was then did she realize the man she's been lusting for was on top of her with his palms trailing from her waist to her perky breast. A look of pleasure formed on her face as the heat coming from Madara's body turned her on even more. Her unique-looking bunny ears twitched ever so slightly as the feeling of his mouth kissing the sweet spots on her neck started to cloud her thoughts. Chapter 95, Chapter. The sounds of huffing and panting is what traveled around the dark room. Rumi and Madara had finished with their recent activities, and were now laying next to each other on top of the bed that was now threatening to break off. Yes, that's right. The rabbit girl had discovered her new love for sexual intercourse with her boyfriend, and like the other girls, she had enjoyed it when the Uchiha went all out. Huff that was incredible. I expect more of those in the future to come. The ruby-eyed woman said as light amounts of sweat dripped down her beautiful brown skin. Holding Madara's right hand with her left, she turned to him and let out a smile that let him know just how happy she currently was. The future? Of course, I already told you you're not getting away from me. Madara said the generic line, staring at the ceiling while his mind wandered off at imagining just what the future holds for him. Even with all his power, everything after the canon timeline was unknown to him. From what he knew, All for One was currently the biggest threat, but just how hectic will events around the world start to get as he and the students grow older? Madara didn't dismiss this thought since the world he lived in was the type of anime where stronger opponents appeared one after the other. He hoped that was case. He really did, because as time passed, his hunger and lust for battle grew. He wanted to feel it, that rush of adrenaline as his heart pumped in joy. This was the reason why he specifically wanted to fight All Might and Aizawa, but unfortunately the #1 pro hero wasn't in his prime. It was also the reason why he never ended a fight instantly even when he knows damn well he could. Madara, what has you spacing out? Rumi questioned, tightening her hold on his hand to break him out of his thoughts. The future. Madara replied back. It was then that he remembered he had something to tell the woman next to him. It was already guaranteed that Rumi wouldn't ever betray him, but she needed to know just how he handles things. Imagine one day he decided to kill a villain in her presence, shocking her in the process. Of course he wouldn't hesitate because of her, but it would just create annoying drama that could have been avoided if he had told her earlier. And that's exactly what he plans to do right now. Rumi, you're so sure about our future together, so I'll tell you in advance. There are some things that I may do that you find unacceptable, and that's fine, but I'll still do them because it's the way I deal with my problems. People who intentionally antagonize me or want to ruin my life, use me, or just random villains I come across, I will most likely deal with them in 3 different ways depending on the specific person. I might just kill them, or even make them suffer something worse than death. Other times I might even play around with them until I get bored. Before he could say anything else, Rumi had interrupted him. Stop, hold on a second. The mood just took a sudden shift with this random discussion of yours, and by the sound of it, it seems like your enemies in your eyes are just toys for you to enjoy fighting until you get tired of them. She said. I've never thought of it like that. Well, I probably have, now that I'm thinking about it more, but I never really acknowledged it. Maybe it's because of all this power I have and I know they'll never be a real threat, so I don't particularly take them serious anymore. Every time someone goes against me and is so sure that they will be able to defeat me, I just find it laughable at this point. I don't know what's changing or why I think this way. I mean, of course I was like this way before, but it has dialed up. Madara said, but he knew this wasn't a problem or some personality crisis. It was just a slight change within himself that he noticed, and he had some ideas on why this was exactly. But enough of that. I don't think you understand what I was trying to say previously. No, I understand. Being a pro hero for years now should have already made this difficult for me, well at least it would have if we didn't already spend so much time together. If it was earlier when you met me that you told me all this, I'm pretty sure I would have started to get wary of you. I already decided that I'll be with you for the rest of my life, but please, all I ask of you is to not include innocent lives or kill just for the sake of killing. Rumi replied back seriously, which only resulted in the men next to her laughing a bit, confusing her greatly. Wasn't this supposed to be a serious discussion? What did she say that was so funny? Rumi, if I wanted to do that, I would have already used my quirk to sink the country just to see how the world would react. Test my attacks on the buildings around this city, just to see the beautiful destruction I'll cause. If I wanted to kill innocent lives so badly, I would have already destroyed this world. Madara said, obviously joking. You know, you sound a little bit too serious when you say all this, haha. Rumi said with a laugh afterwards, causing the Uchiha to shake his head. I guess my humor just isn't funny. After talking for a bit, the pair decided on finally cleaning themselves up. It was only around 6, almost late afternoon, and Madara didn't just want to leave Momo at home alone, even if he was sure Nijire was already there by now. He and Rumi had showered together, taking longer than necessary when having another go, but they eventually got out and dressed themselves to leave. The rabbit hero would be staying at the Yayarosa mansion once again, so she took a backpack with her clothes in it, but chose to travel in her hero costume. After cleaning everything up, they had left the house and ran towards the direction of where a cute black-haired girl was currently residing in. The journey was peaceful with the afternoon air being the perfect temperature, and the calm atmosphere around the city today, so they decided to enjoy it by taking their time. Unfortunately, that was all ruined when they had almost arrived at their destination. A villain was attacking and destroying anything that came by in the city. Apparently they had broken out of jail and decided to cause chaos, but when Madara and Rumi heard of this, they found it to be strange. Why would a villain escape just to be put right back in? Also, there was no prison nearby. This man, who seemed to be as big as 2 nomas, covered in dark stone-like rocks, was most likely doing this because someone had gave him orders. That was the conclusion Madara reached, but that all didn't matter currently. On top of a building overlooking all of this, Rumi was currently gazing at him with a look that meant she knew just what he was planning. With a smirk, he jumped down straight ahead. Chapter 96, Chapter. Author. I've been growing my nails for a month. They are now long enough to be used as a weapon. Sensei, are you sure this will work? You said to lay low for a while and just let things settle down while we plan our next course of action, but what is this? What do you have planned? Tamura questioned with confusion laced in his monotone voice as his eyes laid upon the only source of light within the dark room. Currently, inside the base of the League of Villains, he and Kurojairi sat together as they stared at what seemed to be live footage of a certain part of a city. Of course we're still laying low, but that doesn't mean we can't try anything that will benefit me to move my plan forwards. Also, I have no doubt that this will work. With the information I attained about Madara, I'm certain he'll show up to a villain attack that's close to his house. The voice of All for One sounded out from the laptop that was next to the TV. What the man has learned so far was something that interested him and made him realize he could use to his advantage. Madara loves to battle and would most likely jump straight into one. For example, from what Tamura had told him, All for One came to know that the Uchiha was the one to instantly confront the horde of villains that attacked the students during the USJ incident. He was also able to find out how Madara was the one to really defeat the hero killer instead of that pro-hero, so he came to think to himself, why was this exactly? It could be that the Uchiha was just so confident in his power and knew he would be able to easily defeat his opponents, but All for One had a gut feeling that wasn't exactly the case. So basically, this was what he could come up with at the moment. Have some villain attack an area where Madara could be and see if the Uchiha will instantly come running in to save the day. A test of sorts that All for One thought had a high chance of succeeding. A villain that was jailed and had no more purpose in life is what he was going to use as his pawn today. Of course he could have just had Tamura and Kurojairi find a suitable member to do this, but he knew none of them would be a match for the Uchiha. All for One didn't care about their lives, but he'd rather not lose a member when there's no need to. There could be a time where he would need to use them for something much more important than to basically go on a suicide mission. Although this villain wasn't anything special and wasn't capable of going against Madara, All for One knew that he could still get the job done to let him gather the information he needs. Find out more of the Uchiha's abilities, and see more of his power so he can acquire the perfect counters for them just in case. Just like how he told Tamura and Kurojairi. They both knew what he was planning. Why do all this, sensei? What's the point of it all when you can just fight him yourself and then steal his quirk? I know you've told me to be patient before, but this brat is clearly being an annoying pest for being alive for this long. How can you let him roam freely knowing he humiliated the League? Tamura spoke, with each word increasing the volume of his voice. He felt an undeniable amount of rage for the Uchiha, and it has always been like this since the USJ incident. His sensei/father figure has always told him to calm himself or be patient, but how could he? Days and days passing, and every second Tamura would come up with ways to completely humiliate the young man, but he'd also feel that tinge bit of fear when thinking of confronting him. Despite that, he'll never admit it. Even then, All for One was able to easily come to know this as Kurojairi would send him reports of Tamura's behavior. It was simple for him. The man-child was in denial. And just like any child, he was hesitant on admitting his wrongs and fears. This was obviously the problem. In All for One's eyes, the first step to changing is confessing and being aware of all the problems that plague you. That affect you from reaching your full potential, reaching the full extent of your abilities. He knew Tamura could be more, but this inner conflict and situation with Madara was greatly hindering him. Despite that, the arch-nemesis of All Might considered this to be a good thing. He would use Madara Uchiha to shape Tamura Shigaraki into the perfect successor. You're right, I have told you before to be patient, and I'm telling it to you once again. Be patient and wait. There is no need to rush into things when we are sitting comfortably right where we need to be. All for One said, but the light blue-haired man wasn't convinced. Sensei, I have never disobeyed you nor have I disagreed or questioned your judgment, but aren't you giving way too much credit to a first year? Surprisingly, Tamura didn't respond in his usual uncontrollable fury, but it was evident that it was still there. Tamura, I had thought that you realized the reason already. Use your head and think for once. Of course I could just fight Madara and launch a full attack on him and all our other enemies, but doing that right now is not a guaranteed win for us. I've thought this over many times before, and it's likely the pro-heroes who know of me are aware of my existence and how I'm connected to the League. That fool All Might must have already been planning on taking actions to protect Madara knowing my nature. Even I have to admit, victory against that man right now isn't secured, and who knows what tricks Madara might pull. I'm cautioned because that's what my guts are telling me, to be aware of the young man's strength and not be fooled by his age. For us, he's a mystery and we don't have much information on him that we could use, which means anything could happen if we were to confront him. Anything unexpected that we would have never thought. Now again, I could just try to kill him right now, but there is currently no need to. We aren't desperate to get rid of him, nor are we afraid. I already told you my plan to use the perfect counters on him, but that doesn't mean I'm not sure of my victory against the boy. Remember this, Tamura, always have a backup plan. Nothing will ever be guaranteed, but if you're a step ahead of your enemies, your plans will most likely succeed. All for One said, calming the young man he took in. Now he wasn't just some dumb villain that used power and his strength alone to suppress others, but he was also a very smart man. He lived for a long time and experienced things that he would always remember. With that and his powerful quirk, he was able to become one of the most feared villains. He wasn't going to get mad at Tamura for overlooking such things because in his eyes, he was just but a child in the scheme of things. He'll learn from his mistakes and grow up to be a better man. I understand. Tamura said, saying no further words as Kurojiri himself just sat there in silence. Now watch carefully. The villain who will be our sacrifice for the day is a man who was recently imprisoned. About a month ago actually, for going out and causing destruction with his quirk on anything and harming civilians, but surpassingly hasn't killed anyone. Apparently his wife had cheated on him with a female co-worker of hers, which resulted him in going into depression. It's not surprising really. His whole body is basically made out of rocks. Well, not literally, but dark green rocks are all over his body. Under that is the typical normal male human you'll see anywhere, but it's hidden due to this quirk of his. He could form weapons with those rocks, but they weren't anything serious or not worthy. He wasn't really powerful since it was rather easy for pro heroes to subdue him. All they needed to do to take him down was penetrate that armor of his to deal real harm to his body. Only reason he's sort of formidable was because his size, being about as tall as our Nomus and almost twice the size in width. Now with his depression, instead of seeking help, he had realized that nothing was holding him back anymore from achieving his true potential in becoming the best in the world. To prove this to others, he decided to destroy anything in his path in a populated area. All for One informed. If the villain's quirk was more powerful, then he would have taken it, but it was weak in his eyes and useless. He had better defense and making weapons out of rocks wasn't anything special to him. About a minute later, they watched on the screen as a shady black van pulled up near the area, and out came the villain of today's attraction, roaring into the skies, causing the screams of the civilians to ignite. With Madara and Rumi when they arrived. Madara jumped down from the building he was standing on top of with Rumi, and landed gracefully behind the rock monster. With his observations, he was able to tell that only a few people were injured, and the rest were either running away or already gone. Something weird to Madara was how the villain didn't kill a single person. It was odd because with the quirk the man had, it was obvious that one very powerful punch to the head was enough to kill any normal person. Perhaps he's hesitant, but that wouldn't make any sense. What's the point in coming here today in a populated area just to cause this much damage, and not kill anyone? Either he really wants attention, or he's just begging to be imprisoned. Well, it's no matter. Let's just hope he's able to dance well. Madara thought to himself. Right now in his vision, the Rockman was currently waving a giant hammer around that seemed to be made out of, well, him, destroying anything that came in his path. Cars broken down, buildings damaged as the street looked almost unrecognizable compared to an hour ago. Deciding not to waste any more time, Madara lunged forward with a grin and slapped the back of the giant man's head. Ag! Who did that? The villain grumbled as his whole body smashed forward, face first into the cement. If one were closely paying attention, they'd see how the rocks on the back of the man's head get easily crushed, showing dark hair that was under, but quickly covered up once again. How unique you are. I had thought that you were literally made out of rocks, but it seems to be protecting you as some sort of armor. Unfortunately, it's fairly weak. The villain heard a deep voice behind him. He got up from the ground and turned towards the direction and came to the sight of his target. So you're Madara Uchiha, huh? Just some little kid trying to play hero? Haha. Show me your worth then. Rockclave will hurt you bad if you don't fight back. With a deranged smile on his face, the Rockman created a huge spike that connected to his hand and lunged forward to his opponent's shoulder. Madara only stood there with his wrist out. Show you my worth. I have no need to prove anything to you. A blue aura-like glove covered his right hand, and with a simple flick, 3 small Yasaka beads shot forward and pierced right through Rockclave's body. The sound of explosions sounded out within the street as those beads of Madara's completely destroyed any cars that were behind the villain. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone that was caught in the destruction. The man had stood there with an expression that Madara guessed was shock. Having rocks covering all his body, Madara couldn't really tell, but he knew the man was in pain due to the grunts and gasps and how he dropped down to his knees. He had pierced both of his arms and through his stomach, so the man wouldn't be getting up soon unless he could resist the pain. Ack! Why would you do such a thing, you monster? The villain yelled out, confusing the Uchiha on his odd behavior, but he ignored it. It's regretful that you weren't able to show me something interesting, but I found it unnecessary to prolong a fight with someone so weak. Madara said as he walked in front of the men. That seemed to have triggered something in Rockclave. Two spikes formed separately on his shoulders and shot right towards Madara. Why? Why is he still not going for the kill? Madara wondered to himself. To him, it was like these spikes were coming at him in slow motion, so he was able to tell each and every detail with perfection with his Sharingan now active. Something he noticed was that these spikes of rock claves weren't actually sharp. If they hit him, at most it would make him sore and leave a nasty bruise, but it wouldn't fatally injure him. What's up with this man? It was at this moment when a certain rabbit girl intervened. Chapter 97, Author Note. No, I'm not dropping this, updates are just slow. I wouldn't waste my time writing almost 100 chapters just to drop it. Thought I'd tell you guys instead of just not saying anything at all, because I know how it feels when an author suddenly stops updating frequently. My senior year starts this month and I can't afford to do bad. Gotta work hard, so I haven't been on my phone all that often. Anyways, I'm gonna go sleep. Good night. Chapter 98, Chapter. Author, I made a quick chapter cause I thought it's been too long. Something in here is hinted for an important event that'll happen with Madara and a certain someone. Maybe it's not so important, but whatever. 1856 words without an. Before the spikes of Rockclave could reach the Uchiha, Rumi had appeared from above and easily shattered them with a kick, blasting the villain back in the process. His huge body skid across the pavement just to crash into a broken-down vehicle. Nearby, Rumi and Madara watched as parts of the villain's dark green rocks broke down, resulting in screams of pain to sound out. I had it handled. You know, avoiding such an attack would be easy for me, Rumi. Madara stated as the woman in question stood right next to him with a smile plastered on her face. Of course you did. I had no doubts, but you and I both know that this villain is nothing special. Might as well defeat him early instead of wasting our time, right? The rabbit hero replied back with her hands on her hips. The Uchiha himself kept a straight face. He stayed silent and didn't respond back as he stared ahead and watched the smoke clear to reveal the unfortunate man. In his head, he knew Rumi was absolutely correct. This joke of a villain never stood a chance against him, but there was still that lingering hope of receiving some sort of challenge. Sadly, that didn't happen. Like his older lover said, there was no point in continuing this any longer, so he might as well finish this up so he could go home with her. But first. Rumi, do you know who this is? We already know he escaped from prison, but the real question is why he's here right now. The closest one is about half an hour away, and with his appearance, he sticks out amongst others. It shouldn't have been hard for police or other pro-heroes to capture him, Before the teenager could finish what he was saying, the rabbit hero interrupted him as if she realized where he was coming from. Being a pro for so long, it wasn't difficult for her to notice the obvious. Analyze the situation and come up with a logical scenario in her head. This mostly came after kicking the villain's ass, but needless to say, Rumi wasn't a stupid person. I don't know too much about him, but before your school year started, he was arrested for doing the same exact thing he was previously doing, which is odd. From what you've said, this whole ordeal with Rockclave was obviously a setup. Who did it? I'm not sure, but it's not our job to figure that out. We can drop him off at the police department so they can properly detain him. Rumi said as Madara himself started to calmly walk towards the downed man. She followed closely behind, wondering what he was thinking. Like most times, she would notice that he had a certain expression on his face that was unreadable. What are you going to do? She questioned, now standing in front of the groaning villain who had his back against a crushed van. She really did do a number on him with her earlier kick. Just something that's been on my mind. You've noticed it, right? Look around, even if all the civilians in the area successfully escaped, some with injuries, there should have been at least a couple that were fatal. This man hasn't killed anyone at all. It could be that he doesn't want to go through with it, but there shouldn't be any reason to attack here if that's the case. Madara said to the woman beside him, who agreed with everything he said. The sounds of sirens sounded out, and he guessed an ambulance and some police officers would arrive here in about 5 minutes. The area around was quiet since he already used his clones to evacuate any other citizens, so it was easy for him to hear. That also means there won't be any footage of this confrontation today with no news reporters. Wait a minute, if someone is really orchestrating all of this, then that also means they would want to witness everything that's going on. I didn't sense anyone else, so that should mean. After finishing these thoughts with a slight chuckle and grin, Madara only turned his head a certain direction and flashed his Sharingan. LOV hideout. The sound of the television turning off greeted Tamura's ears. His eyes wide as he unconsciously started to breathe harder than usual. If one were to look closely, they'd notice his right hand that was holding the remote shaking and twitching ever so often. What the hell was that? The man-child wondered. There was something eerie about watching an individual and having them suddenly look you straight in the eye with a certain look that meant he knew that he was there. The blazing red eyes just made it even more intimidating. What happened? What's wrong with Tamura, Kurojiru? From the other end of the laptop, All for One questioned when he heard the television going off. Although he asked this, he had a good guess on just what happened. He seemed to have turned it off, and he's not responding to me. Should I turn it back on? Kurohige replied back before receiving a sigh in return. Calm him down and keep it off. We've watched enough. It looks like police are arriving to the scene. Unfortunately, we didn't learn much about any new ability since we already know he could use that blue armor in more ways than one. At the end, it all comes down to defense to counter those attacks. The progress today in achieving useful information was small, but we still got something. We aren't desperate, so actions against Madara will be next to none for a while. Go and fix Tamura, I'll call again later. Afterwards he had hung up, leaving a pissed-off blue-haired young man and Kurohige alone in the room. Tamura had heard everything. It wasn't like he broke down from just a glare alone, but it definitely startled him. So much that he unconsciously turned off the TV. Back with Madara and Rumi. Madara shook his head a little after looking at the cameras that overlooked the city and turned back to the villain in front of him. He had a good guess on who did this all today. It was pretty obvious. Unless there was some new figure in the scheme of things, it would seem like All for One was getting desperate with him. No matter. We'll fight one day, All for One. Sit comfortably for now and enjoy your time while it lasts. Madara thought to himself, with the sound of the villains yelling breaking him out of his thoughts. Please. Forgive me, please. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't send me back. Rocklave screamed. This is strange. Madara said to Rumi, who was looking at the men weirdly, but seconds later she had realized just what was happening. I've seen this before. Villains whose actions are very questionable. Some do evil but are probably a good person and not even realize it themselves. It doesn't make much sense, right? But I think the issue with Rocklave is that a part of himself realizes what he's doing is wrong. He knows that causing needless destruction is a bad idea, but he does it anyways. The fortunate thing is that he doesn't kill, but he still injures. That's what I noticed with his fight against you and the lack of dead bodies. He didn't go for fatal blows, but ones that would cause you to be unable to fight. Well, of course he wouldn't have been able to land a hit, but you get what I'm saying, right? I perfectly understand. Madara said, having guessed that something in the man's head was wrong. Did he feel pity? Sort of, but in the end he didn't care as much. Even then, there was nothing more unfortunate than your own mind betraying you. That's what Madara kind of thought was happening with the men. Unless. He said out loud, getting Rumi's attention. Hey, you know you'll be sent to a more secured cell or worse prison after this whole incident, right? Madara questioned, getting a frightened look from the men. After all, he knew what worse prison meant and it would most likely be torture at that point. No. Please, you have to help me. You have my word, I won't do it again. The men replied back, getting a weird look out of Madara. Have your word? Anyone who trusts such a thing is a fool. Your words are nowhere near enough for me to have trust in you. Hearing the sounds of sirens drawing closer, Madara thought he should wrap this up. Be grateful that you didn't cause any needless deaths here, or else you would have experienced something worse. Kicking him in the head, Rocklave's body immediately went limp, signifying that he was now unconscious. Madara, what were you thinking earlier? Looked like you planned to do something but changed your mind. Rumi asked him as she watched him yawn. Well, you mentioned something wrong with him, but I had thought maybe I could fix it, similar to muscular. I haven't told you this, but I affected his head. Gave him certain thoughts that would make him want to end his life, but he wouldn't be able to do it. With a man like him, it was the perfect punishment, but your earlier words made me think, could I fix this man? He decided to tell her this because he had already informed her of the type of person he is. Of course it was an odd thought, but Sharingan abilities were frightening. No, anything that affected one's mind was downright powerful. Rearranging it how he saw fit. What if he could change this man's way of thinking? For example, say someone was traumatized from an event and they'd never be the same. Couldn't he help them? No, maybe it wouldn't be his choice to do that, but who knows? He shouldn't be thinking of these things right now anyways. Nothing has happened to make this sort of decision, so why was he thinking too much of it? You did what? Madara, that's wrong. Rumi said, thinking of his earlier words of what he did to Muscular. Of course this won't change her opinions on her lover, but even if she accepted how he is and what he would potentially do in the future, it would still take some time and getting used to. It may be wrong from your standards, but in my eyes it's right. No need to think too much about it. I would never do it to someone who didn't at least deserve it. Madara responded back. It was then that the police had arrived. Multiple running over to the two with heavy handcuffs to arrest the villain. Rumi grabbed Madara's hand and said, let's go. Our job here is done. We don't have to always go with them. With a nod back, he instantly picked her up and rushed towards the Yaoyorozu mansion.